Hi everyone and welcome to AAround the World, a 12-hour live event to celebrate the end of the academic year. Given the unique circumstances we currently find ourselves in, our end of the year show Projects Review 2020 takes the form of a globally distributed exhibition with students presenting physical or virtual installations, performances, presentations, videos and animations across time zones. Similar to watching New Year's celebrations unfold across the world, from Australia and New Zealand to California and Hawaii, the Projects Review baton will be passed from place to place and from student to student as a new form of exhibition. My name is Chris Kokorev, and I'm one of the 7 students that were awarded the AA diploma with honors this year. My project, Vertical Asclepions, Reinstalling an Architecture of Public Care, proposes a network of public health sanctuaries for the care of urban mental health. This project was developed as part of Diploma Unit 1. Nothing is lost, nothing is created, everything is transformed, taught by Miraj Ahmed and Martin Jameson. Please visit the Projects Review website to explore my project and many more, and enjoy this event as a journey around the AA world.
Hi, my name is Yolanda. I'm a second-year student from Experimental 3. I'm presenting to you my second-year project, Forest Dreamers, People's Fool. The project started in the year began with an interest in forest fire that is happening more frequently around the globe. Forest fire, like rain, is an essential part of the forest ecology. However, our impact on the landscape has caused both harm to the forest and human habitation. We began to lose our connection with fire and nature. My first interactive prototype was exploring the role of technology in controlling the spread of forest fire. As I researched, I realized that high technology is not a solution to combat a global oscillation like El Nino, and we cannot work against nature. On the other hand, indigenous people all over the world are using pyrotechnologies to reduce the dense tree cover and fire-prone grass to keep vegetation regenerating. This type of traditional ecological technique is passed down to generations through mythology and storytelling. Therefore, my project attempts to use architectural storytelling to rebuild our connection with the forest and fire. The design proposal is seeking to find a symbiotic response that will resonate with the local ecology and the changing conditions of Sadiman forest. The Sadiman forest is named after an old man called Bah Sadiman, located in Wonogiri Regency, Central Java, Indonesia. 40 out of 44 villages in Wonogiri Regency are still suffering from severe droughts during dry season. In 1965, a huge forest fire swayed across a hill, making the child Sadiman realize the urgent needs of reforestation. Bah Sadiman have been planting banyan trees single-handedly since 1990s. People thought he was a fool, and some even destroyed the seeds he planted. But thanks to Bah Sadiman, the stream that came from the trees has provided fresh water for 800 households for cultivation, boosted the tourism industry, bring income to the village. But what is so special about Sadiman's story is that he has also shown us the changes that one person could make by carefully taking care of the land. So how do we make sure that Sadiman's knowledge and aspiration is shared by many others? 40 out of 44. My project proposed an alternative time-based architectural intervention inside the Sadiman forest, which attempts to align with the cycle of forest regeneration. At the same time, the design provides temporal spaces for educational and recreational purposes. The architecture emerges, evolves, dies, and re-emerges with the forest. The forest involves many different stakeholders, from the NGOs to motorcycle club members that help with planting trees. They also have a yearly harvest festival and all the villagers will gather and perform rituals during the lifetime of the architecture. It is going to provide temporary spaces for these activities to occur. Case studies I have chosen showing the house and dwellings in Indonesian tradition is more than an assemblage of building materials in construction. It is a manifestation of ritual, cultural, and social aspects, bonded with physical technique and crafts. I made an observation to the existing structure inside the forest, which are purely functional, also the type of trees and their habits. But there are many people coming to learn about the forest and the cultures, more than just planting trees, which leads me to design 3 creatures-like forest typologies. The creature insert itself within the cycle of forest regeneration. They are made entirely with natural materials such as reeds and bamboo. The indigenous people learn about the condition of the forest by just observing the plant they gather from the forest. Thorny bamboo grow in very dry soil and is great building materials. The leaves decays and falls into the ground, becomes a nutrient to the soil. At the gateway of the forest, the village are making discrete panels in the bamboo and weaving workshops. Softer materials are then weaved around bamboo framework to create shelters. Many people could engage with the process of building. The lifespan of the building aligns with the stages of the tree. When the tree matures, the building also decays. Its final mission becomes part of the fire ritual and passing on to the story to the next generation. The first creature inside the forest being the forest guardian, a gathering space. Forest watcher, a viewing platform, one that detects the wind and weather condition, giving indication to people whether or not it is safe to conduct the burning. The tree huggers, which are stations providing space for overnight stays. Human and fire is inseparable. From the ancient mythology, the fire made by the strike of thunderbolt in forest gathered the primitive man around the strange power, letting us perceive societies and create space for gathering. People performs fire rituals as an act of remembering and for the passing of knowledge. My architecture integrates into the cycle of growing, death, and rebirth. The project is a speculation of how architecture could place itself in time, culture, and nature through its death and rebirth, encouraging a different way of seeing the relationship between man and forest. In the end, people sit around a bonfire. The structures were mostly taken down, only parts of the bamboo remains. They wrap their blanket around, celebrating their growing trees and the final night together inside the woods. Thank you, that's my presentation.
Then habits 50 permanent idols to manifest their desire to perform. The premise of my project revolves around K-pop. K-pop is a South Korean music genre that is influenced by Western culture. The South Korean government's push for soft power through supporting its creative industries with subsidizes of funding played a large factor in K-pop's rise to popularity. Specifically, the research is based on idol culture and the idol manufacturing process. At the entertainment company, the trainees go through a vigorous in-house star manufacturing system, where they extensively train in dance, vocals, foreign language, and behavioral classes for an indefinite period of time. Their life is a repetitive cycle of training in the practice rooms, briefly eating at the cafeteria, and sleeping at the company-owned dormitories. Survival, constant training, and strict regulation take precedence over natural talent in the production of these extraordinary idol figures. The use of social media platforms perpetuate the achievability of this dream, that hard work and discipline facilitated these individuals to obtain this idol status. However, only 20 out of 1,000 trainees who train for as many as 7 years get to debut. K-pop is captured into an economic mechanism where this saturated industry is extremely inaccessible. As a vector of normalization, the exclusivity of the stage becomes a paradigm for the soft power economy, acting as a defining apparatus in the idol's self-validation. A reaction to the idol mechanism can be seen through random play dance, a self-organized public dance event. The locality of a physical stage is redefined by the performance ring. The rotation of the individual's roles between a performer and an observer fluidifies this performer-observer relationship, and the rigidity of the physical stage is replaced by the physical manifestation of social relationships. Designated camp zones in Hangang Park are reappropriated as a stage and a living room. These campsites provide means for domestication and an opportunity to experience that inaccessible idol life of performing, momentarily accessing that exclusive idol sphere. Departing from the research, the project democratizes the structured idol mechanism by diverging from the symbolism of the industry's structured spatial typology to adopt an emancipated lifestyle. The K-pop Incubator House is governmentally funded by subsidizers that support the development of South Korea's soft power. Hence, it becomes a subversive scheme, taking advantage of K-pop's current agency. With large billboards acting as the house's media facade, the exterior projects the image of the K-pop incubator. The project is introverted, shifting the focus from the idol-fan relationship of the performer and the observer to the collective of individuals living together on their own terms. As a hybrid of an incubator and a house, the structured typology of the productive and non-productive spaces is blurred to instigate spatial ambiguity. By using portable furniture and equipment throughout the project, the space lacks predefinition of a singular spatial program, and thus does not choreograph or impose a specific routine to their lives. While pivoting mirrored doors between the hallway and practice rooms leave flexible boundaries, folding and overhead doors completely open into the courtyard to encourage spatial continuity. Thus, the distinct boundaries of the practice, performance, and domestic space becomes less prescribed. In the K-pop Incubator House, the enclosure of a park with the house establishes a garden that serves as a stage. By domesticating the stage as a living room, the exclusive and precarious sphere of performing is made permanently available as a garden part. Steel tubes form the structure of the roof, with mirrored panels that can be positioned within the garden. While the mirror symbolizes the idol industry as the locality of practice and performance, it is infused with moments of domestic intermission in the context of the courtyard garden. The back of the house is defined by individual dressing room cells that provide an option for solitude to the collectivized areas of the house. Left open to contingency, it becomes a personal space that facilitates the inhabitants' first experience of privacy, unhinging them from the external pressures of the idolization process for a self-determined lifestyle. In the idol industry, the mirror is used to monitor the appearance of oneself as well as others to strive towards idol status, turning ordinary figures into extraordinary idols. Yet, the mirror reflection is not the complete image of their actual or desired living circumstances. In mainstream K-pop culture, idols are a short-lived temporary labor force, subjected to the precariousness of the industry.
Hello, this is Hyun Chang in first year, and now I will start presenting this project called Yeomnam Tower. The goal of this brief was to make a reinterpretation of Cedric Price's project and to design Tower 3, which is Yeomnam Tower. The final outcome was to make a video with a series of images. In our tower, there are cooking facilities, cinema, theater, sailing pontoon, toy depot, and fish smoking room. And we decided to make a reinterpretation of these programs by a source smoke in a futuristic and contemporary way. With this approach, we redefined the term nam and yam. So people consume not only a physical food, which is yum, but also a spiritual, which is num. On top of physical fulfillment, people look for spiritual fulfillment as well. And we provide an opportunity to experience both in Yamnam Tower. Now I will show you a 4-minute long video, which is the final outcome of this project. And I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you. A hungry couple is heading toward the Yamnam Tower, guided by the smoke visible from far away. They are thrilled, imagining themselves fulfilling their appetite. As they arrive in the pontoon looking like barnacles, they look up. Gigantic, glow of light. It is so overwhelming. The heat produced from the bottom animates this tower, allowing the air to flow along the curved surface. Coexistence of old and new. The crystallized secretion of microbes are accumulated to form a porous chunk, embracing the original building. Now this man is ready to fill in his empty stomach. Yum is a physical food. In this kitchen, glass pipes and the cooking machine together are producing yum in the most delicious recipe. This chip is a yum I chose. Where's my fish? A huge ventilator inhales every smoke that is produced while cooking. The smoke flows upward to be purified. Now it is time to change its role into an ingredient for a new creation, nam. Smoke has a nature of ascending, and we let it to follow its free will. We do not force it. It invades the vein of the tower to transit to an upper level. In the reverse space of the vein, where smoke circulates, people stroll around. Look at the drones delivering a scent for them. This is a toy depot. It is a depot of scents collected by drones from all over the world. Steep, tilted, chaotic. People have their own adventure and a journey while they choose the scents they want to experience. As this man touches the surface of the toy depot, a gentle ripple appears with an image of soul. He cannot wait to feel the air of hometown. This is a smoking room. The shining marble combines the smoke with the scent to produce nam, a spiritual food. Now he is going to be smoked by a nam of soul.
Warm, blurry. The numb is covering my entire body and my spirit. I am smoked by the air of soul, full and satisfied.
Now he comes back to the space of reality. Wandering, he explores the succession of curved spaces. A shape, a form of the tower is a program itself. He can feel it. He climbs up, and he moves towards the summit. The wall shines brilliantly with various colors by a touch of sunlight. He catches a glimpse of the smoke densely gathered. As he arrives, he couldn't take his eye off the glowing hologram figures in smoke. This is the most vibrant theater. The Yamnam Tower is full of fooled people.
Welcome to the AA. This coach journey is a first step for you into another journey, that of an explorer of the country called architecture.
Since you didn't have a computer, I can't hear anything at all.
We are saying nothing.
So I don't know what's going on in the left of the camera. Try to promote contact, people to talk to each other, and this was.
Look at my only goal. Look at that. Look at the technique for my goal. Look at that. Look at that. Into space. And look at boom. That's
A metaphor for targeted neglect. So forget your table manners and present a meal that needs chewing on.
The shaken crow fell and broke his jaw, fell and broke his jaw, fell and broke his jaw.
On a fragile planet. So many questions. But that is just why you are here, isn't it?
Good morning from Melbourne, Australia. My name is Mon Q, and I'm a designer at Unimake. I hope everyone is keeping safe during this COVID-19 crisis. We in Melbourne are still under stage 3 lockdown, and we at Unimake are working on a pro bono art book to raise funds for artists during this difficult time. We are also designing virtual festivals, digital environments, and future factories. From me to you, please keep calm and don't pandemic.
Hello everyone, I'm Yanling from first year. I will show the summary of projects I did during first year using Google Earth. I will take you into a journey to different corners on the Earth to see how we adapt nature from cultivation to inhabitation, from present to future. The journey starts from where I'm located right now. I'm here in Shanghai in a hotel for 14 days quarantine nearby Pudong Airport. From here, I'm taking you to the other side of the world, the south part of Chile. A salmon farm facility located at Los Lagos is our first destination. The project focuses on researching the contemporary food production infrastructure. Here is the set plan of the farm. On Google Map, you will be able to see couple photos of the salmon farm. The research covered a range of contexts linked to this farm, including salmon producing, processing, and transporting. The salmon eggs will be set in the fresh water for half a year, then transferred into seawater for about 1 to 2 years. When they are ready to harvest, salmon will be transported through pipes into factories for food processing. Processed salmon fish will be shipped out mainly by boat, and fresh salmon are shipped by air. The orange arrows showing the flow of salmon, the green arrows showing the food flow that will be feed for salmon. Most salmon facilities are located in the south part of Chile. Chile is the second biggest salmon exporting country, with their salmon mainly exported to United States, Japan, and Brazil. Norway is the biggest salmon exporting country, with their salmon exported to Europe and US. I did charts and diagrams compared between those two countries. After seeing how we cultivate nature, let's see how we are living. I'm taking you from South America back to Asia again, and this time we are landing at the suburb of Tokyo, where the land is occupied by dense residential buildings. The project redesigns Maruyama House with a collective living space and aimed to maximize the contact with nature in Central City. Here is the photo of Maruyama House taken by Dean Kaufman. I made a model of half of Maruyama House, showing how each room is separated as a single building, blurring the boundary of inside and outside. As you can see, the dining room is located in the garden, and the big windows in each room add more transparency to the building. I added a collective dining space under the central garden, the U-shaped dining space that can be used both as a table and a sitting area with a landscape in the middle. The entrance getting into the standing area are connected separately from different buildings. I also designed a rooftop garden-style dining space located about second floor high with an opening in the center to visually connect to lower garden. The illustration shows how the community occupies the space. Have you ever imagined how living with nature may transform in the future? I'm going to show you my imagination by taking you to Thamesford in UK. The project remakes one tower from Red Sun Towers proposed by Cedric Price. Here is the photo of original Red Sun Fort showing on Google Map. The tower I remade is Fan City Tower. I imagine in the future the world is highly polluted and people are seeking for nature contact, so the tower takes people away from polluted world to go back to nature for primitive enjoyment. Different levels are designed for different density activities. The top level is for high-density activities, so people can gather together for sky-gazing. The lower level is for mid-high density, and is an orchard for flowers and fruit picking. Next level is even more closed for petting and breeding animals. The lowest level is under the water for sea life observation. Last but not least, I'm taking you to our last destination. Let's go back to Bedford Square and hope to see you there soon. Thank you.
Imagine a house for 80 people, but members of this family do not necessarily have any blood relations to each other. This is a house that has a giant bathing room with no doors and a vast tatami field with no walls. This is the inauspicious house for the part-time family. Studying the industry of rental family service in Japan was my starting point, through analyzing films such as Rent a Family Inc. The entire scripted industry of the rental family service is built upon the exchange of temporary, superficial relationships with money as a commodity. Employees rent themselves out by hourly charge to clients who may be seeking a long-term accompaniment or even to deal with the departure of their biological family members. Rental family service employees tend to live in dormitories provided by the company, and though the spaces that they live in may be extremely regimented, they are able to reassemble their own self-constructed relationships with strangers in order to form their own choice of chosen family away from the imposition of the nuclear family dream, which is deeply ingrained in Japanese culture. My project is a material manifestation of this paradox between fluid kinship structure and traditional familial values in the form of a rental family service staging house and a dormitory for 80 employees to reside in. The surrounding context of the site has a mix of various housing densities. This site was chosen because a believable residential neighborhood has to be facilitated for the front of house of the project to blend into. The front of house of the project during the opening hours of the rental family service hub is built to be a theatrical shopfront where clients can choose one of several traditional family home typologies. This allows for the clients to pick and choose what environment they want their desires to be fulfilled in, tailoring the service to what they like. These typologies respect the auspicious arrangements that are sacred to the design of Japanese homes, for example, in the tatami mat layouts used here. In contrast to the other side, the inauspicious tatami mat layout seen on the dormitory follows a strict compositional rationality, and the arrangement itself symbolizes death in Japanese culture. The open field condition uses sliding doors or fusuma, which can be slotted in anywhere along the tracks to provide privacy when needed. Hyper-rationalizing the furniture and services in the dormitory side establishes a generic template that can open up ways for unforeseen use. This area was calibrated with the intent of bringing a sense of familiarity to the objects within a completely unaccustomed utilitarian arrangement that would not be usually seen in a house. Recurring use of familiar Japanese architectural elements in the back-of-house design mirrors what the employees are doing through their jobs of role-playing these constructed familial roles as pictured here. This scene depicts a client utilizing the front-of-house space renting a wife and a daughter. Both their jobs and the architecture of the dormitory act as a point of reference to the canonical family ideal or sacred traditions for the employees to hold onto, while simultaneously offering them just enough freedom to explore new forms of lifestyles, kin relations, and personalities away from the restrictive nuclear family dream. This is especially prominent through the physical misappropriation of the aforementioned sacred elements in the back-of-house design. The tatami sizes used here subvert from the production size, and the open field condition sets a tabula rasa or clean slate for the employees to reassemble their self-constructed relationships, just like how they can reassemble the domestic space with sliding doors and movable furniture. The time where the front and back of house threshold is completely blurred is during the off hours of work, whereby the employees could even take over and occupy the shopfront area, misusing its features and disregarding the sacred notions, profaning it with their daily activities. This ambivalent transition flattens the hierarchy which segregates the front and back of house during the opening hours entirely. Finally, the roof structure at the back of house, supported by thin circular columns in the field, features an undulation pattern on the underside of the ceiling, both of which are made of a highly reflective metallic material. The closer the undulation on the ceiling is, the more distorted the reflection would be, and vice versa. This is used to suggest levels of intimacy within the back of house, providing a better sense of privacy for its inhabitants. Thus, the inauspicious house is a response to encourage new forms of radical, fluid kin relations to form for the employees, while at the same time, the project also acknowledges the ingrained nuclear family values in Japanese society is slow to dissolve. Hence, the project stands as a compromise between the two, facilitating modes of life and opportunities for reinvention and misuse in the back of house, which represent a new sacred to the employees, while offering a sense of familiarity through the subtle references to the old profane. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sierra Wylo from DIP 9. I'm a fourth year. So my project is challenging the current attitudes on urban afforestation, and it aims to turn trees into an operative device for creating a symbiosis relationship between the carbon life cycle of trees and the rhythm of a city. And ultimately, the city will become a carbon storage. Tree planting as a weapon against climate change has already been discussed for decades. Governments and institutes vigorously promote and emphasize the amount of trees needed to be planted. In 2011, Bonn Challenge was launched by the government of Germany and IUCN, and later endorsed and extended by the New Declaration of Forests at the 2014 UN Climate Summit. It is a global initiative aimed at restoring 350 million hectares of trees by 2030. The more the better is basically what they're advocating for. Yet, this is a misconception caused by greenwashing. Take Turkey as example. They have planted 11 million trees and broke the world record for the most trees planted. However, up to 90% of the saplings have died due to the monoculture plantation and lack of biodiversity. Furthermore, an increasing number of scientific studies reveal that trees planted in the wrong location are in fact contributing more to air pollution. So it is obvious that the current methodology for urban afforestation and our attitudes towards the usage of trees are problematic. The question we need to ask is not how much we should plant, but where and how we plant them, and how trees influence our urban environment. First of all, we need to understand the carbon sequestration rate of a tree. The amount of carbon a tree accumulates is indicated in the yellow line. During its nursery and sapling stages, it absorbs minimal CO2. It then accelerates and uptakes the most carbon in its young age. When a tree is mature, it stops absorbing but still contains carbon when it reaches a saturation level. By juxtaposing this curve with an average timescale of a building project and the number of building permits given out in 20 years' time, they reveal that the current pace of the city is rapid and it is isolated from trees. If trees are the key to mitigate urban climate, there is the need to re-examine the relationship between the two rhythms. Therefore, the project is suggesting that the velocity of a city should depend on the life cycle of trees. Collaterally, it requires a few fragments of the urban environment to grow slower. Consequently, provides a sustainable carbon sink and self-sufficient timber supply within the city. At a global scale, every city has its own environmental issues, local tree species, and leftover spaces, where they can be potentially utilized by the strategic operation of trees. I narrowed it down to Milan to implement this proposition as a pilot project. Milan is one of the cities committed to the Bonn Challenge. Due to their extreme air pollution and serious heat island effect, it has a great determination and positive attitude to turn the city from gray to green. In November 2019, they established Forest to Meet Fund, which is an initiative of planting 3 million trees in the city before 2030. Their approach is to create a lot of parks and treat trees as scenic. The planted trees are monoculture and they are lacking biodiversity. Although it is a great notion of mitigating their microclimate, yet it is also a missed opportunity. Hence, the project is pushing their attitude towards a logical end. Currently, there is a redevelopment project of 7 abandoned railway stations in Milan. It is the largest urban regeneration plan for the city in Italy. Amongst the station, the landmass and the ground condition of site Scalo Farini is complex enough to test the proposed cycle. Phase 1. Soil preparation. Phase 2. Selection of local tree species and tree nursery. Phase 3. Specific planting parameters. Phase 4. Rotation. Phase 5. Timber interventions in the city. These interventions are sequestering carbon at different rates and different scales. Based on the mass, density, species, and age of the timber, some parts of Milan contain lesser carbon, some parts hold more. This tree-based urban planning project is actually not far-fetched. It aligns perfectly with the current strategic plan of Milan. However, we need to make it clear of what our ambition is as city planner and architect, as well as the usage of trees. Therefore, the current plan of the city should be amended with 2 additional objectives. First, identifying and reserving state-owned territories for planting quality trees within and around Milan. Second, formulating policies and regulations on proper use of trees for the cultural and territorial fabric of the city. Eventually, Milan will be resilient enough to regenerate itself while sequestering carbon. After all, trees are not ornaments and we should not be greenwashed. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jo presenting from Hong Kong, and today I will be introducing my project, Stairhouse, a wall-less house for 50 people, composed entirely of stairs as an interior landscape. In the first term, I have based my research on the Une community, a collective communal housing located just outside Seoul, built for 48 people, living together not only to share common facilities for a cheaper lifestyle, but looking to form ties with other people beyond that of a conventional family. To foster this fluidity and kinship relations, the architects of Une introduced a circular flow throughout their house. The building is made up of alternating floors connected by a central stairway from the basement all the way up to the roof. And apart from the private bedrooms and utility spaces, the rest of the resources and spaces are shared. The basement, ground floor, and roof contain spaces that allow for large-scale communal activities, such as their canteen, coffee shop, and terrace. Members are formed into 4 subgroups, each occupying a separate floor with their own communal living room in between. The bedrooms and bathrooms are pushed to the periphery, allowing a continuous corridor that loops through the private and communal spaces and back into the staircase. Through the incorporation of architectural decisions such as the loop, the Une community becomes a site for the members to challenge traditional familial structures and dead-ended spatial conventions. The stair is typically thought of as a space where there is constant movement, so a device for people to reach from one place to another. But the stair in Une is more than that. It is a symbol of the possibility to move in between social groups and form new relationships. This potentiality of a house to promote a fluid lifestyle becomes the driving force of my design. By appropriating the utility of the stair, the interior is now expressed as a continuous landscape, literally of stairs, instead of using it as a singular element. The house opens up possibilities for a community of 50 people with desires to form different kinship relations, allowing for a transient manner of living. Stairhouse sits on a saddle located in the northern outskirts of Seoul, an area with a mixed terrain that becomes an optimal site for stairs to be embedded in the landscape. As the connection between the peaks is naturally a flatter ground condition, large volumes of spaces can take up this area to minimize the interruption of the existing terrain. When designing communal areas, the stairs are nudged into the landscape and split into multiple platforms to achieve the volume required. This consistent indentation accommodates for a range of activities. Instead of defining a prescribed program for one space, the configuration opposes a prescriptive lifestyle to allow for opportunities of fluid relationships. A 9 by 9 meter grid that further distributes the utilities and structural elements overlays the interior landscape. Arranged to avoid assigning these elements into a particular section of the house, the non-prescriptive manner of this language introduces a new version of the fluid landscape, and its rationality becomes detached from any known and expected use of these spaces. A thin continuous aluminium roof in parallel to the terrain is supported by a hybrid of steel and wooden framework, extruded from the utility spaces snapped to the grid. These bathrooms and shower rooms are sunken into the ground, with stairs descended into the landscape, preventing any interruptions to the continuous flow of stairs. Perforated in the courtyard spaces, the house is enclosed with a series of glass panels and pivoting doors, upholding the fluid circulation of the house. Communal spaces for larger scales of people and activities are located at the trough of the saddle, whereas space at higher topographical levels on both sides may be used for smaller gatherings or for private use. Circular voids of courtyards are fitted in between the existing stairs, acting as a natural buffer zone, diminishing visibility and accessibility to these spaces from the large-scale activities at the bottom. Bedroom walls have dissolved, and members now have the choice to sleep in a space of varying degrees of privacy in the open field of steps and platforms. The indented communal spaces are lined in carpet, setting them apart from the concrete hardscape for the rest of the house. This soft spatial quality provides the possibility of resting on surfaces apart from the bed, encouraging new forms of dwelling habits. By basing the design on the contours and the terrain and spatial scale, the house begins to tackle issues such as the negotiation between communal and private areas and how the whole landscape is utilized and act as a stair. By further juxtaposing rational and fluid languages, Stairhouse emphasizes the continuous movement of the interior and reflects the fluid kinships fostered within. For more information on the project, please visit the project's review website launching today and the paper link to the drawings of the design. Stay safe and thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, I'm Jihan Choi, studying at Experimental Unit 18. Thank you for having me. So my project is about the skyscraper and the convention center and the relationship in between these different programs. So Business Map. The convention center is no longer a crowded space with many people. Various events are increasingly being replaced by virtual events, especially when it comes to the COVID-19. I would like to redefine the role of the convention center and reconsider the spatial character of each program of the convention center for the future society. In the process, the convention center is combined with the skyscraper and has special relationships with the government and multinational corporations. This project will examine the economics, political, and cultural values of the convention center from a more forward-looking perspective. Basically, I'm focusing on the small, medium-sized enterprises and collaborating with multinational companies like Google, Facebook, and with as a bridge, the government body can be connected in between these two different programs. The case study in between different programs in convention center normally need larger space, more than 50,000 square meter is needed. And not only the horizontal connection in between different programs, the virtual connection, for example, as a shard. The shard is not the convention center, but I could learn about different how they invite different users through different entrances, and studied about the medium-sized convention center in central London. So by understanding about the different relationships and how they connected in 2D, about the convention center, the auditorium, for example, and its conference room, according to the adjacency, they need different functions and different connection, not only the horizontal but vertical. So I was stacking it virtually, and it should be decided which program should be go which floor and lower or higher. So I picked a site where it's King's Cross Station. The King's Cross Station is hugely dense area, and lots of people are coming to the station, especially from the northern area. Every day, 150,000 travelers coming to this station only for the King's Cross. Combining with the St. Pancras International, there's larger opportunity. This is not in the conservation area, but opportunity area. So it's avoiding the green corridor is perfectly chosen site with considering with the neighboring programs like the Google New Campus and YouTube Studio and Universal Studio and larger hotels and public sectors as well. By analyzing the site, the different users coming from Granary Square and St. Pancras Square, and by analyzing context height of the neighboring building and the axis, I could somehow formulate with the sunlight and wind analysis the shape of the basic geometry of the tower. I could put the core and how can I separate the core and twisting it, and could get the form of the geometry. And if you see the top right side, there is a monumental thing which is St. Pancras Clock Tower. I should let people see from the street level the monument, so I could get negative volume to not to restrict the view from the ground. And financial hierarchy is quite essential to me. So the government, the blue line shows about how the money moves. The Camden Council is located in this area. They have not enough budget because the government cut their budget from 169 million pounds to 40 million pounds. So they need extra support, collaborating department for business, energy, and industry strategy. And they could get tax and the rent fee from SME and Oculus and daily based travelers, and the money going back to SME to support their facilities and infrastructures. The government, not only the things it can be connected physically in a tower, they can fit in the middle of the tower. It can be positive volume, and it needs more like physical connection rather than negative visual connection. It has a single facade for the middle floors, and the top and bottom they have double facades. And this shows more about the movement of different users in the tower, and most importantly about the auditorium. It shows about the connection with the different programs physically by using secondary circulation. Day and night view. One of the key features of the tower is twisting geometry. The twisted area is the surface where the tower receives sunlight and moisture during the daytime. The positive volume extruded out for southern facade is the part where the internal program started to combine. So this tower is a kind of symbolic meaning of this King's Cross opportunity area and kind of representation of the future, I believe. Thank you very much.
Good evening from Hong Kong. The students at the AA have always, from the first days that the school opened its doors, been the brain, the heart, and the voice of our house. A house that's a school and was once called an empire. I'm proud to be an ex-AA student and an ex-AA diploma unit master, ex-AA all around. This is one of the most exciting days of every year at the AA. The Strawberry and Champagne Day, Graduation Day. Even though with the lockdown, the price of one strawberry is probably equal to a bottle of champagne, and the only way that we can celebrate these days is by sending an emoji of our desires to the ones that we love, it is still a hopeful world. You are the privileged group graduating in 2020, the year of the rat. The year that shook the world through a virus that came hypothetically from a bat, but also the year that Brexit is taking shape. The year that Australia is cleaning up its territory of all the fire dust and burned forests. The year that America proved that it's the biggest bully at a global scale. The year that inequality and poverty hit a record high. The year that the world realized that Black lives matter. The year that you and thousands of other architecture students around the globe increased your screen time by 300%. We are also in the year that jet professors didn't have jets to fly in anymore. So the prospects are uncertain, as always in architecture. We need to reload the operating systems of architectural education and practice. Your generation will need to rethink practice. You need to take risks and abolish the comforts that the bourgeoisie offers us. If architecture is about selling our souls to the 1% that control the finances of the world, then we should stop doing architecture. So let's remember that we are extremely privileged as architects, because contrary to many other disciplines, we have a multitude of possibilities. So when we don't build, we draw. When we don't draw, we write. When we don't write, we speak. Wholeheartedly, I welcome all of you to this amazing world of potency and impotence of architecture. Bravo. Congratulations.
King's Cross Triangle site. Section 106 is an agreement between the local authorities and private developers. Argent, the developer of King's Cross, has broken their contractual agreement by massively reducing the Triangle site's affordable housing scheme up to 80% from its original numbers. The problem with the dysfunctional British housing market today is due to the privatization of land. Local authorities should acquire land back for housing, like the Singaporean government. Reducing social expenditure to reduce public debt is a delusion. Since social housing development stagnated from the 1980s, housing benefit claims in the UK continues to soar. Land price will also continue to soar, regardless if the council acquires it sooner or later. Privatization of property benefits only a small number of privileged people and driving inequality to dangerous levels. The widening inequality has intensified a very serious issue in London: homelessness. Majority become homeless because they can no longer afford rent or forcefully evicted from their council homes. Many face difficulties getting their lives back together once becoming homeless, because not having a secure place to stay leads to problems getting a job, and being jobless makes it hard to find a place to stay. Therefore, the vicious cycle continues. The Triangle site is a suitable test ground for the project for its central location and the potential to have a nice and affordable house. The local council, in this case, Camden and Islington, should still be in charge of assessing and finding candidates who urgently needs housing. Instead of precarious tenancy terms, local council should also implement permanent housing for the formerly homeless residents, following Helsinki's footstep in providing housing first, and Vienna's social housing model of not requiring residents to move out even if household income increases. Pseudo-public spaces have completely reduced our human capacity to mere consumption and become passive participants of the public sphere. King's Cross is a fine example of pseudo-public space. As long as you are not protesting without consent or a homeless person, you and I will pretty much enjoy King's Cross. However, it is exactly due to the private nature of these public spaces. Rough sleepers are forced out of the highly gentrified areas to the peripheries of the train stations instead, which are the last truly remaining public spaces in King's Cross. Not wanting to do another neoliberal commercial ground floor, the housing scheme proposes a community garden inspired by the Caltrop Community Garden just to the south of King's Cross. The community garden aims to reclaim participation back into the public sphere by actively involving the communities from King's Cross and Caledonian Ward. Communities at these wards can volunteer and buy affordable fresh produce from the scheme's community gardens, but it will still mainly be tended by the residents. The community garden also provides sustainable food security for families with low income in the neighborhood, as the only grocery store in neoliberal King's Cross is the upmarket Waitrose. The community garden will also support a community kitchen run by the residents living on the housing scheme. The community kitchen serves as a skill upgrade project to lift the economic and social capital of the residents, reintegrating them back into society. Although the community kitchen will provide technical skill upgrades, it is important to address other complicated soft skill issues such as relationship breakdowns, mental health issues, drug and alcohol abuse. Therefore, to provide the missing support in the current system, the housing scheme will provide a general practice surgery. The communal terrace on the first floor is a semi-public garden where residents could have barbecues and do gardening activities. Inspired by the Alexandra Road estate, the housing scheme proposes split-level housing units with stepped balconies and large gardens with a glass house. Every 2 housing blocks share an outdoor staircase going up to their flats, with entrances from the landing of the staircase, replicating the idea of having one's own outdoor entrance access like Victorian terrace houses. Furthermore, during this COVID-19 pandemic, our habitation of domestic space is dramatically intensified, forcing many people to realize how small and inadequate their dwellings are. Today, the minimum housing size prescribed is 50 square meters, which is what most of the housing schemes Argent has provided. For comparison, Alexandra Road Estate's smallest housing unit, which was completed in 1978, according to Parker Morris standards, is approximately 66.6 square meters big, excluding the 9.3 square meters balcony. After analyzing all the floor plans of the existing housing schemes, Saxon Court, which just happened to be just opposite the site, has the worst layouts in King's Cross. My proposal will instead provide 40% more than the current housing standards. With aggressive political will, it is possible to have a nice house in a central location with cheap rent. Housing is a human right. Housing for social justice. Thank you.
John Ruskin once said that it is impossible to preserve anything that has been great or beautiful in architecture. This is a project about expanding Norwegian type houses in a UNESCO Heritage Protected Area. Lyngør is a car-free island in the southern coast of Norway. It is one of another 20 constellations of islands that is currently serving as a local summer destination and applying for a UNESCO Heritage status. There are 30 people living all year round, but the population will go up to 3,000 in summer months, and there will be another increase of 10,000 people coming down from cruise ship once the UNESCO Heritage status is approved. There is a problem of conservation and potential for economic expansion from the exploding tourism. I embarked on a journey along the North Sea, an area that was historically connected by trading, and surveyed 4 old buildings, 1 in England and 3 in southern coast of Norway, as an attempt to study the existing vernacular in the affected area. I found a 12th century barn in England that was built on a slope. To save the overall building from rotting, the front wall has been pushed back to make a way for digging a gutter. I surveyed the house of the only person living all year round in Murdo. The owner cut out part of his 18th century Norwegian notch-log type house and added a restaurant of a timber frame construction, an extension by subtraction, connecting his domestic kitchen to serve the restaurant. I realized that the walls of these 4 old buildings have been moved throughout the time. From shrinking, adding, cutting, and flattening, I concluded that the flexibility of buildings' outer perimeter is somehow proportional to the amount of a time that building could stand. I abstracted the idea of expanding and contracting of wall and make series of scaled artifacts to extend space and possibly the building's lifespan, from elasticity to flexibility to modularity, and finally integrating sailcloth in the wall system after I found out that Norwegians only use sailcloth for 3 months before it deemed as unsuitable in the sea. The only way to extend these type houses are by cutting them and only leaving the essential structural elements, which is the notch on the sides. I propose to extend the traditional Norwegian type houses by cutting their walls. Ideally, the locals would inherit the 250 years old house from their Norwegian daddies, and they would start to locate the main structures, make a surgical-like incision to remove wall panel and reinforce them. Lastly, they put tracks and timber decks on the ground to their desired extension direction before they can pull out the walls in that brief summer period. There are roughly 44 permutations of the traditional Norwegian houses, which follow the same logic of stacking logs around a fireplace. In the center, I draw up grids as a pattern for expansion to prove that the same cutting technique can be applied to all of them. While there is currently only one public pier in Lyngør, there are series of sailor houses within their own pier along the edge of the island which can potentially serve as a docking port for the 10,000 tourists. The UNESCO criteria only protect the front facades, as they are trying to preserve the Nordic look in the elevation. I saw an opportunity to cut the house by extending the front walls, and by moving the walls horizontally, it creates a parallax blind spot as a room to extend vertically as well. Fire has always been a central element in the living space, and in order to extend the house, I need to bring some fire along. I looked into Miss Ellingson's chimney, one of the Norwegian house owners, and saw an opportunity to cut the fireplace and move it together with the wall. From cold Norwegian winter in February, to sauna in May, to full expansion in July and August during the holiday season, and slowly pulling back in September, ready for winter. Extending the wall while moving the centrality of the fireplace changes the whole ecology of the house. So this is a house of Miss Ellingson that I had surveyed. When summer comes, she would ask help from her neighbor to pull out the house, expanding second floor horizontally, moving the fireplace out for the summer nights, and lifting the panels to get the cross ventilation of summer breeze. The transparency of sailcloth admit light during the day and lit up the Nordic village at night from the house interior, signaling the neighbors that they are present. And most importantly, these alterations are reversible and be ready to be tucked back in during the Nordic winter. This will be the only way for the local community to benefit from the exploding tourism while still abide by the UNESCO guideline. I tried to recreate her house interior from the survey drawings and photograph. During the winter, she would enjoy a warm tea in her living room by the fireplace. Then the summer begins. She would have her front walls pulled out with a careful slit of opening from the sailcloth, unveiling the horizon where the water meets the neighboring island. Lifting the second floor, recenter the fireplace, and put on the additional floors. Now she can cook lobster for the incoming tourists and generate income. From surveying series of old buildings to cutting the very mundane elements that define enclosure, I try to inject this micro-physical idea into the molar and micro-political fabric in the UNESCO Heritage Protected Area. Houses near water would capitalize on the opportunity to be a sauna in the winter, while the houses more inland would probably just expand to cater to more accommodations. Imagine the screeching metallic sound of the whole village in that brief summer when people pull out their front walls. Tension from sailcloth, which clashes with the bold wood and stones, age, made soft by the sea salt. While Norwegians traditionally mark their house boundaries with fences and stones, there is a possibility of compromise between two or three neighbors, thereby changing the overall structural social landscape of the village. Thank you.
everyone, and welcome to Around the World, a 12-hour live event to celebrate the end of this academic year. Given the unique circumstances we currently find ourselves within, our end-of-year show, Projects Review 2020, takes the form of a globally distributed exhibition, with students presenting physical or virtual installations, performances, presentations, videos and animations across time zones. Similar to watching New Year's celebrations unfold across the world, from Australia and New Zealand to California and Hawaii, the project's review baton will be passed from place to place and from student to student as a new form of exhibition. My name is Jane Ling, and I am one of the 7 students who were awarded the AA Diploma with honours this year. My project, Hostile by Design, explores how the hostile environment excludes migrants in the United Kingdom through the weaponization of spaces and the socialization of the border. This project was developed as part of Diploma 3 Body Politic, taught by Christina Vavier and Merve Anu. Please visit the project's review website, pr2020.aaschool.ac.uk, to explore my project and many more, and enjoy this event as a journey around the AA world.
I'm Varsha, a recent graduate of the SED MArch program. My dissertation project, Urban Housing in Chennai, focuses on the climate-responsive housing design for warm, humid climates to devise potential passive design strategies to enhance comfort and reduce energy consumption. This is achieved by exploring key factors such as shading and ventilation at the building and unit level design. Inspiration of verandas from vernacular architecture is taken as a key design element to reintroduce them as balcony spaces in high-rise residential developments to enhance their functionality. Chennai is located on 13 degrees north and 80 degrees east. Chennai experiences a hot, humid climate featuring a cool and dry season followed by a hot and humid period and the monsoons. Over the last 25 years, Chennai is currently witnessing a construction boom owing to the rapid urbanization. This is partly due to the IT sector development that has led to large-scale urbanization in the surrounding areas with a high demand for upper middle class housing. The current trend in housing development focused on conventional repetitive designs with no regard to environmental issues. Deep plans with reduced daylighting, lack of cross ventilation, narrow balconies, and dark double loaded corridors are commonly found. In order to achieve comfort, air conditioning is majorly used throughout the year. Energy consumption data portray high energy demands and an increase in the dependence of air conditioning in the future. To further understand the occupant comfort, three different housing types were studied. Metro zone apartments, a typical housing complex in Chennai, was studied. Results showed that occupants faced common design problems such as kitchen spaces without sufficient daylighting and ventilation, insufficient shading of windows, high carbon dioxide emitting construction materials, overheating of bedrooms, and narrow sized balconies. Fieldwork on a traditional vernacular house near Chennai depicted that the effective use of deep transitional spaces, such as verandas, provide comfort to the occupants. Inferences from this study help to identify optimum shading depths to be used in balconies and the effects of cross ventilation on cooling. Study of Kanchenjunga apartment, a contemporary example by architect Charles Correa, focused on large verandas or balconies oriented with respect to wind direction to improve the indoor cross ventilation. Massing strategies from this design were taken forward during the unit design development of the project. These studies provided a summary of the main passive design strategies which evolved from literature, precedents, and fieldwork, which are tested in analytic work and later applied to the design development. These passive design strategies are used to derive the unit massing development. Analytic work performed to improve the indoor thermal comfort envisions that it is possible to achieve free running conditions throughout the year. Nocturnal ventilation was identified as a key strategy in the reduction of internal heat gains during the hot period. During the remaining part of the year, that is the dry and monsoon season, usage of comfort ventilation throughout the day with sufficient fixed and adaptable shading devices or balconies on the east and west orientation provide thermal comfort. Significant energy load reduction is noticed in comparison to the conventional buildings and standards. Unit massing focuses on the inferences from precedents and the usage of staggered massing of the unit to enhance indoor wind movements as shown in the CFD graphics. Daylighting performance of the unit shows that narrow floor plans and adaptable shading devices help in improving daylighting penetration and provide sufficient daylighting in the flat. Views to the ocean, wind movement, solar exposure are prioritized in the development of the site massing. The following visualizations illustrate the effective usage of shading and ventilation strategies on site at various hours of the day for numerous activities carried out by the occupants. The final design output fulfills its environmental and social aims while providing high architectural quality by adopting passive design strategies such as ventilation and shading in order to achieve free running conditions. Thank you.
And I'm a third year student from Experimental Unit 14. My project is called Alchemy of the Tomb, and the thesis focuses on how vernacular building traditions can inform a more sustainable architecture. The project evolved into developing an architecture working in symbiosis with natural phenomena, where in recognition of local planning restrictions, ideas of form are suppressed in favour of material intelligence and atmosphere. Using mycelium bricks as a building material, I designed a structure that transforms both its appearance and program over time. From a mycelium brick production facility, the building transforms into a shop, cafe, and toilet in correspondence with the phenomenal qualities inherent to using mycelium as a building material. The foundation of the project is based around the Norwegian outer port island of Murdo, whose vernacular architecture dates to around the early to mid-18th century. Because of both the well-preserved vernacular architecture and the commanding natural landscapes, this port has become a popular domestic tourist destination during the summer months. However, this annual influx in visitors continually threatens these attractive values. To help mitigate the damage, the counties of Ulster and West Agder have collaborated to form the World Class Ports Initiative. As a method of protection, the initiative is hoping to gain UNESCO World Heritage status for the combined outer ports, Murdo being one of them. To achieve this aim, they have put forward necessary infrastructural additions. These include shops, cafes, toilets, and meeting places. This project focuses on the design of these additions, exploring how this can be done in a way that does not undermine the cultural values of the vernacular architecture, and through more sustainable measures does not inflict irreversible damage to the beautiful natural landscapes. With a desire to discover a relationship between the vernacular architecture and the natural landscapes, I surveyed the old post office in Murdo's historic village centre. Through this, I discovered that the predominant building materials were pine wood and granite. Then, looking towards the surrounding landscape, I discovered the same material compositions were echoed there. The building provided a lens through which to view the landscape as a set of resources. On top of this, by identifying the different building elements and understanding how they worked, I saw they are predominantly modular in nature, as can be seen here. On constructing a model using these building elements, I began to understand how adaptable they were. The modularity allowed me to combine the different elements in a surprisingly wide variety of ways, even after changing materiality and sizing. I then understood that it was both the locality of the materials and the adaptability of the modular building elements that helped the 18th century community on Murdo to economically flourish. Back to the present day, and with the ambition of bringing sustainable thinking into the project, I looked towards circular economic practices such as reusing, remanufacturing and recycling, as indicated on the diagram here. I then realized that both the characteristics I had identified were now considered sustainable material practices, even though these were originally practiced through necessity. It occurred to me that if I used local material and employed modular craftsmanship, I could design in a way that would both avoid undermining the cultural values of the vernacular architecture and begin a more sustainable approach with which to help maintain the natural landscapes. So following the vernacular examples, I looked at the local landscape for material I could use to build with. Focusing on material that could be used in a circular economy, I identified mushrooms, seaweed, seashells, and plastic waste as potential building materials. Through researching how mushrooms have been used as part of modular constructions, I focused on this material. Then, after a process of growing, testing, and analysing, I had success in producing a mushroom brick prototype using the local material found on Murdo. I then constructed a model to test the developing modular building construction. Moving forward and thinking about the necessary programs as outlined in the UNESCO report, I discovered that if the mushroom bricks were exposed to water and shelter from the wind, this would reactivate the mycelial growth, strengthening the brick wall construction, creating a more secure environment ideal for a shop. Then the bricks would produce mushrooms that could be harvested for food, perfect for a cafe. And finally, the fungi would accelerate the decomposition process, allowing the building to digest human waste as a form of toilet. This model gives us an impression of what the interior mushroom wall condition could be like. In order to accommodate the shop, cafe, and toilet programs at once, 3 buildings would need to exist at the corresponding stages of transformation. The construction process would take a 4-year cycle, and the supply chain would initially start by outsourcing the building elements needed to produce a permanent skeleton. Then the local residents and other local stakeholders would produce the plastic weatherboarding and the mycelium bricks and run the shop, cafe, and toilet. Thinking about how to incorporate a public meeting space, I looked into traditional Norwegian tombs. These are public meeting spaces usually employed in traditional Norwegian farms. These spaces are delineated by the surrounding buildings and positioned according to relative flat topography, indicated in red on the plans here. On Murdo, looking to situate my project away from the historic centre to reduce the strain on this sensitive site, I identified this area to the west with relative flat land. I then specifically cited my project according to wind shelter and proximity to the appropriate building materials. And so I identified this area as an appropriate site. As can be seen here, the centre on the existing freshwater spring, a resource traditionally valued on the island and needed here for both the production and running of the tomb. Taking a section through the first building here, we can see how the transformation of the building would work in more detail. The construction of the permanent skeleton would finish in autumn. Then plastic weatherboarding production and construction would begin in winter. Following this, in spring, the mushroom brick production would commence. Then, just in time for the summer rush of tourists, the shop would open selling an array of mycelium products made on site.
Hi, my name is Calvin Chua. I graduated from the AA in 2011. I'm currently based in Singapore, where I run my practice spatial anatomy. In parallel, I also serve as an adjunct assistant professor at the Singapore University of Technology and Design, leading design studios all visited urban peripheries. So since graduating a decade ago, the world has become more volatile. We've moved from peak globalization to a world where borders are reinforced and openly contested. Just last week alone, we see the reignition of border clashes in the Himalayas and political trouble on the Korean Peninsula. And all these are happening on top of a pandemic that we're all currently experiencing. So with environmental and political upheavals taking place at a compressed and accelerated pace, it is crucial for architects to go beyond our traditional professional confines and actively confront these challenges. And sometimes the solution to these challenges may not necessarily be a build project. And so in parallel to my design practice, I have had the opportunity to work in one of the most politically challenging places in the world, North Korea. We have led non-profit engagement workshops in the isolated country, trained over 500 architects, planners, and policymakers in urban design and economic development. In fact, we ran the AA Visiting School program for 2 years in Pyongyang. And through this initiative, we seek to bridge difference and establish dialogues between the close country with the rest of the world. So while we continue to run our practice through build projects, we increasingly value the importance of our role as a facilitator, mediator, and advocate. And working within this intersection of design and diplomacy going forward, I feel it is crucial that we redefine our role in this volatile world. How do we design frameworks for dialogues? How do we give form to policies? And more importantly, how do we develop the agency to act? I wish you all an enjoyable Project Review 2020 and an exciting journey ahead. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. My name is Arohi and the project is titled Remediating Farmscapes. So working through the lens of deep adaptation and domesticity, the project is a response to the increasing crisis of land degradation and soil pollution. So the proposal is to build an organization which monitors soil conditions, experiments with methods of soil remediation, and trains farmers to actually train more farmers. So land degradation is a complex and a serious problem, and the lack of information is what makes it a big invisible problem. Persistent pesticides, despite of being banned globally, are rampantly used in India, leading towards very unfavorable agricultural conditions. The government subsidies in India almost encourage indiscriminate use of fertilizers, and an effort is needed to redirect them. So as a response to the increasing problems of soil pollution, specific plants can be used to remove contaminants and heavy metals from the soil as part of the remediation strategy. So a combination of phytoremediation and permaculture along with agroforestry would help sustain the health of the soil. So during term one, the project focused on societal transformation through training and agriculture, focusing on gender equality, business skills, and economic growth. The idea was that by connecting the consumers and producers, the brand supply chain interventions for organic cotton would eventually lead towards soil depollution. So learning from the project, I wanted to work with a larger lens of agriculture, not focusing on cotton, but tackling larger issues of environmental degradation. Agriculture as a profession in India is volatile, and the proposal responds to the 8 agroclimatic zones of Gujarat. So the main institution is based in Ahmedabad, which conducts experiments with soil remediation and trains farmers. So the site is by the Narbada Canal, which is the most important irrigation link for Gujarat. And I took samples of water and soil and analyzed the reports to propose a remediation strategy. So the system of remediation strategy is developed for the most polluted areas of the site, and the rest is dedicated as a laboratory to test the efficacy of plants against the contaminants. So the building effectively acts as a filter, facilitating the agrarian needs of the site. It frames both the remediation beds and the remediation patch and allows them to be observed and tended to more effectively. So the building acts as a filter, facilitating the agrarian needs of the site. I think there's something wrong with the flow of sites, but I can skip to the next one. So the ground floor is composed of an array of columns, more space is left flexible, and the structure is open and well connected internally and externally. This is a section of the material system which responds to remediation, and these are the plants which are used to respond according to different contaminants that they could remove. So the building responds to the different seasons effectively, and the panels can be interchanged to suit the changing needs of the season. The amount of light, wind, and privacy can be controlled by using the exterior curtains. Water management plays an important role in a dry and arid region, and the idea is to maximize the efficiency of rainwater. So the rainwater is redirected through a system of drip irrigation network across the site, minimizing both wastage and labor. The relationship with the seasons in Ahmedabad is very different, and the rains are nothing short of a celebration, especially with the farmers. Agriculture and architecture are closely knit, where one enhances the productivity of the other. The project is about the relationship between the inside and the outside and framing the right views for learning and observation. The building adapts to changing uses, changing seasons, and changing times of the day. The inside-outside connection is fluid, which allows the outdoor spaces to be used more effectively. The remediation patch works as an effective spill-out, drawing people outside to sit under the shade of the trees. So the space becomes a space for education, learning, and discussion. The idea was that domesticity extends beyond housing towards methods of collective farming and towards a more intimate relationship with the farmland. The building responds to the different seasons, and the idea is to maximize shading and weather protection during summer. So the institution is not about training and experimentation for not only phytoremediation, but towards an integrated approach of remediation, permaculture, and agroforestry. The institution is about, through a system of successful demonstration, it aims to redirect the government subsidies towards financing more stable methods of agriculture. It is a cyclic process which collects data of plants against contaminants over time, resulting in a manual for phytoremediation in the context of Gujarat. It is also an attempt to preserve and enhance agriculture as a profession. So the institution is financed and operated by the Indian Council for Agricultural Research as part of the National Initiative on Climate Resilient Agriculture. So as the institution ages and adds more research, the farmer representatives who have been trained implement their knowledge to their own fields and impart training to the fellow farmers. So the institution demonstrates benefits of bioremediation, and farmers are trained to train more farmers, which leads to overall upliftment, environmental and economic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aida. I'm a second year in Experimental 12, and today we'll be taking a look at my project, LA Suburbia and Nostalgia Ultra. Los Angeles. Despite being advertised as one of the world's most socially active cities, the world-famous Hollywood lifestyle in reality is a large number of neighborhoods with completely private and isolated properties. According to a study, publicly owned properties make up only 1.8% of total number of Los Angeles properties. Spending some time in LA, it's easy to notice that the city is completely car-centric and very little portion of it is listed as public spaces. Even in the case of public spaces, there is a high possibility that they are privately owned as well. However, the issue of mass privatization is much more noticeable in residential areas. The site that this project is based on is located in one of those residential areas. Walter Bailey House, which is Case Study House 21, designed by Pierre Koenig, is located in a suburban neighborhood on the hills of LA. What is often in these kind of areas is the lack of public space or meeting spots for residents to socially interact among each other. It can come as a surprise to many that youth are among the most frequent users of public space. It is partly due to their lack of formal rights to their own spaces as minors, which makes them dependent on public spaces for their isolation as well as social interactions. Thus, parks, squares, alleyways, streets, and the like are the ideal places for adolescents to hang in private, meet and connect with their friends and peers. Therefore, a large part of the design proposal for this site are spaces where various social activities among teenagers can take place. One of those spaces is the multi-sports court, where young people can engage in sports activities. Along with that, the ground floor of the proposed design is a small convenience store that is commonly referred to as bodega, where after buying food or drinks from the store, the teenagers can sit outside at the tables by the store and can have the ability to engage in conversations with each other. As the original house does not push the design of proposal any further, it is decided that the original structure is to be demolished and a new 2-story house taking a simple shape of a square is to be built from scratch. In the new plan proposal, the residential part of the house consists of 2 bedrooms, one for parents and one for the child, a single bathroom, and one big space combining the living room and the kitchen. Most of the doors in the house are wooden sliding doors that give the space a bigger feeling when the rooms are open, and at the same time these doors allow full privacy when wanted. This is quite important because looking at this from the perspective of an adolescent, privacy is of a big importance. The needs of an adult and of a teenager differ drastically. Therefore, it is important that the spaces allow a certain flexibility for object movement because unlike adults, there is much more identity growth in teenagers in a short period of time. In just a few years, tastes and actions change, which means that the spaces that the youth occupy will have to accommodate their needs. Apart from that, most of the windows are also sliding, and when opened, the balustrades allow the interior space to feel almost like enclosed balconies. There is also a balcony on the entrance of the house, which is big enough and can be enjoyed as a sunbathing space when the shades are removed, because throughout the day, the area gets a lot of direct sunlight. The sports court outside creates almost perfect unit spaces that can also be used as parking spots. In California, minimum driving age is 16. Therefore, it could be easily assumed that some of the people from the friends group do have cars, and that could be a great use for those units. In addition to the design proposal, a series of pathways can be implemented through the neighboring plots that can allow young people to meet up more frequently and to be able to access each other at a faster pace. It can also be assumed that the profits gained from the convenience store can be used as a financial support to maintain the pathways. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Banu Ghaffari. I've recently completed second year at the AA. You can find more on my unit and our tutors' practice from the links below. I'm currently located in Istanbul, Turkey, and today I'd like to show you my project Fish and Kebab, a transformation of Hackney Town Hall to the borough. The name comes from an exploration of the borough's internal logic. Hackney is one of the most diverse boroughs of London, and years of migration has organically manifested itself through food and a typology of restaurants with signs such as Best Kebab, Fish and Chips, or Fish and Kebab. This paradoxical mashup evolving around food influenced me to open up the ground floor of the building and design a whole food market system, which I'll explain later. The research on city halls and boroughs started with mapping London. London is not a city that grew out of a single origin as we mostly think. It is rather a constellation of towns with their own centers. Locality is maybe now more important than ever, and City Hall as an institution has the potential to revive that. So Hackney is located north of London. The town hall is then located in its geographical center, very close to where the overground train lines intersect. The building has a public plaza in the front, which is adjacent to Mare Street, one of the historical axes of the borough. It is also surrounded by Hackney Empire Theatre, Hackney Library and Museum, and Hackney Service Centre. The building has two courtyards in the middle. A staircase facing the public plaza takes people up to the ground floor. The council chamber is situated in the center of first floor. On my first journey there, I only made it as far as the reception because the building is now rented on a daily basis for private events and is mostly received as a wedding venue by the residents instead of a place they can comfortably go to on a daily basis. These observations on the building tempted me to dissolve the disconnect, so the project maintains the existing town hall building, yet cuts through the ground floor walls and replaces them with simple columns to hold everything together. Similar to the pilotis of Villa Savoy, the town hall building stops being a mass that blocks the flows of people but allows them to take place underneath itself. Opening up the ground floor of the building dissolves the disconnect that takes place in Hackney Town Hall and pulls the vibrancy of the street into the building. Once the ground floor is opened up, the food market comes into play. Ethnic groups of Hackney are settled in a segregated way, but by using food as a catalyzer, the town hall has the potential to bring them together, because identities and cultures actually have a lot of commonalities, especially when it comes to food. While maintaining its valuable attributes, the project transforms Hackney Town Hall by using food as a common denominator that cuts through identity politics. So a network of beams and columns is introduced. In addition to structural support, columns provide mechanical services for the food counters on the ground floor, which can be arranged differently for various scenarios. Main scenario that's suggested is the food market during daytime. Counters are brought onto the floor and placed around the columns. With their circular shape, the counters become mini stages where the cooking process is on display. In the lack of a town square, the town hall becomes a reflective square. Under the mirror canopy, people are more conscious of the hybrid nature of their activities and they can truly celebrate that. The second scenario is a public dinner, iftar or Shabbat, to give an example. The arch-shaped unit forms not a circular counter but is arranged in a linear way. The third scenario is weddings. The furniture fills out the floor entirely. The center of the space becomes a dance floor. Now that the public is welcomed on the ground floor, next step was to really make them buzz inside all floors. To do that, I made use of the courtyards of the building and designed 2 staircases. My main inspiration for local politics were villages, and I've come to realize that what I find compelling in villages is the terraced condition. My focus was the council chamber being the central stage. The form started out of a literal ear imagined three-dimensionally, then included spaces for plants in the periphery and was optimized for separated seating and circulation parts. And the staircases finally took this shape. On one hand, the council members are visually reminded that they are authorities, but also servants of the public and should act accordingly. On the other hand, people of Hackney that are quite depoliticized on a local level are exposed to the decision-making process. In addition, each staircase has a spiral food elevator embedded. They create the vertical food system. The harvest and waste of the roof garden is brought down to the basement to be processed and converted into compost. The processed harvest is brought up to the food market, and the compost produced in the basement is sent back to the roof garden. As explained previously, people are invited to enjoy their food sitting on the steps of the staircases, get a sense of the food production process by looking at the food elevator, and actively take part in what decisions are made for Hackney. And that is the end of my talk today. Thank you for listening. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions or ideas on the project. Maybe it will help me enhance it in the future, since design is a never-ending journey. Take care and hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello everyone, my name is Yasmin and I'm a third year student at AA. I was working with Assemble Studios this year in Experimental 7, which was focusing on Glasgow and its problems, social and technical problems of the sites we have chosen. My project is focusing on rethinking about retrofitting instead of demolishing, against the tabula rasa approach in order to keep the historical backgrounds of these buildings. Staying at home is a project focusing on the people who generally stay at home and improve the conditions of these people in these old buildings that are in bad condition. The project is situated in Scotland, in Glasgow, at East End. It's called Bridgeton, the neighborhood known as an empty one, since people had to stay in interior. There's a lack of public buildings. Communal areas are not enough in red. Most of the buildings are tenements in yellow. There's another problem known as the Glasgow effect. Since people live alone, they tend to have a higher chance of dying compared to the rest of the UK. And there's a lack of care to the surrounding, which gives a feeling of insecurity to the space. So 30% of the population who are staying at home are the people who use the space the most. By economically inactive, I mean they have difficulties traveling, paying their bills, and they tend to stay isolated. To better understand the context, I made a research about fuel poverty, which is a common problem in Glasgow. Because of privatization of these industries, people have difficulties paying their bills. There's another problem of overcrowding in this neighborhood, since the tenements were built for pre- and post-war period. So the idea is to fight both fuel poverty and isolation in the tenements
by extending the comfort of home outdoors with a winter garden. The project is located in Birchton Cross. It's a quite dense area because of the cinema, Birchton Cross Tower, library, and shops on the streets. Focusing on the courtyard, we can observe that it's undercared, which is why there's a feeling of insecurity and lack of care. 3 different courtyards are situated here, and the idea is to introduce winter gardens inside the courtyard to start conversations between the buildings. And it will also fight fuel poverty through architecture. As an architect, I was thinking, by thinking about the efficiency of these buildings, we can propose a way to better insulate these buildings and let the resident be in control of heating and cooling. Isometric view, so the winter gardens will be facing inside and will be attached through corridors. There will be one external staircase that reaches to each floor. On the ground floor, there will be one header garden, mini courtyards, one main entrance, elevator, staircase will be introduced, and access to the women's library will be available. Here's an overall look. For the first floor, open meeting spaces and the balconies will start to appear. Outside. Yeah, okay. So normally each building has 3 apartments and a staircase. What I'm proposing is to extend the apartments and have only 2 large bedroom apartments and a light well and 2 balconies. So the access will be through the corridor outside the balconies. Here's an interior look, outside look. Same principles are applied for 3rd and 2nd floor as well. The timber structure will be cladded onto the sandstone facade of the building. And the balconies will be the semi-private space introduced in this project.
Hello, I'm Sophia Tabet. I'm a fourth year in Diploma 9, and this is an extract from my project that proposes a micro-institution of charging shelters for the living areas of peripheral France.
Hello everyone, my name is Yasmin and I'm a third year student at AA. I was working with Assemble Studios this year in Experimental 7, which was focusing on Glasgow and its problems, social and technical problems of the
2008, the typical French person was traveling an average of 45 kilometers a day, which is 9 times more than 60 years ago. And as a result, rural areas lost their autonomy and natural edges have been abstracted from their surroundings. Perhaps that's why urban projects such as the Grand Paris have lately focused so strongly on transport. But inevitably, this type of scheme provokes dispossession and even longer commutes in the new edges. Could we have another approach toward the valorization of peripheral areas, beyond real estate promotion and financial profit? Not one that sells more of the edge to the center, nor one that applies more of the center logic to the edge and unifies it uncannily, but actually one that simply brings more of the edge within the edge. In short, is there any valid project for the edge that is not about the center? La Halte connects the living areas to the public space through a new mobility network, but it does so through architecture rather than infrastructure. Because it's already there. If we take a typical territory of the periphery, here are the high-speed ways that connect them externally, and here are the pedestrian streets that connect them internally. Then there is a secondary network of soft-speed roads, and all the scenic yet underused countryside roads. Finally, the EU has even pushed for the implementation of e-charging stations. So in a way, the network already exists, yet it's still not enough. The new network deflects from using the highway and instead reinvests panoramic paths that once connected villages to each other. Using countryside roads and field trails, it activates neglected places with new flows and promotes territorial equality, as it exists in well-off towns such as Fontainebleau and extends in more economically deprived areas such as Les Fougères. Only 2 kilometers away from the famous Palace of Fontainebleau is Les Fougères, a social estate of 36 hectares that's been disconnected from the forest by the railway, a high-speed road, and private offices. Its architecture has reinforced this enclosure. It's got a massive pedestrian green space, originally meant to house community infrastructure and social activities, but now that's laid at the state of a void. How paradoxical. It's completely introverted, yet with nothing to look inward to, except for a small chapel in an estate where the majority is now Muslim. And so, lacking a gathering place for worship and socializing, the locals have gotten by with a quite poetic alternative. In the middle of the park is a 20-meter high cedar, and so until they eventually find funding, this tree has become their sacred place for the Friday prayer. La Halte starts there. From the existing centers of gravity at the communal scale, it connects through the most minimal gesture, the roof. So in Les Fougères, we emphasize the great void by framing another void within it. The basic principle of architecture is that it sets apart interior spaces from exterior through floor, wall, and roof. So floor. But La Halte won't create new stage, as the existing ground does it already. 2. Wall. But the aim is not to create spatial boundaries, but on the contrary, to blur the existing ones. 3. Roof. Therefore, what's left is merely its protective function. It is thin because it can, but also to eliminate any sense of heaviness. And rhythm is introduced by the columns. Structural column to support roof and voids, technological column for charging vehicles, architectural column to define particular spaces, and absence of column for contemplation. Then, as the irregular elevation of the ground changes, the ceiling height also modifies spatial relationships. Activity happens when mobility devices become furniture. So La Halte won't create new social practices, but will reinforce the existing ones, letting room for improvisation and a third space to linger or socialize. It aims to feel like there's more space that suggests the suspension of the pose, more space to shelter when it's raining or to install a baguette vending machine, more space for kids to play or teens to hang out, more space for a sunset game of pétanque or a kebab on the grass, more lit space to be invested at night or in times of crisis when indoors are not an option. And ultimately, the alt recedes into the background, so that users don't feel its weight but only a sense of protection and rootedness when they're not moving.
My name is Tanij and I am currently broadcasting from how the project interrogates a different kind of island. This one is Venice. My project is looking at how a new ground condition can be formed by interrogating the ground and make it more porous. In my case, I looked at the boundary between land and water in order to blur this disconnection. And how can the ground of Venice, in this case, in this specific location? I looked into this by interrogating the microscope, looking at how a material can be formed that disintegrates with the forces of nature, looking at how this material can embrace the natural cycles of the water, how it creates this process of disintegration. I looked at this material of earth mixed with different aggregates that are locally available in the lagoon, because it's a material that is disposed of through the dredging of different canals. I utilized this and added lime in order to solidify it and so make it more durable. However, a balance was found between solidification and liquidification. In order to test them, in the laboratory of landscape and through the constant flow of water. However, this test did not show the natural cycles of the wave. Furthermore, it was then tested at a larger scale in a water bath in a natural environment. This allowed the methodology of designing that embraced the natural cycles, and at the same time this disintegration of material proposes a different way of production of architecture that allows it to fall apart as part of its life cycle and process of design. In Venice, this is specifically of relevance because it is a city that is in disintegration. So it looks at how this process can be embraced instead of palliated through the constant action of interventions that stop its natural deconstruction. At the same time, this was investigated by looking at the micro and finding this strategy of how a methodology of designing in this way can be formed. Remembering the exact location that is within the Giardini della Biennale and what this means for the project, as it becomes a testing ground to propose these novel methods of designing architecture that does not see its life cycle as something static, but as something dynamic that is in constant change with the natural cycles of the lagoon. It becomes a space that has the use for people to visit and investigate and interrogate how Venice, how this effect is happening in the city at large. However, it is being palliated, and this proposal celebrates it. In order to be able to export such findings and ideas, the Biennale as an institution was interrogated, and a different proposal of how it would need to shift in order to be able to export the investigations carried out in the lagoon della Biennale, and how my specific intervention is tested and monitored in Venice. However, it can be exported, the concepts that are explored in these locations to other places around the globe in order to have this positive climatic effect that such a method of designing has.
Hey everyone, I'm Amita and I did my DRL course at the AA 15 years ago. In fact, we had decided to have our 15-year reunion this very week at the AA and to see the projects reviewed together. So in a way, I'm happy that at least I could be a part of this because I was really crushed not being there. Yeah.
Hi, Vikram. I studied at the AA and finished my AAIS in 2010. Right after that, we founded our studio SAB.
Yeah, so it's really great that they've organized this, right? Despite all the physical constraints, and to feel connected, because that's I think most important, to be feel connected as a part of this global community that AA has. So, a little bit about our studio. You want to talk?
Yeah, we started studio in London. We did all sort of projects, from installations to competitions to the regular route to inventing our own projects out of nothing. We did manage to do a lot of those things. We had a small gallery in Hackney, and we had people over, and we were doing performances. It was kind of part of the. From there, we moved to Goa. We always liked the idea of moving to a place which is not, which has more balance of where we can explore our ideas, but also get the openness. Goa seemed to be a right choice at that moment.
Living in Goa so far has been a defining part of our lives. You know, we were both born and raised in quite large cities like Bombay, and then lived and worked in London. So we always really loved cities, and we always lived in them. But at the same time, we always wanted to explore something that we thought could be new and fresh, like living in a place like Goa felt right. We felt it might give us more space, more time, and also more flexibility to kind of shape our ideas, to narrow down on our curiosities and our thoughts. So one of the most living here has been quite impactful, and especially with our relationship to nature. Our work and our projects were always inspired with nature, and it's the fact that it's so resourceful, it's efficient, it's complex and yet beautiful. So living closely with nature, we felt that we were really gaining all of that, but along with that, we also gained the idea of growth, the idea of constant change, But the change happened very carefully, very measured, and in very slow steps. And that's what we realized that would be quite an important learning to take back into architecture. So as a studio, along with that, we were also intrigued with the idea of what is value and what is time. And living in Goa has opened our mind to both of these things in a more profound manner, which we find is going to be quite important for the future of our work, and probably for the future of your work, where we think reflection is going to be as important as production, as it allows really for real refinement into the process that we are doing, and also makes us more committed to what we are creating.
Yeah. At the moment, the projects that the studio is working on, we feel, is a mix of all the varied reflections and learnings. One exciting project is a residential master plan in Goa, which is working towards the idea of net positive living, compromising of individual homes, apartment units, and a farm-to-table cafe, clubhouse, where architecture becomes more responsive, both in technology and quality of spaces, where we combine community living, personal well-being, and strong practices of food production close to where one is living.
So to summarize, with this post-pandemic world especially, we've realized even more that whether we are living here today in a tiny village in Goa, or whether we were living in central London, we're all connected. We feel it's difficult to predict a certain path or a certain future, because that's usually rendered irrelevant over time. Predictions somehow never happen. So instead, what we will prefer is to challenge the current status of construction, in all the places that we're living. Again, whether they are mega cities or rural places, there is such a definite need to change existing processes and to propose really systemic changes, we find, both in design and construction, that can have a greater impact on the well-being of our lives and also of our environment.
So thanks for having us here, and we wish you all a bold, beautiful journey from here. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. My art students then move on to phase two and develop their individual thesis projects. The AAIS program encourages students to discover their talents and position within the team, including spatial design, costume design, sound design, project management, and public relations. Students are challenged to extend the collaborative network to the other creative professionals, such as choreography and performance. The AAIS event showcased the interdisciplinary approach to the artistic execution, conveying the unexpected outcomes which stem from the ability to adapt within and out of the environment. If you want to know more about us, I will transfer you to the AAIS Phase 1 accomplished events throughout the early 2020.
Hello. Thank you for your interest in AAIS Phase 1 March event. AAIS 2019 to 20 Phase 1 students, in collaboration with students from Trinity Lebon Conservatoire of Music and Dance, produced a multimedia, performative, and interactive event on the 12th and 13th of March 2020 at the Provender Building in Camden Market. The event titled 2121.2.1.0 manifests as a hypothetical situation, a societal construction portraying the extremities of being privileged and unprivileged in reflection of the dire global environmental crisis. The event takes the form of two simultaneous events defined spatially on two floors, curating two distinct experiences for audience members participating in the same event. Upon entrance, participants are either led upstairs to the banquet as guests or downstairs to the workshop as workers, based on their selection of face masks. Banquet guests are to sit comfortably in private booths and enjoy bespoke performances as well as artifacts produced to their likings, while workshop workers are physically attached to a network by their masks, forced to produce said artifacts based on the guest orders from upstairs. The performance explores creativity as a currency, a resource that becomes harvested, served, and systemized. The notion of face masks was initially incorporated as a comment on pollution and climate change, yet the delicate timing of the event coinciding with the initial surge of coronavirus in the UK, coupled with the overarching theme of privilege and control, made the event all the more relevant to our times. And now please enjoy the 2121.2.1.0 event trailer, and afterwards I will be transferring you to our June event representative.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for your interest in our June event, Solo Dialogues. It manifests as a participatory performance event across in 3 countries, UK, China, and South Korea, transcending physical and virtual in reflection of current worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. Different from the March, we are facing a challenging of not having the physical venues in Europe. It turns into a global event, which to be experienced in the physical galleries in Shanghai and Seoul, as well as through virtual platforms, which our event website and also the AA YouTube channel. As an extension of the March event, 2 distinct experiences are curated for the audience to participate in: the privileged and the unprivileged. The context in solo dialogues address humanity's rules of connections with our environment, with nature, and with one another, now and particularly under current situation. In the festival, AI has created multiple layers of event contexts, including the filmmaking, music, model making, brief, interview, workshops, and collaborate with external international professionals around the world, the choreographers and the performers. Now, please enjoy the solo dialogue interview and the trailers.
My name is Elisa Sykes-Smith. I am an Australian artist and I'm currently based in London during the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I am a student of the AAIS program.
Hi, I'm Yuan and I am a student in AARS. I'm now living in China.
My name is Seoyeon Yoon. I'm from South Korea in Seoul.
My name is Zoe. I came from China, Ningbo. Now I'm in UK, London.
My name is Xiyuan Wang, and you can call me Coco. Currently, I'm in London.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hi, my name is Patharita Thassanarapan or KG. I'm from Bangkok, Thailand. I was a landscape architect before, and now I'm studying Master of Fine Arts.
Hi, my name is Elle. I'm from Beijing, China, and I'm an architect and hopefully more.
My name is Kexing. I'm from China.
Hello, I'm Yixin Ye. I'm from China. I'm an interior designer.
The world is kind of encouraging a lack of connection, a lack of interaction between people. It's like a whole new way of thinking about public architecture, public spaces, public urban design.
What I have observed is just a flood of creative responses to this time and a way for people to connect online and through the posts, sending like postal artwork that you can respond to in a physical context or in a physical way and then pass it on to explore new platforms and really to pioneer new ways of communicating.
The most important role of the creatives in such a hard time is their ability to still keep an independent thinking.
Based on the COVID-19 situation, I think the creativity is quite important because it encourages people to go through this really hard period.
I always think creator has a responsibility more than just create something.
For this event, I would like to show the different atmosphere and how to connect with another human to human and human to nature and human to space in different city and also environment from the 3 different countries.
What we have been working towards has been placeless.
Want it to be a really pure place, surrounded by ice, like Iceland. In that kind of environment, I feel the privileged and unprivileged. There is no gap between them.
Hi. Well, we hope that we can help you know more about our program. So thank you for calling the AAIS Salon. We're looking forward to seeing you soon. Have a good day.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeanne and I'm going to show you my at-home exhibition for my fifth year project which I did at the AA. I'm currently in Berlin, the capital of Germany, where the temperature is currently 27 degrees Celsius. We have a clear sky and a light summer breeze. During the lockdown, my desk became a traveling tool to the Dipsic studio and to the A lecture hall. My balcony became the A terrace, and my kitchen became the A canteen. My laptop enabled me to transport myself to South Yorkshire, more specifically to Fish Lake, where I'm going to take you now. Fish Lake is in South Yorkshire in England and is currently home to about 700 people, and it is what is called a flood ghetto. Floodplain land is some of the cheapest to developers who build cheap and in no way differently than they would anywhere else. This means that the houses in Fish Lake, as the ones that you're seeing now, are completely inappropriate to their environment. So these are two inhabitants of Fish Lake. Imagine yourself as them wearing rubber boots in your flooded house where most of the furniture on the ground floor is destroyed. These people, along with 5 million other Brits, are the UK's first climate refugees because the inhabitants of flood zones are forced to evacuate and relocate because the towns they live in have little to no budget to prevent flooding. We need to change the current mentality of dominating occupation we have towards floodplains. By adapting floodplain typologies to flooding, residents will be able to remain in their hometowns. The project aims to restore the region's ecology while adapting floodplain housing typology. Local authorities adapt infrastructure to frequent flooding. The state implements natural flood management strategies. Building materials can be sourced from this strategy and used to adapt the houses on the floodplain. Natural flood management in South Yorkshire takes the form of woodland and strategic points of the valley, as well as introducing leaky barriers and reed beds. The aim being to absorb as much groundwater as possible, as well as slowing down erosion, whether upstream, as you can see on the right, or downstream. These strategies include the restoration of habitats of local fauna in a region so damaged by industry. I first tested the idea of an adaptive typology by designing a hybrid between a greenhouse and a domestic space, raised on stilts above the floodplain. The alluvium left behind by floods fertilizes the soil and enable a new type of floodplain agriculture to emerge, growing water reeds, which can be used to insulate and use as roofing material for the domestic area. Being a byproduct of floodplains, reeds give us the opportunity to see the floodplain as a productive land, and that's a very important part of my project because it's a shift in the mentality that floods are a disastrous event, and actually we can see them as something that brings production to this region. During floods, transportation shifts from cars to boats, but the pedestrian public space is impracticable. And the original landscape on the left is transformed so as to be ready to hold more water than it currently can by widening the riverbed and restoring the marshy area. Willow spilling stabilizes eroding riverbanks and also ensures that a pedestrian ground plane continues to exist even when the land floods. When electrical access boxes get flooded, the electricity has to be cut off from the whole town, and so this infrastructure has to be adapted if we're going to continue living on floodplains. And the new design is a 2-meter-high metal cylinder with a watertight door that can be opened to access the pipes below, placed on top of the existing access boxes in the town. The new structure becomes a landmark of the floodplain, a public object similar to the phone box or the post box. The houses in the town are adapted by adding what I call prostheses, which are elevated above the flood water. And the house that I chose to test this on is Elthorne House on Main Street. It's on the southern edge of the town, closest to the river, and therefore one of the first to flood. In 2019, the floods reached a height of 1.2 meters and stayed for 3 days. All the ground floor rooms of Elthorne House were flooded, and for structural reasons, if a house floods higher than 50 centimeters, the residents should not attempt to floodproof it. Therefore, floodwaters should be allowed to flow inside the ground floor. So the prosthesis needs to contain a kitchen, toilet, lounge, and living dining rooms, all the rooms that are on the ground floor. And the adapted house and the prosthesis are one overall design, elevated above the water so as to be able to function in times of floods. The adapted house is raised above the existing ground floor with the help of stilts, and the freed ground floor becomes an extension of the garden. Garden centers in the region encourage homeowners to adapt their gardening habits to flooding, and planting species that thrive in wet environments, as well as removing impermeable materials to stop stagnation on the ground. Through these strategies, local fauna could return to urban environments. The first floor is split into two spaces, the living space in the prosthesis and the private spaces in the original house. Imagine yourself in this living room, seeing the floods through the polycarbonate walls while sitting peacefully at the table, sipping a cup of tea. Some of the materials used to adapt the houses are byproducts of the natural flood management, like reeds grown in Fish Lake used to build a thatch roof. Other buildings in the village can be adapted this way, including community spaces like pubs. As we all know, during the lockdown in the UK, it was very traumatic not to be able to go to the pubs, and these strategies could enable the residents of Fish Lake to continue meeting even in times of flood. Flooding is seen as a catastrophic event because we try to resist the water, but adaptive design gives us the opportunity to live with climatic instability in a symbiotic way.
Hi everyone, and welcome to AAround the World, a 12-hour live event to celebrate the end of this academic year. Given the unique circumstances we currently find ourselves within, our end-of-year show, Project Review 2020, takes the form of a globally distributed exhibition, with students presenting physical or virtual installations, performances, presentations, videos and animations across time zones. Similar to watching New Year's celebrations unfold across the world, from Australia to New Zealand to California and Hawaii, the project's review baton will be passed from place to place and from student to student as a new form of exhibition. My name is Russell Royer, and I'm one of 7 students that were awarded the AA Diploma with Honours this year. My project, The Corium, explores architecture and performance as tools for reclamation and the creation of new cultural spaces that return power to ethnographic artifacts. This project was developed as part of Diploma 12, in other worlds, taught by Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg, Inigo Mins, and Ivan Morrison. Please visit the project's review website, pr2020.aaschool.ac.uk, to explore my project and many more, and enjoy this event as a journey around the AA world.
Hyperplace, the possibility of a contentless architecture, is a project that envisions the potential of architectural hyperspace, made possible by the adoption of XR technology in the domestic space. Hyperplace is an exploration of the architectural consequences of XR technology. If our domestic space were to catch up with the pace of technology, what would it look like? Could our domestic spaces become hyperspaces that are not only contentless, but also formless and functionless? During this pandemic, while we've been locked up at home, we've been confronted by the reality that the function of our domestic spaces are limited. It is currently near impossible to properly combine living, working, and playing in the same space. It's possible that our architecture has been lagging behind and unable to keep up with the pace of technology. Digital technology in the domestic space is sometimes viewed in a negative light, for example, as a cause of social isolation. However, the pandemic showed us how good our most recent technology were, but it also dramatically showed how inefficient our architecture is. Mostly inefficient because its incapacity to adapt, be it in its form, function, or content. Rather than seeing technology as a problem for domestic space, we should explore how can we make architecture work in symbiosis with latest technologies. Next year, Apple and Facebook are expecting to release XR glasses. This is the next big technological development aimed at replacing all everyday screen devices. As we all know, technology can be a weapon to control and monitor, or as a tool for positive change. This series of spatial diagrams explores the hyperspace should focus on maximizing the space for XR, so other surface infrastructure such as bedrooms and bathrooms can be kept basic. Through the exploration, it becomes apparent that it is possible to create a single space combining these three XR spatial identities. Like Photoshop, the computerized digital world is made out of pixels in various resolutions. For architecture hyperspace, the physical space had to be in sync with the digital. Therefore, the project proposed a physical grid system consists of joints and bone structure in a hierarchical order. This is supported by linear actuators to enable the control of a refined movement. The material on these actuators is a stretching multi-layered fabric. This mechanism can be standardized for all walls, floors, and ceilings of a space. Combining camera tracking and motion sensors enables the actuators and bone surfaces to be mapped precisely to the movement of our bodies. This moving mechanism induces an architectural hyperspace. In this space, the inhabitants no longer need to limit themselves to the domestic activity prescribed by the current domestic architecture. They have the freedom to change interior of their home to infinite possibilities of content, form, and functions. The domestic space can change its spatial quality to adapt to any function, including those currently reserved to public spaces. In other words, it's a neutral platform. The fundamental relationship we have in a domestic setting can be re-examined. What if dining at home is like a Zoom chat where you can keep extending the table as more guests join? Can you imagine eating with people both physically in space and virtually on the wall? Maybe you're dining in your own home while being invited to someone else's dinner party. What is it like temporarily to be a guest in your own home? It is to be expected that the technology will continue to improve. Over time, technological advancement enables the moving mechanism to be further refined to smaller grids, hence high-resolution surfaces. We no longer need to conform our body to the standardized dimension of the furniture. The surface can bring out playful interaction with space that we have never thought of. The inhabitants of this space will be on a journey to discover the new functions of a domestic space. Although the proposal mainly focuses on the interiority of the home, one may speculate how this could be inserted as buildings in unknown cities. Imagine as small-scale developments situated in suburbs among newly developed townhouses, as well as in cities as co-living apartments with private hyperspaces and a large communal space with higher resolution mechanisms. These hyper buildings dramatically contrast with the old fabric of the city. Therefore, most hyperspaces can be retrofitted, preserving the historic facade and the culture of the city. Or it can be envisioned to reuse the existing infrastructure by revamping unused buildings like empty offices.
Everybody in the audience, now listen to me carefully, is being given a special package, and I don't want you to open it. Do not open it. Cameras are on you, so do not open until I tell you. All right, open your boxes. Open your boxes. 1, 2, 3. You get a car! 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 Everybody gets a car!
Hi everyone, my name is Kellen and today I'm speaking on behalf of Diploma 20. We have been asking the question this year, what does it mean to be a generous architect? It is difficult to defend that a career in architecture will necessarily result in the creation of social benefit. The weakening of public institutions that have previously created agency for communities has reduced architects' participation in city making and narrowed it to the service of real estate development. Many times in recent years, there have been celebrations to a new generation of practice that defies this constricted role. We have proof of concept of whatever it takes to address our most pressing challenges, yet we are still facing a crisis, not of resources, but of impact. We hope you enjoy the showreel of 8 of our students' work from this year.
Hi, Mama. Hey, congratulations on getting your part 2.
Well, I'm actually not sure of the purpose of architecture. Architecture should be abolished. Calling a building building would just suffice. And the AA has to change its name to Building Association School of Buildings, meanwhile revisiting its motto. Before we build in truth, we urgently need to design with regard to society's needs. And the future architects should be equipped with a vision to manage the living environment that is shaped, and not solely by them. Upon joining Diploma 20, I'd like to send the invitation out on behalf of the unit to urge a rethink of why, how, and for whom we choose to practice architecture.
If we look at the current framework of how a public project proceeds, the hierarchy of the top-down approach prohibited the involvement of local residents in the decision-making process. The current framework of Weaver Plan of Work is a process of briefing, designing, delivering, maintaining, operating, and using a building. Across all stages, it mainly concerns clients, architects, constructor, and developer, but not necessarily the user. As the existing guidelines do not encourage to foster communication, nor to build relationship with public users, it often results in dissatisfaction from the locals whose views are not taken into account as the project progresses from stage to stage. In particular, the pre-project engagement and the user experience when in use that are instrumental in meeting the needs of end user are in fact the more overlooked parts within a project timeline suggested by Weaver.
With change happening so fast at every level to our societies, bringing many conveniences, our environments, however, are increasingly streamlined for speed and efficiency over social interaction and isolation has become the price that we pay.
Custom House, located within the Newham Council, can be considered as one of the most under-maintained regions in London, with lowest income, highest unemployment rate, and highest crime rate.
Memory are tied to places. However, the place illustrated in Keith's poem is a place whose memories and identities have been erased. Therefore, it has become a place where people stay away.
Welcome to London and welcome to Custom House.
Last year, hundreds and thousands of questionnaires were sent by Newham Council about regeneration, but the result has not been successful, and the council workers admitted that it is difficult to engage with local communities.
Information is power. It has made enormous monopolies for fewer companies and organizations than ever before in history. Under the guise of enfranchising global communities, they have siloed in users to be dependent on their technologies whilst maintaining operations that are opaque and harmful to civic life. Information isn't going away, but the power structures around it need to change. In order for communities to take hold of this new form of power, they need to have access to data.
After the commercial use of plants, the boundary between countries are almost invisible and globalization accelerated. In UK, 50% of food are imported. We cannot enjoy our world of food widely. Credit cards slip into the slot in cash machines. Signals are bouncing between billions of cashiers. Shipping containers are stacking and traveling to the ports. The rules governing the space of everyday life is invisible. The signals are now the point of contact. Without digital technology, companies are not able to manage food storage, and we won't be able to even get our food from the supermarket.
In this way, the methodology helps narrowing down and identifying key articles that are relevant to fellow architects and local residents. Ultimately, it creates the foundation for a common ground to encourage mutual understanding of the area between the two.
5 types of information are color-coded with different tones. Building age is divided into 6 time periods, whereas the significance is graded by listing status. They are then overlaid to generate an index, first expressed in RGB numbers, and then calculated as a percentage against the darkest and lightest color. Changes in any types of information ultimately generate different shades of gray, representing buildings with stronger or weaker assets.
Each CLT element will cost a certain amount of each currency. Some of the CLT elements will be selected directly after choosing the answer. Some will be chosen according to the remaining values of the 4 currencies. The result will be used to calculate the user's preference and help them to create communities with similar minds.
This data center will consist data from the food production, food processing, food distribution, and the logistics systems. Data and power is no longer concealed behind the digital fabrics.
In short, Custom House's offerings are plenty. But recently, because of COVID-19, more people than ever before have needed support, and there have been fewer resources to help them cope, as COVID has closed nearby shops, and for some, essentials are now delivery only. Because of this, data sharing in the borough has been eager and frequent. Groups quickly share databases from years of research into local social prescribing, and volunteers and donation offers abounded. These groups understand that working effectively together means reaching more people, and there is a huge amount of trust and goodwill. To support this effort, the new Response Map was born, a free-to-access authoritative platform for community data. By passing through hundreds of incompatible data entries, we design an inclusive taxonomy for a single database to feed a simple interface that focuses on connecting people to what they need, facilitating care. Working on the response map gave me hope that such a platform could work for all community data. What would it look like?
At the end, the citizen architects will compile all the translated information in the format of brief for people to work together and make things better.
And while visiting these conveners, I learned that each organization has its own events and regular participants covering a variety of activity types. Together, they provide Custom House with a calendar of events for socialization within their own spaces, making their individual venues formal community spaces. However, everyday social interaction can often be unplanned. I observed such unexpected gatherings occur, like when residents spontaneously gather around games or open and well-lit shops. It becomes apparent that centers of daily life, such as where we shop, eat, or pass by, are filled with opportunities for interaction, and as such, high streets filled with affordable amenities catering to a wide socioeconomic group have always acted as conveners of informal community spaces.
With this information, one can quickly figure out the production timeline. By creating a full 1-year cycle of production, it allows to identify accurately which products are produced at what rate, and based on different production date, one can also visualize the production amount, which will help manage distribution towards the community. When the internal space is fully optimized, it can produce up to nearly 15,000 kilograms of products in a year. When the supply of food becomes exceptionally low due to unexpected situations such as now, the project will be able to come forward and reduce the risk of a particular region turning into a food desert zone. Within Custom House community, although the idea of urban agriculture might not seem practical at times, residents will be more willing to engage with the project thanks to businesses which are already at work to build friendly connections with the neighborhood through sharing green supplies.
People's Talent Center provides 2 types of self-discovery programs. Immersion, which is a series of 2-hour-long workshops intended for groups of 4 through exercises and discussions develop an advanced level and greater depth of self-understanding and self-appreciation. As an outcome, a client shall receive a profile card that includes one's detailed timeline, stories, and pictures that depicts milestone events in life. A deeper conversation card recording one's more personal thoughts and her upbringing. Exploration is again a series of 2-hour-long workshops, focuses on revealing a person's soft skills through highly curated and group-engaging talent assessment tasks. As an outcome, a client upon completion of the workshops shall receive self-reflected traits card that includes soft skills such as leadership initiative, learning agility, and many more. The newly curated biomemoir can be both delivered physically and digitally.
In future, the bakeries, grocers, and shops adjust to their timeless routines in the new affordable spaces along Freemasons Road provided by the FRCT. With several spaces dedicated as common rooms, the various events that are already familiar to the community are organized along Freemasons Road by different conveners and shopkeepers working together. In the common room with broadcasting equipment, hobbyists can record their podcast while the rest of the space is an extension of the public street. It is also where local artists like Voice of Reason perform during gig nights with refreshments by the community cafe, while in the day, it becomes a place of storytelling mythologies with books from the adjacent bookshop in conjunction with the local library. By convening in proximity, existing informal networks of collaboration are reinforced in this community space that residents identify with, allowing more future opportunities for businesses or relationships.
Our unit began this year with a discussion of the trait we most strive for in ourselves. Mine was listening. Now, at the end of the year, I want to reflect, finally, on the lives of others. They often contain more than we could ever imagine or understand. Strangeness is beautiful. But the connection and purpose that belonging to a community brings is something that will always unite us.
CVs, which only serve as a mere representation of one's academic and working achievements. Job centers, which system fails to be sustainable and transparent. I was once kicked out simply trying to conduct a site survey. Last but not least, even a sense of itself fails to recognize the true potential one needs to excel in life.
On graduation, I'd like to share a quote from Liang Zichen, a Chinese architect who inspired me to study architecture at the very first place. He defines the architectural profession as, directly speaking, the creation of buildings that solves the issue of living among society's basic needs. Indirectly speaking, it is a recorder of culture and a mirror of history.
In a Monday morning, start of a week, Edmund more than ever before is looking forward to going back to work. Not only does he enjoy the company's workplace culture, he can also substantially utilize his gift and talent.
Brazilian, nothing easy. Favelas over cheesy. Cause some would make it easy. Working for something measly. These girls will make you trust them. And sweetness is the custom. But every day they hustling. Every day they hustling. John calls him with the number. Home with her local lover. Who was it that picked up the phone? That was just my brother. She goes out to receive it. She's desperate and she needs it. It's like an angel speaking. She can hardly believe it. Come pick it up today. It's 15 minutes away. You can pick it up today. It's 15 minutes away.
Hi, my name is Melike Altınışık. I am founder of Melike Altınışık Architects. Today I would like to share with you my thoughts on the present and future of architecture. Architecture embodies the future, and as architects we don't design for past, we design for future. When we start thinking about the future of the cities and urbanism, the question is not about what we can do with the existing, it's about what we should do to develop. First of all, I believe that as architects, we should start by questioning the current social and economical systems. Today, we came together globally to save human life through pandemics, and all together we stopped the entire world economy. This is a big crisis. It cannot be called just as a health crisis. This is a system crisis, and this is caused by the obesity of all today's systems. We need a new social system design for living, working, and moving. Pandemic will change fundamentally the human behaviors. That's why architects must work closer with sociologists, philosophers, and behavior designers. The system will change, so the way we design will change. In post-pandemic era, it will require a new urban context. We have to reduce the density in our obese cities, and we need to provide social sustainability and resiliency. We need to give back to the public the open public spaces and the nature that they need. In this context, social, technological change knocking on the door. Industrial revolution allowed us to separate private and public by moving. Today, the living and working areas are reuniting with the help of the technology for many business sectors. Mobility has been developing new perceptions both in digital and physical conditions. While digital mobility acts globally, physical mobility reminds us the importance of being local and your neighborhood. It is absolute to be collective and not individual today. We need flexible, distributed network system designs that can create and generate micro communities and micro economies instead of macro solutions. It will no longer be asked what an action will bring back commercially, but what will this action take from nature in real life will become the most important question. Hygiene, nature, environment, climate will become the center of our sensitivities in life. This will be reflected in people, places, streets, cities, countries, and the world. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Julian and I'm in Diploma 14. The title of the project is Commoning Dessau, a proposal for a self-sufficient settlement. The project proposes a 30-year transition plan for the post-industrial city of Dessau to form a commoning network and become self-sufficient. The existing solely residential Plattenbausiedlungen are therefore preserved, transformed and extended through self-built timber system which can grow, shrink and adapt according to need or season. When the Bauhaus moved from Weimar to Dessau in 1924, it found itself in a growing industrial city on the rise. The construction of settlements started at the periphery of the city. Everyone self-sufficient was Leberecht Migge's guiding principle. He envisioned the productive house. Migge's settlement project Siedlung Knaberg was built in 1926 and still exists today. He understood house and garden as an interconnected unit and thus defined the planting of the garden down to the smallest detail. Historians suggest that he saw the house actually as an extension of the garden. At the same time, a second settlement was built, designed by Walter Gropius. In contrast to Migge, he understood the house as a product, serially produced like a car. For Gropius, type and norm were more than just economic necessity. Rather, he saw the beauty and clarity of a settlement in the rhythmic repetition of a type. He developed a modular building system consisting of 6 volumes which can be configured according to need. In the case of Siedlung Dessau-Törten, he built 3 types. Both settlements represent successful projects where visionary ideas of housing were tested. Migge's ideas of self-sufficiency and Gropius' rational approach represent a crucial inspiration for the project. Where in Germany is Dessau located, and what are the current challenges of the city? Dessau is located between Berlin, Leipzig and Magdeburg. The city continued to grow during the last century from the initial fragmented settlements to one continuous urban landscape. Especially the large panel buildings constructed during the 60s and 70s dominate the character of the city today. 2.5 million flats of this type were built in East Germany during the GDR regime. And today, in former East Germany, 1.3 million flats are currently vacant, mainly large panel buildings. In Dessau, the population has decreased by 25% since the reunification in 1990. The decrease in population resulted in mass demolition of Plattenbau settlements, not only in Dessau but on a national scale. This map shows demolished or to be demolished sites in Dessau. The demolition leaves the urban fabric with significant incisions. However, these new spaces offer the potential for a new project. The project proposes to stop demolition immediately and instead preserve the existing buildings and reuse existing resources. The 30-year transition plan towards self-sufficiency suggests to transform 18 neighborhoods into a resilient network of commoning. Neighborhoods are the most promising institutions for commons. Their size is determined according to the requirements of resilience. First, sufficiency, so a reduction to the minimum. Secondly, subsistence, which involves self-initiative and an individual making. And thirdly, conviviality, so a collective use of tools and spaces and a collective doing in general. Here we can see the 18 neighborhoods to be transformed. Every tenant has to sign a neighborhood agreement consistent of 3 parts. A land use plan which prevents reprivatization, a collective economic system of care, and individual ecological limits with a maximum energy consumption of 2000 watts per day per person. The existing neighborhood is transformed in 5 phases towards an active, diverse, and self-governed community. It is not the municipality, but the people themselves who form a partnership, follow the neighborhood agreement, and self-initiate the project. Let me elaborate one possible scenario. The first phase stops demolition, removes cars, and connects the individual buildings through repaving. The second phase transforms the existing buildings and initiates the construction of a self-built pergola and workshop. The third phase initiates the construction of a self-built community pavilion and the plantation of kitchen gardens. And the fourth phase continues with the plantation of various crops and potentially a self-built greenhouse. Over a period of 30 years, the neighborhood could become self-sufficient. Here it is very important to say that the project does not prescribe a total design. In contrast, it proposes all needed ingredients for the residents themselves to initiate and self-transform the settlement. Let's have a closer look at the transformed buildings. The ground floor is organized around care, providing space for washing clothes, storing bikes, repairing, childcare, learning, exhibition, and food storage. The existing residential private units on ground floor are transformed through a series of wall breakthroughs into one collective care space. The first floor is organized around work, offering every individual a space to work. The second until the fourth floor remains residential, however the current floor plans still take the nuclear family as its point of departure. The social reality today requires a different organization. New forms of households are enabled, ranging from patchwork to extended families, from partnerships without children to those with many, from single apartments to cluster apartments, and shared flats for all age groups. Here we can see how one of the new individual living units might look like. The self-built modular timber construction system allows the residents themselves to self-build communal buildings according to their needs. The system would allow extension, deconstruction, and transformation over time, so the building process becomes an educational tool for the community. Let me walk you through the garden and have a look how life really unfolds in the neighborhood. The pergola creates a second facade towards the garden and activates the unused open space. The ground floor of the existing buildings are no longer enclosures, but transitional nodes which enable collective life. Young people meet in the shared washing rooms or in the exhibition spaces and share tools or exchange skills. One can find a different quality of life here. The new community pavilion is the new center, yes, the new identity of the neighborhood. Here food is stored, debates take place, dinner events unfold, and agricultural techniques are exchanged. The elderly are watering the flowers, kids are playing at the pond, and students are returning from an outdoor yoga class. The values of the settlement are much more in line with our generation. Flat hierarchies and the possibility to engage actively in the making of the city are advocated here. The following images show glimpses how the process of construction could unfold. The deconstruction of panels, the construction of the self-built system, the pergola towards the garden, panels to be assembled, kitchen gardens with herbs, greenhouses with tomatoes, and finally the possibility of the structure to grow. The project advocates refurbishment versus demolition, and thus reveals a vision based on decentralization and reconceptualizing the home as a site for relocalized production with integrated urban agriculture in a post-carbon, post-growth future. Thank you very much.
when the low, heavy sky weighs like a lid on the spirit, aching for the light, when the earth is turned into a dripping dungeon in which hope, like a bat, flutters blindly and bruises its timid wing and tender head against the walls and rotted ceilings.
Studio Alchemist is a theatrical design practice which explores the relationship of nature, technology, and performative arts. We often play out scenarios in which storytelling, architecture, character design, and film act as tools to interrogate potential futures. Through the application of virtual design, the studio exists on the border of the real and the fictional, the scientific and the mythological. Our latest project includes the creation of a virtual platform called the Extended Forest. The Extended Forest is a parallel world which records and performs forestry. It aims to diversify the canon of silviculture through introducing alternative information sources and sharing it with the public using various theatrical tools.
Threatening environmental phenomena such as wildfires and devastating insect outbreaks caused invaluable harm globally. Forests can no longer be managed following only industrial demands. Decisions must be made considering the need for biodiversity and cultural necessities.
The Extended Forest is operated by the Guardians. They are a group of artificial personalities and intelligences focusing on specific agendas. They exist as architectural elements and anthropomorphic characters.
My name is Noir. I am focused on disaster relief. I monitor spreading viruses, extreme climate, and fungus outbreaks.
My name is Mache. I'm responsible for monitoring the biodiversity of natural woodlands. I secure the balance between the living and the decaying forest floor.
I am Leshy. I gather mythological stories about forest creatures and events beyond explanation.
Leshy is inspired by a scale-shifter forest spirit. He gathers mythological beasts, powerful creatures, and enchanted plants of all kinds. He's a real trickster. In the edge of the woods, he's as small as a leaf. However, in the middle of the forest, he reaches higher than any tree. Leshy used to chase away the intruders of the forest and mislead the lumberjacks by laughing, singing, and whistling in the woodlands.
My name is Lilith. I investigate political conflicts around environmental protection. I'm specialized in illegal logging cases.
My role in the Extended Forest is to stage discussions between the Guardians to reveal interconnected.
I monitor the timber production cycles around the world. I optimize.
The Guardians also appear in the physical world through cooperation with environmentally conscious communities. Site-specific installations are fabricated in workshops like this around the world. In 2015, the Polish government illegally clear-cut a highly valuable primary forest at the UNESCO World Heritage Site. A naturally occurring bark beetle outbreak was used as justification for intensified logging. The Guardians are planning to inhabit 3 types of physical spaces in Poland to raise awareness about the conflict. Mache created a theatrical performance with the purpose of introducing the Guardians and the Extended Forest to the public and encouraging their engagement with the virtual realms. Lilith and Noir are about to occupy the Supreme Court in Warsaw with a physical and an augmented installation in order to question the decision makers about the illegitimate logging and bring media attention to the censored conflict. while other guardians expressed their support to the local communities in Bialoveja through organizing talks and participatory events in the forest.
Hello, my name is Angelica Rimoldi, and the project is called Gradients of the Earth. Gradients of the Earth proposes a new housing scheme that wants to be an alternative to the way we live, as much as a universal prototype that encourages us to reflect on the stagnation of our contemporary living and the impossibility of separating what we, instead, conceive as opposed and disconnected, the man-made and the natural, the clean and the dirty, an excavation site far away from the city, and a built tower in a dense urban center. The project aims to highlight the fact that the disconnection between these extremes is an illusion, and that, differently, these elements belong to one single spectrum and are part of one same process. This is done by bringing people through a journey, from the process of construction to the life of two buildings in constant dialogue, the whole and the tower. Earth is not a line. The concept of Earth as ground line is broken. Earth is depth, strata, and humidity. Earth is smell. Earth is temporality and instability. Earth is displacement and process. This artwork from Monoha artist Nobuo Sekine, called Phase Mother Earth, speaks about action and process in its complete stillness. It appears clear the artist's underlining statement that one couldn't be there without the other. Also, the process of construction is itself a lived architecture, and the domestic space is a direct result of that process. Material displacement is explained by the example of Matera, a city in Italy, where the material carved out from the cave is used both for capping the cave and for building extension to the rock. This different materiality brings about another kind of domesticity, seen in examples of Chinese Yadong sunken houses, of Matmata in Tunisia, and of a Buddhist monastery in India. Today, a similar level of intimacy and materiality can be made possible with a technique called cast earth. In the mix is soil, water, calcium gypsum, and a set retarder. This opens up possibilities of building at a faster rate. The Hole and the Tower. Cromer, a coastal town in Norfolk, UK, is taken as a testing ground for the project. Phase, Mother Earth, becomes the main conceptual reference throughout the work. The process itself is the first instance in the project where two elements apparently unrelated and in contrast to each other, the man-made and the more natural, are no longer opposed, but part of one same process. After driving sheet piles in the ground, the soil is excavated and used for the building above ground. The hole, resulting from soil extraction, is inhabited, and the tower, made with that same soil, lived in. In plan, the result of such a process has inverted our preconceptions. At the top, the building underground. At the bottom, the one above ground. The low tower above, exploiting the qualities of cast earth, behaves as a carved underground building. The thickness of its walls are inhabited, while the building underground is unexpectedly rigid and clean in its architecture, coming out from the process of construction that requires sheet piles to retain the soil. The second instance of that dialectic relationship between elements is seen in the materiality of these buildings. Building A, the Earth Low Tower. The cast earth space upstairs is designed according to the objects and people activities. Two very different conditions are created. The walls, as intimate niches, become living spaces, where the relationship between the individual and the object is enhanced. As a result, a free space is formed in the middle of the room, creating two different conditions, architecturally and socially. The clean to dirty spectrum, or the man-made to natural spectrum, reappears here at the scale of the object, where as backsplash, a veneer of transparent resin is a thin, shiny layer on top of the cast earth wall. Building B, the metal hole. The space below ground, for sleeping only, speaks a completely different language. In this case, the water strip of the bathroom is moved to the entrance, which becomes the moment where preconceptions of a clean interior and dirty exterior are broken. Water. Matera, as a case study, is a wonderful example of water ecosystem across different scales that goes from larger water collection tanks to the intermediate scale of the neighborhoods to the households. Water has an important social role as well. Back to Norfolk, a similar approach is adopted, starting from landscape scale, the coast, and narrowing it down to reaching the smaller scale of the housing unit in a system of water tanks and filtration ponds as a connecting thread. An overview in plan cutting through levels from -10 meters to -5 meters to the ground floor, where water allows a usually hidden process to become visible. Way of life. Inhabiting the earth, unlike living as we normally do above ground, has forced a clear separation between two different kinds of spaces: the nucleus of the family, private family units, and the more public communal space, central courtyard. The split between social functions, designed by the project, thanks also to the properties of the earth, wants to provoke a status quo and bringing a more flexible way of living, by which we are no longer going to have a 1, 2, or 3 bedroom flat, but the relationship between single bedrooms and more communal living spaces is available on multiple scales and can be reconfigured more freely. The rental system is split into sleeping units and living spaces. Tenants have one sleeping underground unit each and can have their living space upstairs by themselves or share with others, making up a flat split across 2 buildings. They are experienced as almost 2 extremes but functioning as one interconnected space. In this scheme, the central garden receives importance as a space for the community, linking the 2 different spaces in dialogue of sleeping and living. I now invite you to move through gradients of the earth from metal to soil. Thank you very much for watching.
Sorry, can you
Today, as a result of contemporary planning, the forests of the Lebanese territory are under extreme pressure. A dominant image of these forested land as resources to exploit is being pushed by the real estate industry. This image has completely abstracted forests from the living ecosystem and exposes our incapacity as planners to engage with forests. A crisis of images has turned into a climatic crisis. In response, the Forest Observatory is formed in an effort to enable the realignment of ecological fluxes and human activity. Chlorophyll at a molecular level indicates carbon sequestration and is a testimony of the presence of life. It can be detected through its particular spectral response, different from the one of water, limestone, and even different type of plants. Through a vegetation index, we look at the territory as a living entity, through its living cycles, and not as an inert object to transform freely. Through the same vision, where green represents high chlorophyll concentration, the territory is now perceived through intensities. By overlapping deforestation patterns, shown in white, we understand the impossibility to delineate a forested area to preserve, but show the complete intertwine of human activity and natural ecosystem. This notion of intensity and fine intermixing between forest and anthropogenic land use becomes a new way to plan. A camera has been developed and assembled in order to capture near-infrared and red light, in order to become sensible to vegetation beyond the visible light. Here, we're looking at a raw image captured by this same camera, where near-infrared light, reflected very intensely by chlorophyll, is captured by the blue sensor of the camera, a testimony of life against a dead white architecture. By calculating a normalized vegetation index for each pixel, we start understanding and getting closer to these living organisms. White pixel indicates high chlorophyll presence. These values are then mapped to a color gradient to start seeing even more minute differences of intensities. A new section is created by dissecting the red, green, and blue light through the X and Y axis. This becomes a spatial reading of intensity, making us sensible to natural life and anthropogenic perturbation of it. The Forest Observatory is creating the capacity to reimagine the Lebanese forest. It attaches itself to other institutions and groups such as biologists and villagers in order to understand alternative usage of these spaces. As seen earlier, the observatory is producing its own spatial data in order to be used by planners. This whole seeing apparatus, through the observatory, is linked to processes of shaping, by strategically attaching itself to institutions currently shaping the territory. A complex set of procedures to measure, sense, and imagine the forest guide the new Forest Observatory, in complex negotiation with institutions, groups, and individuals who so far have shaped but not seen the forest. They form new modes of being sensitive to a complex human and non-human living space, and open the possibility to plan not for, but with forests. This observatory has gone beyond this graduation project. It has been presented and will be pursued with national institutions currently studying and monitoring the Lebanese territory.
Taught alongside the MArch course, the MSc course at Hook Park has a more explicit technological focus on the innovative application of timber in architecture, developed and tested at one-to-one scale. This MSc project is entitled Ground to Crown, and it explores the application of irregular or forked timbers in construction to create non-standard building components. It attempts to exploit timber's anisotropic material properties, converting found forms into novel structural elements. The project therefore presents the latent architectural capabilities of these previously undesirable forms. The project begins from the position that understanding the efficiency with which trees are able to develop their forms and evenly distribute mechanical stresses across their surfaces is an area of research that has architectural potential. While concepts of standardization and regularity fit well into a model of measured global commerce, they do little to take advantage of the unique material potentials of wood in design. Treated as a found object, a tree can be understood as a pre-stressed kit of parts ready for deployment. This project aims to question the conventional industrial approaches of timber harvest process. Taught alongside the MArch course, the MSc course at Hook Park has a more explicit technological focus on the innovative application of timber in architecture, developed and tested at one-to-one scale. This MSc project is entitled Ground to Crown, and it explores the application of irregular or forked timbers in construction to create non-standard building components. It attempts to exploit timber's anisotropic material properties, converting found forms into novel structural elements. The project therefore presents the latent architectural capabilities of these previously undesirable forms. The project begins from the position that understanding the efficiency with which trees are able to develop their forms and evenly distribute mechanical stresses across their surfaces is an area of research that has architectural potential. While concepts of standardization and regularity fit well into a model of measured global commerce, they do little to take advantage of the unique material potentials of wood in design. Treated as a found object, a tree can be understood as a pre-stressed kit of parts ready for deployment. This project aims to question the conventional industrial approaches of timber harvest, processing, and use, and provoke the idea that inspired by the nose-to-tail philosophy that uses all parts of the animal, one could build using all aspects of the tree, from ground to crown, in an architectural construct that highlights localized mechanical utility. Focusing on underutilized hardwoods present in Hook Park, this research will explore the architectural potentials of poorly tended open-grown trees, the least valuable in a commercial context given their short trunks and widespread non-standard branching. Taking inspiration from traditional forms of carpentry, including timber framing and shipbuilding, one-to-one experiments attempted to integrate the internal structural morphologies of tree forms and so demonstrate the application of the tree's biomechanical self-optimization in architectural design. After undertaking various prototyping exercises to explore these concepts, the project culminates in a final prototype, a bridge for Hook Park's new pond, fabricated in our workshop using the non-standard timber components derived directly from the tree's natural form.
The cabin is a timber structure dealing with the challenges of uniting organic and milled geometries, demountability and reversible joinery, and the use of inherent timber properties. It exercises an approach to prefabrication and construction that embeds the logic of its assembly into a series of discrete components, drawing a lineage from previous buildings and workflows developed at Hook Park. The cabin aims to resolve ambitious design and fabrication techniques in a domestic space. The primary structure touches down on a series of concrete pads that were inherited as a feature of the chosen site. It consists of 4 columns connected by a bracing element, composed of organic branching components. Robotic fabrication and novel techniques in roundwood carpentry were employed to articulate a series of timber-to-timber connections that fit digitally fabricated joints with those crafted by hand. Robotic fabrication was used to establish multiple datums along a complex form, allowing organic geometry to act as the primary locator for the envelope. The envelope consists of a floor and 4 panels. The floor acts as a rigid diaphragm, transferring lateral loads to the vertical columns. The panels interlock with each other and the floor through joints along their seams, located globally by joints on the primary structure. 4 predetermined openings in the envelope orient the building for its use, providing a dynamic point of entry and a layered arrangement of views that expand the internal space into the external vistas of landscape and sky. Upon the completion of its construction, a loosely planned internal layout directed an initial exploration of built-in furnishings. The feature in these is a robotically sculpted ceramic hearth, which was a combination of research in preparing and firing clay extracted from a local riverbed. With these furnishings, the cabin begins to function as an informal domestic space for students and staff to inhabit and augment as they please.
Hook Park is globally recognized for its research niche in the radical development of technology to realize unique architectural outcomes from the trees that surround us. The aim of the project was to explore the plastic deformation of timber laths to form compression structures. We set our ambition to develop a system that will bend a piece of wood freely through 3-dimensional space. The idea was to develop a new steam bending technique, that is, to steer a wooden lath in 3-dimensional space, producing a range of discrete components without the need of individual molds. The primary driver of the design process combines the traditional method of steam bending with computational fabrication technique to realize and build a system which can exploit the inherent structural and manipulable properties of locally grown European beech hardwood. The project combines the unique relationship between the manual and digital realm. All construction information is derived from the handmade additive model, making the 1:10 scale model as the key for the design. The model was digitalized using 3D scanning technology and computation to extract the data of 140 bespoke 3-dimensional bends. The project was possible because of an embedded understanding of ecology of the forest, the making culture of Hook Park, and the technical support of internal and external expert consultants. The project was developed in 2 parts. Part 1 was development of an advanced craft steam bending system which rules out the traditional technique of form work to produce discrete curve from wooden laths. Part 2, to design and fabricate a 1:1 scale pavilion as the test bed to showcase the architectural value of our freeform steam bending system. The project is executed by Omar Iqbal, Hassan Danish, Louis Hill, Raza Kazim during the Design and Make program.
Hi, hello. My name is Xue Chen from Diploma 20. As I have finished 5-year study at the AA, I've still been thinking about what the purpose of architecture is and what the role architects play in the built environment. So would you consider this building as architecture, as we can locate its style in history with its pedimented windows, gable, and polygonal step chimneys? Or would you consider this building as architecture, as we can find out the architects of the building? So my project this year is called 2020, The Profession of Architect, the Fall of a Profession. It questions the relevance of the architectural profession today in examining the buildings they create in the case of custom house. But it has really changed the way I look at buildings and architecture from different perspectives. To me, there's a strong division line between architecture and building, and I think that division should be diminished, because then we can really end the uneven building quality that we are witnessing now in the built environment. For example, this building, when it was converted in 1987, it was repointed with cement mortar. And should we really blame the architect, because he certainly is aware of the negative impact he is having on the residents, as the windows are still single glazed and no insulation have been installed? And should we consider the architect as incompetent, as he didn't even suggest low-tech solutions to keep residents warm? Or should we all move to wooden sheds like this one, which have all the basic building elements of roof, wall, and the floor, and even the same single glazed window that you have seen just now? So what do we find in the interior of the brick building that is seemingly quite grand? Of course, the 1987 conversion did not go beyond the aesthetics, and it also did not escape the gadgets that is keeping the living environment safe and comfortable. The ENES and IOWASMA inspired security control in partnership with police and the fire brigade, and of course the building occupant. And more timely, in the context of climate change, a thermostat that measures and regulates the indoor temperature, but perhaps at the price of people who live in the global south. So what I've just presented are some bizarre elements that we are all living in today. And I'm still wondering what architecture is and what do architects do. But I'm more than happy to talk about it should you have an answer or similar interest in the subject. And you can reach me out through email, chatchaco17@yahoo.co.uk. Thank you very much.
Diploma Unit 14 with their brief Islands Rethinking the Settlement Form from Property to Care. Hi everyone and welcome to Around the World, a 12-hour live event to celebrate the end of this academic year. Given the circumstances we're in, the end of year show Projects Review 2020 takes the form of a globally distributed exhibition, with students presenting physical and virtual installations, performances, presentations, videos and animations across time zones. Similar to watching New Year's celebrations unfold across the world, from Australia and New Zealand to California and Hawaii, the Projects Review baton will be passed from place to place and from student to student as a new form of exhibition. My name is Hafiza Noor and I am one of the students who were awarded the AA Diploma with honors this year. My project Gotong Royong, an autonomous floating settlement in Brunei, aims to decolonize the act and narrative of settling, challenge the idea of property, and advocates the role of the architect as an advisor of systems rather than a designer of specifics. The project was developed as part of the Diploma Unit 14 with their brief Islands Rethinking the Settlement Form from Property to Care, taught by Pier Vittorio Aureli and Maria Giudici. Please visit the Projects Review website, pr2020.aaschool.ac.uk, to explore my project and many more, and enjoy this event as a journey around the AA world. Thank you.
The ability to obtain products virtually and have them delivered within hours demonstrates the efficiency of the logistical machine. The oiled machine blurs that notion of time and space. Its efficiency distorts and obscures the physicalities of time, distances, and geographies. There is no longer a physical impact on the produce we can obtain. Supplies are made infinite and our cravings are fed. Today, as human activity gets more and more detached from its physical location on Earth, but rather move on to a digital dimension, the idea of a territory takes on a new shape. Instead of delineating a whole mass of land on a map to claim a territory, individual architectural spaces around the globe constitute themselves in a network, execute activities in synchrony, thus create their own time territory. The UK is situated on an island in the North Sea. Historically, the North Sea was a mediator that allowed the different lands surrounding it to be connected by colonization, migration, and trade. The sea was a facilitator in creating these territories of logistics. The project entails an experimental interpretation of the current state of consumption. It rejects the notion of a particular site and takes London as a site of experimentation. The project proposes a new multi-scalar system that operates and controls the object from the transport and movement of goods to consumption and archive. Disposal is rejected, instead things are manifested into artifacts. The notion of crisis and care are challenged within the algorithms of logistics. The system attempts to control and synthesize the myriad of elements within the commodity chain and ultimately manifests a new homogeneous system. The standard urban block of 60 units is taken as the general measurement of intervention. It proposes a collective distribution center in the communal space. The urban block, comprising of multiple landowners, surrounded by junctions and routes, can become one. Partition and boundary walls are diminished and replaced with a continuous system, and the block is envisioned as a functional communal archive. Products are registered with the code and tracked and set on a specific location on the shelves of the structure. Communal control takes over, where the power of logistics then becomes a microsystem operating on the urban scale. Objects accumulate, recasted as artifacts, resisting time, with each holding a different story of use, place, and space.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naina Gupta, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Architectural Association. I would like to say hello to my family who's watching from all over the world. My project is called History Often Rhymes. It departs from my PhD research, which argues for an alternative intellectual history of internationalism that is rooted in social reform and peace missions of the late 19th century. The history traces internationalism to individuals who fought for social justice and equality. They argued for the empowerment of the individual to construct a new modern collective and instrumentalized architecture towards this end. The miniature is not the same as something that is small. It is about scale rather than size. The miniature aims to distill the most important ideas and argues for focused contemplation. It forces immersion and intimacy. Each project is distilled to its essence and is represented in one of the books. And in no matter it claims exhaustiveness. It is a lens that highlights a very particular and specific point of view. The body and the relations constructed in space and through space were the two key aspects that the reformers experimented with to forge new social relations between people. The exhibition highlights the importance of the body in the manner in which one experiences and engages with the exhibits. It is coded in the miniature books and their position in space. It slows the pace of viewing and it forces a bodily immersive experience as one is engaging with the object physically. When I was talking about the exhibition, someone asked me, how much have we progressed since these ideas were first forwarded? I cannot answer that question. However, I can say that we have progressed. Nevertheless, we abandoned many of these ideas, assuming that the fight was over and social justice was achieved. If the last 3 months are witness, our fight is far from over. The issues that were addressed by the reformers was the erasure of social hierarchy, equality for the differently abled, aged, and oriented, women's rights, education and protection of children, health for everybody, accountability of government, genocide, including cultural genocide, and the construction of humanity. One of the biggest failures of the projects that I have exhibited was their racial insensitivity. They were forwarded at a time when eugenics and Lamarckian concepts of acquired characteristics and social hygiene informed scientific thought. They were also forwarded at a time when the nation envisaged its population as an ideal type and actively set about to reconstitute it. Many of these structures are still in place and are blindly believed and followed. Nowhere are they more prevalent than in our understanding of the body.
Hi, everyone watching around the world. The Civic program is a research and design diploma unit that works towards architectural visions for civic spaces on the immersive internet, the spatial future of the flat internet of today.
Throughout the year, we have worked together to define questions and envision the possible futures that immersive media could lead to. The role of the project is to shed a light on the possibilities that these realms might hold, raising awareness and inspiring positive actions before we sleepwalk into another digital trap.
Diploma 2 2020 is composed of 11 students across 4th and 5th year.
And these students are Tami Tanaporn Amornkasen Wong, Napat Chayochai Shana, Raven Xiangshue Shen, Abhinav Jain, Danai Sofia Gomninu, Jana Krushpitovska, Lucy Sky Moore Club, Sergei Nattojic, Agi Nuragiante Dewi Permatasari, Tyler Yusheng Shu, and Joy Evelyn Wilson.
Together, we have constructed a virtual exhibition where you can explore all of our projects and the relationships between them.
You can access the virtual show as well as our project on our website, civicprogram.com. Now, please join us for the opening tour.
Diploma 2 have been reimagining the civic programme within the virtual and augmented realm. To speculate and design for the future of civic cities and the immersive internet, it began with an exploration of the components of civic life: urban space, education, politics, spirituality, and recreation. Extracting components of virtual, publicly accessible spaces and physical urban civicness has resulted in a set of projects that are independently propositional whilst orbiting the same larger civic network. In the civic program nexus, the projects exhibited are both organised according to independent and overlapping typologies and themes. Spawning on the lobby platform, you can descend the staircase into the eye of the network and explore the myriad of intriguing projects.
The immersive amanuensis is a tool to navigate the rich sea of historic and real-time conversations at the AA. It grew out of the institution but has application in any knowledge-rich organization guided by the principles of investigation and exchange. The interface was designed to seamlessly join the physical and virtual networks of information and social exchange. Through the creation of a mixed reality infrastructure, we will reach out in new and meaningful ways, creating for the first time a truly globally connected network of actors across space and time.
The World Library, a mixed reality experience in the British Library to distribute the copyright asset of video game space, and recognize the game space as object of cultural interest. The project is a center of game space virtually overlaid on the physical library. Because exploring the asset space are physical, interaction and civility become the key for learning.
Temple of Knowledge is a personalized museum which is accessible through your smartphone in the form of augmented reality. Laid into your everyday environments, the museum is always readily available and makes use of the space around you to help you form and organize memories through immersive learning techniques. Museum proposes a way to challenge colonial countries that refuse to return artifacts to the place of their origin and that use those artifacts to forge new fictional histories.
สวัสดีค่ะ My name is Tammy Tanaporn Amornkasen Wong, and welcome to Civic Tourism, tourism towards the local traveler in the overlaid city. Virtual remote tourism explores traveling and tourism in the future, where augmented reality and spatial computing can turn a selfie into a fully inhabitable virtual space. In this world, location and distance are no longer the economic limitation for the experience of other places and cultures, as model cities can be overlapped wherever your body happens to be.
Imagine that from any place you could immerse in a spacious garden with all sorts of plants that you can collectively maintain with your friends. In the augmented community garden, we expand the possibilities for active involvement and knowledge exchange by providing remote engagement opportunities with exotic environments and species. It reconsiders the civic role of the garden in bringing together people tied by the care for plants and enjoyment of gardens. The variety of different approaches gladly contributed to the platform formulate the new ethical and aesthetic quality of the picturesque space.
Hey, welcome to the Halfway Pub. My name is Aggie, and I'm your dearest halfway publisher. Well, I'm actually just a barman. Anyways, what would you like in this fine day? A pint of virtual Guinness? Or a half gin and half tonic? You name it. No drink is impossible in the Halfway Pub. Did you know I met someone from Saudi yesterday? He was actually on a date with one of my regulars from London. They actually sit where you're sitting right now. Yeah, well, I remember back in the days where I used to talk to this queen on Instagram and Facebook. That was hilarious.
Hyper Town is an augmented subforum that provides a virtual common space dedicated to gatherings and other activities relevant to Chinese culture, where the immigrant communities around the world can be spatially connected, enable conversations, and strengthen the collective identity. Its physical infrastructure is bound to local Chinatowns, which hold important status in the immigrant history, and usually with demographics of highest Chinese ethnic population.
In a future augmented world where urban environments are draped with a persistent virtual layer, signage and advertisement have the potential to completely take over our visual field. Expanding on the early notion of the market right, the project proposes a series of regulatory measures and design codes to ensure equal opportunities and a healthy use of data in our civic spaces.
A shared face overthrow the facade is a mixed reality system proposal for public squares of the immersive internet. It uses a new form of architectural autopoiesis as a way to provide non-verbal communication through mixed reality emblems that are able to be adapted and maintained in the square as a way to unite publics and institutions in the way that they are able to raise pertinent issues in social, civic and political senses. A shared face uses symbolism in flux as a way to democratize the public realm.
The project studies political congregation, mainly debates in both existing and virtual spaces, and how virtual debating could be the future of legislation process for direct democracy. With the help of new media such as virtual immersion, the project urges for the inclusion of the public in political debates by connecting national political arenas such as the Palace of Westminster with local congregational spaces like existing community centers. Parliament will no longer exist in the parliament, but with the people and the public.
Welcome to the Sacred Neverland. My name is Abhinav Jain. By exploring collective storytelling in Varanasi, India, through the lens of mythology, religion, and politics, the project questions the role of sacred spaces in constructing our collective fictions, and speculates the role of virtual civic architecture will play in its future. The Sacred Neverland is a proposal for sacred vessels around the world that virtually come together as a mixed reality space for worship and storytelling.
The space is open 24 hours a day, accessed through your internet browser at the following link. The Civic Program Nexus is built in Mozilla Hubs, a social VR platform, so you'll be able to view the 3D work and meet other visitors just like a physical exhibition. And so we look forward to welcoming you in avatar form from today onwards. See you there.
My presentation observes inequalities between the global north and global south in the deeply unequal city of Johannesburg, where I live and run my practice. Johannesburg is a city sprawled through apartheid, racial segregation, and its urban buffers, and again through post-apartheid developer-friendly town planning. It is a city with limited public transport access. For those few with means, it is a car city, with many businesses on hold or still working remotely. The basement parking at my office building is at half capacity. My office neighbor, a travel agency, has no work and is closed till further notice. And staff are making do with emergency unemployment benefit, which is capped at less than a third of a basic salary and only available for 3 months. Working in this half-mode state is probably wreaking havoc with our already declining economy, but it certainly has made driving and parking in the city ominously easy. Could half-mode, a blurring between office and home office and family life, be a new spatial reality in defining both the nature of home and office, allowing a more symbiotic relationship between family life, childcare, and work. During full lockdown, you were not allowed to go out for a run or even walk the dog. With lockdown levels relaxed, gyms here are still closed, and this has prompted many residents of the leafy, privileged northern suburbs, with large private homes and gardens behind high walls, to take up jogging in the public sphere of the street. These suburban streets now host garden staff walking dogs, household staff socializing, and a marked increase in well-heeled joggers. A friend's young son cannot discern the boundaries of schooling and play without a spatial difference between home and school. Dining room table and classroom table, mother and teacher are all blurred. In South Africa, homeschooling is not the norm, and most children have gone without. In a country with limited resources and a deep-seated history of inequality in education, could this be a catalyst for accessible online teaching resources? Could access to computers and good internet be more pressing than the need to build classrooms? Is this the end of the classroom as we know it? From the comfort of my home, I'm participating in webinars in London and New York, listening on conversations between Addis Ababa and Jerusalem. I attend a Zoom memorial. It is a sober and global event. Someone cries, wallflowers and egoists find their virtual space. I watch the Met Opera chorus perform live and in unison. Despite each member individually locked in their homes, space collapses. During lockdown, the Prada store closed down in Johannesburg. This was the only Prada store on the continent. Also during lockdown, South Africa's largest retail company is in business rescue and serves retrenchment notices to 22,000 employees. Is this a point where we see a shift in the nature and performance of retail space in shopping malls? Gender-based violence in South Africa, already high, markedly increased during lockdown. Home is not a safe space for many. Social distancing is a luxury not afforded in dense informal settlements or on minibus transportation. While some can amble the time posting black squares on social media, others fight against racial and gender injustice in lived and embodied ways, against structural racism in the very companies posting black squares. Some have food security and financial security. Many don't. We are not all in the same boat. The pandemic has exacerbated divides. The pandemic, with its masks, gloves, and fear, brings more distance and further polarizing between bodies. We need to read the requirement of distancing as a spatial problem that can have transformative urban design and architectural solutions. The lockdown has opened old wounds, the eerie quietness, the slow motion emptiness. My friend Ian is looking for the reset button, to be no longer beholden to friends, priorities, ideologies, systems, identities before this.
Hi, today I'm going to be talking about my design and technology seminar called Revolve Assembly. The team comprised of Elliot and myself under the mentorship of Dr. Elif Eridin and Dr. Michael Weinstock. The research question for the project is, can a structural system be designed with polypropylene be scaled and adapted to veneer as the material system? Can a revolved assembly system be designed using veneer which distributes forces uniformly throughout the system? The initial brief was to scale up an existing design of a revolved assembly, originally fabricated from polypropylene to at least twice its size. Because of veneer's grain direction and flexibility, one of the first decisions was to not bend or curve our structural components more than once. This drastically reduced the stress within each part. This demanded a new joinery system without the use of a second material. So we looked at finger joints to hold the components in place and added tension strings to test the linear assembly and compression. The finger joints proved to hold together. With the success of the finger joints in linear assembly, we tested it for radial assembly. Because of the component stress, the finger joints tended to disassemble. Veneer under tension was splitting along the grain. When we analyzed this issue, we found it was occurring in the same place in every component. The issue was an area that was resisting curvature while being unsupported by the joint. To support this region, we decided longer finger joints with one finger angled to support a larger surface area. This seemed to work well and distribute the stresses evenly. Our next test was to scale the assembly to the size we intended for the final structure. The assembly was load tested physically, where each span was able to carry a load of 150 grams before failing. While testing for load, we discovered further tensioning the system could allow for more load to be applied. The adjustable tensioning system for full-scale assembly comprises of a base jig central threaded rod with tension nodes, bespoke cleat brackets which connect the tension nodes and master node. With all the information gathered from the tests, we started designing our final geometry computationally with several iterations, and finally, once we were satisfied, we started our full-scale assembly. This is what the final outcome looked like. Here we tested the final geometry in two states, tensioned and detensioned, with minimal deflection in the upper two rings compared to when it was detensioned. We also designed an augmented reality model for the same, which could act as an assembly instruction manual. And that's it. Thank you.
Other Ways of Being is a collection of historical and speculative imaginings, wherein the structure of the book acts as a potential curatorial space. As the reader moves through the book, one is invited to conversations and formal speculations, constructed through a series of stitching of memories and stories to counter the recent narratives of a place of conflict. Mosul was taken over in 2014 as one of the main centers of ISIS occupation. They took over the entire city and set up their own government. The ones who suffered the most were the people. The people and their monuments and works of art are entangled in this region. To erase or destroy the heritage, the landscape, and the monuments is a way of destroying people. To protect and continue progressing as a culture, one must protect the heritage as well. After being destroyed, monuments and artifacts can take on a new life, in which their disappearance no longer has to equal a forgetting or a loss, but can instead become catalysts of change. Archiving the city. The following is a visual archive of Mosul and the Nineveh region. Mosul was one of the oldest cities in antiquity and was settled as early as 6000 BC. The archaeological site of Kuyunjik is known to have the oldest library and largest gardens in history. After over 150 years of archaeological colonialism, Mosul remained one of the most cultural cities in the country. It has long been a home to a mixture of Arabs, Kurds, Assyrians, Armenians, Turks, Jews, and Christians. The old city began developing with Ottoman and medieval architectural influences, becoming the center of culture in the city. The United Nations calculates that 80% of the old city of Mosul is in ruins due to political upheaval caused by ISIS, the US-led coalition, and the Iraqi security forces from 2003 to 2015. The city has been destroyed for the many residents that live there and have done so for all their lives. Mosul is a junction city located in the Nineveh region. It was an integral part of Mesopotamia as early as the 25th century BC up until the mid-7th century. It was the largest built region of the Assyrian Empire and has long been a linking point between the surrounding countries. The rejection of nostalgia and the willingness to see ruins in a new light to build a different future are steps that can create the possibility of a collective creative action, connecting to the philosophy of action defined by Hannah Arendt. Reading the City begins with an examination of the city's space and structure. An interview was conducted with geologist and archaeologist Faisal Jaber in Mosul. He was born in Mosul and has for long been studying the city from the sky. This is knowing its geological foundations dating 60 million years back when it was a basement of a paleo-ocean. This is when petrol first started to accumulate its rocks. An urban document embodying layers and layers of history, culture, geology, memories, and stories. He says a city of 3,000 years of cultural history becomes a special place of an accumulation of culture and people. This palimpsest has now been much violently erased and will take at least a generation of 30 years to rebuild. The reconstruction process in Mosul involves rebuilding everything to its pre-conflict state, common in post-war cities. In a sense, it is removing any trace of destruction. In Aldo Rossi's Analogical City, the notion of the palimpsest depicts built, unbuilt, and imagined elements which contain meanings and act as objects carrying memories of the city. Preservation tools have evolved into digital tools which can produce exact replicas. However, to challenge this notion, preservation within this project is not about copies or facsimiles. The design challenge lies within creating a narrative-driven design or a form of a retranslation from a collective. Following is a reading of The Circle Ruins by Jorge Borges. He tells the story of a man who wants to dream another man, only to find out he himself is being dreamed. It's a circular story, telling that stories come in many different forms, each offering their own principles of design, while treating matters of a collective identity. Curating the city. This chapter focuses on 3 prominent landmarks of the city, which have been destroyed. Each have been interviewed by 6 people. This section is a beginning of an aim to portray the chemistry of the fleeting objects, stories, and memories which exist in their minds and merge them together into a design. It aims to give agency to residents' memories, putting importance on memory rather than importance on form and physical matter. The Leaning Minaret, or the Hunchback, was a prominent medieval landmark of Mosul, built in 1172. It was 45 meters tall, decorated with ornamental brickwork, and acted as a balcony to sing the call for prayer. It was completely destroyed in 2015. The interviews were conducted to researcher and journalist Leo Zaki and an anonymous resident who is a student. Leo mentioned the strangeness of the disappearance of the minaret in his perceptual mind, always expecting to see it in the skyline but having to adjust to its absence. A phantom, in the sense that neurologists use, is a persistent image or memory of a part of the body which lasts for months or years after its loss. These sensory ghosts can be equally applied to urban landmarks, which we build a perceptual relationship with. Leo recalls a leaning minaret towering over the city skyline and acting as a city's compass. He mentioned it must have been about 60 meters tall and was more of a tower which grew in size than a minaret. The base and top were for a long time supported by bars, cables, and scaffold to prevent further tilting. And resident A said he remembers taking the stone stair which wrapped up to the top. This retranslated minaret was shown to Leo for his reaction. It is strange, he said, but there is something powerful created when my words take form and my memories take a shape. It's empowering and at the same time doesn't take away from the original. The Al-Nouri Mosque was destroyed in 2015 and has gone through hundreds of restorations over the course of its life. The Al-Nouri Dome was interviewed about with Anonymous B, a student, and Miriam, a local journalist. Miriam mentioned the uniqueness of the final dome being only a version of an assembly of various shapes, colors, sizes, all which were disoriented from their original context and randomly inserted back in different circumstances in which they no longer relate to each other. This is reminiscent of Rainy Sea, a small piece of land located in the middle of a large river separating the U.S. from Canada. Historical and descriptive accounts of the island are so varied that they appear to refer to entirely different places, and when different maps are overlaid, the shape of their contours seldom agree. Resident B specified the turquoise dome as most missed. She said the dome was very large, probably larger in her mind than it was in reality. She specified the dome was about 6 meters in diameter and was a reconstruction from a smaller dome. Miriam remembers that the dome after destruction was nearly falling. Other residents along UN habitat erected wooden stilts to keep it from crumbling. There was a wooden ladder in which the builders had grafted onto the dome in its reconstruction process. This retranslation of the Al-Nouri Dome was shown to Miriam. She said knowing that these imaginings are constructed from the memories of friends, families, or foreigners gives a sense of agency to the experiences and memories that have been lost. This methodology can be applied to several other instruments of the city, such as the mausoleum of the Mosul waterfront. Built in 1248, this tomb stood at 30 meters high, before its destruction, making it the tallest mausoleum in the country. The interviews were conducted to archaeologist Richard McClary and resident Mohammed. Similar to the previous heritage buildings, the mausoleum underwent a series of restorations. Richard mentions the uniqueness of heritage in Mosul, as many of the landmarks have been built, restored, damaged, rebuilt, in a continuous cycle by hundreds of thousands of inhabitants who each come from different religious backgrounds, speaking different languages reminiscent of the Tower of Babel, and the first example of architectural form as a production of collective building. Muhammad remembers visiting it with his father. It was composed of a cube with another cube, supporting a pyramid-like dome. The entrance had a portico of 3 arches. Once entered, he remembers 10 or so steps which led to the tomb. Richard described the highly decorated rosette motifs just below the pyramid, which was held by a set of 4 arches. Muhammad said, "If I had dreamt about the mausoleum, this could be it. Of course, it doesn't look like the original, but that's the point. With my words, memories, and your direction, we've built the skeleton of the mausoleum." The Destructive Character by Walter Benjamin serves as the starting point of a reflection on the role of destruction in the shaping of the city. What is important in Benjamin's notion of the destructive character is that it implies a dual response to the world, one of clearing away and one in seeing ways. Clearing the city. Like any palimpsest, there comes a time when there's a process of clearing. This process allows new spaces for architectural moves that set the beginning of a cultural space in the city. While clearing is the first act, preserving traces of conflict and granting them a symbolic place within the urban fabric is crucial to give agency and acknowledgement to the affected residents. There is a partial erasure which clears and leaves traces. The traces shown here are urban fragments such as signs, walls, doors, etc., which have been found through photographs around the city. Much like Piranesi's Noli of Rome, the city is a composite palimpsest of past and present, which have never existed as a flat, static plane, but is always becoming. As Teresa Stepani writes, erasure always selects, removes, and adds. A city can similarly return to an original bare topography of invention occupied only by its landmark buildings. It is then gradually but unstoppably filled to saturation with fragments of architectures, both real and fantastic. While the urban ground is literally and graphically dissolved, cleared first, then reoccupied with a flood of fragments derived from memories and stories, which become new urban instruments which mediate between different realities and environments. The ultimate change is to allow the city to be rebuilt and retold in a way that helps me understand the place, the residents to rediscover the city, and for foreigners to have an opportunity to hear a parallel narrative of Mosul.
Hi, I am Rojan, and I'm a third-year student. This project's called Ground Below Zero. I'm in experimental 4. Just to tell you a little bit about the unit, we focus on materials, their characteristics, and try to push and enhance them further. The project is called Ground Below Zero, and it focuses on Earth as a construction material, while looking at taking a special interest in forming a prefabricated series of components that can be assembled in different spatial arrangements. The project also responds to the current climate crisis and also looks at ways to enhance the material and its impact. Earth construction has been around for hundreds of years now and is considered one of the oldest construction materials humans have used, yet by no means is it a common material to be used nowadays. Earth is one of the most effective and efficient construction materials with a lifespan of 5 times cement and embodied energy of twice smaller than timber and 14 times less than concrete. Earth sits as one of the most eco-friendly and inexpensive materials. Rammed earth to this day is still done by hand, hence why it's so labor expensive. Rammed earth walls are constructed by ramming a mixture of selected aggregates and rammed in different layers. Stabilized rammed earth is a variant of traditional rammed earth that adds a small amount of cement, typically 5 to 10%, to increase the strength and durability. It is important to notice that earth from different parts of the world look different and respond differently while being used, hence why it is so important to always test the soil and create a mixture according to what the soil already has and the percentages of the aggregates. The main aggregates being used are sample soil, gravel, sharp, and soft sand. So what am I doing differently? The project focuses on creating a set of prefabricated rammed earth panels, or a kit, that can be used in a variety of programs. The panels are designed to be time and labor efficient and to be put together quickly by the construction workers. Why rammed earth? What commonly happens within the construction process due to the lack of time and the unpredictability of the weather conditions is that they take the formwork off way too early, and they do not wait the 4 to 6 weeks, which means by the time that they build the next component on top of the existing wall, it has not reached its maximum compressive strength. And this can be fully avoided in prefabrication in a controlled environment. What does prefabrication? How does prefabrication help? It allows for material consistency and higher quality output, which is particularly important for achieving industrial norms and standards. Reframing sustainable material. This is where I also focus on bringing in some of the construction waste materials from the landfills that are currently existing and stabilizing my material with it. What that does is that it makes the panel stronger, and at the same time it recycles from the landfills that are already out there. This is sort of how the spatial arrangements can be. This is how the components can be put together to create spaces and enclosures. The site needed to respond to the material, leading me to Finsbury Circus Garden, which is an active cross-rail excavation site. the soil currently there is being excavated. There's a 40-meter deep to 60-meter wide deep excavation hole. The soil is being transported to an island in Essex. And while investigating the site surroundings, one can, while looking at the site as a source for a material, I question why the soil should be transported to an island, while there are so many planning applications being accepted to build around the site. And while investigating the site surroundings, one can clearly see the lack of awareness of climate crisis within the materials being used. This can be considered a problem and needs immediate attention. 1 to 5 London Wall buildings, a building right across from the site. Their planning application currently requires a part demolition of the existing roof, a new 2-story roof extension, a new roof terrace, and new leisure spaces. And this is my 4th application, where I focus solely on the design of the roof extensions. This application proposal is put together by already designed kit of parts. All parts were prefabricated before this, and and brought to the site using the excavated soil right from in front of the site in the Finsbury Circus Garden. The kit of parts were not modified to fit the design. The diversity of shapes and sizes were already designed to fit the program. The proposal tries to focus on enhancing the green space in front of the building as much as possible. This is how the proposal sits on the site currently, and this is sort of going through the different parts of the design. Because all the components are rotated at various angles to fit the building, it creates very interesting visual and physical relationships between the design. This is an elevation, and this is focusing on entrance archway, which creates a semi-open space. Due to the thermal mass of the material, you can imagine that during winters, the spaces inside would be warmer, and during summers, it would be cooler. And this is sort of a construction render. And this is me trying to design the physical models and having designing a smaller scale of the designed components. And to conclude, I believe that by designing a kit of prefabricated rammed earth pieces, we will be able to not only industrialize this material, but we are also creating better quality components and stronger rammed earth. Meanwhile, we will continue to recycle the construction waste landfills and offer an alternative material to the model construction industry that is not only structurally strong and aesthetically pleasing, but also reduces our carbon footprint on our planet. Thank you.
This project is titled Fear of the Other. It looks at weakening the idea of otherness within the context of northern Nigeria. Identity plays a key role in the concept of otherness. The paper Deep Adaptation by Jem Bendel highlights the need to mobilize a new system of living and operating, if not society will collapse. Peeling back the layers of this, it's evident that the underlying fear and anxiety in society continues to push the narrative of otherness, which manifests differently in different parts of the world. In the context of the UK, it can be experienced as racism, making it a hyper-object as it is a social construct which exists across space and time, past, present, and future. Zooming into Africa, these two maps vividly show the concentration of past terrorist attacks, food riots, and other conflicts in areas vulnerable to desertification. The depleting amount of rainfall is now a pattern causing severe drought. Water is essential in this region as most people, spanning 10 countries, rely on agriculture as a source of income. With this decrease in rainfall and increase in temperature, one can start to look at migration as a form of adaptation. So, this project shifts away from the Western world versus Africa and deals with the narrative of migration on a specific level. So, how one group that's migrating may affect the existing community they enter. It looks into the interconflict between groups of people. This is because we see the same logic of otherness played out everywhere. In the context of Nigeria, there is an ongoing conflict between two groups of people who are also ethnically different. We have the Fulani herders, who are semi-nomadic, and the Hausa, who are farmers. The graph shows that the conflict between Fulani herders and farmers caused more fatalities than Boko Haram. In this context, nomadism connects to the idea of otherness through this conflict based on resource management, so land and water, but also destroyed crops, amongst other things. Exploring this tension, initially the project took the question of food security and other questions of security. So moving forward, the project's aim is to deconstruct the core conflict of otherness between the nomadic and host farmer communities in the context of Kano through a traditional concept of communal ownership. The site is located in Kano, which is in the middle of northern Nigeria. It is the second largest industrial city in Nigeria after Lagos, but one of the oldest cities in Nigeria. The site of the project is in Kura, a local government located in Kano State, south of Kano City. Conflict is inevitable when it comes to migration, so this project looks at the point of tension when these two groups meet as it tries to explore this encounter. This site is along the migratory route of the Fulani herders, with the vast amount of agricultural land surrounding the village. A vast amount of land. I took the initial steps to design an urban strategy that feeds into this, a strategy that is based on a customary land ownership called Gandu. This filling of the land will be based on a timeline that indicates the movement of the nomads in relation to the planting and harvesting of some crops, as well as climate seasons. As this proposal does not aim on providing permanent homes, but an environment or system for people to work on and benefit from their differences. Looking at typologies of some nomad base camps and the farmer compounds, one similarity is the position of the woman within the conflict as well as the home. So looking at this section of the urban strategy leads us to the Gandu. With some sort of licensing agreement, the Fulani herders approach the village gate, where they are greeted and briefed on the next steps, as well as the rules of the village. On the right is the corral, a place where they temporarily leave their livestock so they can go and establish a relationship with the host family within the village. Next, the shared land. This is where the farmer grows their crop, as well as where the Fulani herders keep their livestock for the next few weeks. And lastly, the compound. On the ground floor, you have two main entrances that controls the flow into the circular space. The deeper you move into the compound, the more private it becomes. The Fulani herders inhabit a semi-private space that is partly sheltered. The spaces within this compound play with connectivity using a variation of openings. In the early hours of the morning, as the door opens up, you can see from the exterior living space of the nomads straight through the shared lounge into the men's bedroom with a distant view of the shared land. On the first floor, you have the living space of the women. They have access to their own private terrace and a staircase beside it that leads to their own private bathroom. This area is the main circulation point of the compound, giving more power to the women as they watch who comes in and out of the compound. So with this system of spatial arrangements and visual connections, the aim is to open up the dialogue and create a more welcoming environment and a mutually beneficial relationship for both households, with both isolated and joint communal activities that moves away from fearing the other, from fearing the unknown. Thank you.
Greetings from the island. Hi everyone, I'm Nicole. I'm Connie. And we're currently on the edge of the woodland, and this site is nicknamed the island. The island is part of Hook Park, owned by the AA, but it's separated from the main campus, which is over there, by this sea of grazing fields. What is interesting about this woodland is really special because it hasn't been managed and it hasn't been touched by humans since 60 years ago when it was first planted during the war periods. This year, Connie and I teamed up to think about new forms of engagement and accommodation that Hook Park can have. So today we're on the edge of the woodland here, and we are proposing structures to allow us to access the woodland. Yeah, and we also propose that this place has certain values that allows for more direct form of engagement with the environment as a form of learning. So activities like camping, starting a campfire and using the trees are some activities we identified, and these things are not normally accepted in Hook Park. So today we are also joined by two of our housemates and friends who we have challenged to set up this So Jane has created this AR filter, and Hafiza has made a model about the project.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I made a filter so that we can curate tours in the space of the forest.
Easy.
I'm Hafiza. I did a model of my like a prototype for my floating settlement, which I'll explain later.
Yeah. Okay, let's go test.
Okay, cool.
Let's go test the filter. Okay, so yeah, these are some glimpses into our project, and the title is called The Possibility of an Island in the AA, or How to De-School Ourselves.
What does de-school mean?
So we were inspired by the writings of Ivan Illich, who wrote De-Schooling Society and Tools for Conviviality, which was his critique about education and society. Yeah. This year we were encouraged to look at different forms of representation and to look at more one-to-one interventions. So for example, in term 1, like our unit did like a minimal shelter exercise in the woods where we worked in groups to camp in the woodlands for a night, and we also had a book club and a barbecue together, and it was really fun. So we were learning by doing and pre-enacting what models we actually make for our project. Yeah. Okay, let's go to James now. Jane, can you tell us a little bit about your project?
My project is called Hostile by Design, and it's about the hostile environment, which is a policy about immigration controls in the UK. So basically I looked into several different environments, such as the ocean, the port and the home, to investigate how this hostility has been designed into space. So in the space of the ocean, for example, you can see that drones and various technologies have been deployed to detect boats coming across the channel. But this kind of policy also infiltrates into other spaces like houses and into healthcare, and the project is also, aside from investigation, about how we can all participate in a culture of care through extended mutual aid infrastructures. And this is all documented in a handbook which talks about how we can cultivate this social transformation to basically change how we individually can deal with migration or approach this topic from a citizen, from the perspective of a citizen.
Oh, Jane, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
You know how you went to Calais for like a trip to look at the situation, like what was the experience like and what do you see there?
Yeah, I actually went to Calais to basically interview some of the people who were stationed there in the camps, which they call the jungle still, and they were stationed there because they were trying to get across into the UK as either asylum seekers or some other kinds of migrant. So the experience is actually quite obviously difficult because you interview them and sorry, I just froze. It's alright.
That's okay. You can continue.
I don't know what the heck to talk about. The experience.
Yeah.
It's okay. So it was for me to understand how this policy infiltrates into other sovereignties, like in France, or into spaces across the border that's outside of it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go to Hafiza's now, and then. Hafiza, you want to tell us a little bit about your project?
So my project is entitled Gotong Royong, an autonomous floating settlement in Brunei. It's based in Kampung Air, Brunei, which is a Southeast Asian country where I'm from. And the project aims to decolonize the act and narrative of settling. I'm also, our unit was really interested in the idea of property, so my project challenges this notion of property by replacing it with the notion of possession, and also kind of a broader scale of the role of the architect rather than a designer of specifics. And it also kind of plays with this tension that exists between state and communities. So the project also aims to achieve a high degree of agency with state support.
So Lisa, why did you choose to do such a personal project?
I think, well, it's my last year, it's my 5th year, and all my briefs have always been in London, so I wanted to kind of challenge myself and tackle an issue that has been excluded from the general urbanism discourse, and I think also we have a role to decolonize the curriculum of architecture schools and talk about topics that haven't been articulated as much.
Okay, you made this model.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, do you want to go test it out?
So basically, this is a model which represents, it represents, I don't know if you can see, I'm pointing to it, but it's these barrels that the houses are on. So basically, instead of stilted wooden piles, it will be kind of on these flotation modules. So this is a 1 to 10 model which we will test.
Yeah. So okay, we're also going to the island, so you can really see the atmosphere of the place.
Yeah.
You can really tell them about how you got the material for this model.
So basically, I'm trying to work on their brief, which is not my brief. So it's a salvage brief. So basically, I've reused drink cartons from our household, and we also, what's it called? Dumpster dive to find all these recyclable drink cartons, and then we just spray painted it in blue. Oh shit.
We're just heading to the stream now.
Oh yeah.
We're in the island. We are in the island.
Yeah, we're just heading towards the stream if you didn't hear that.
Good luck. I'll watch you from here. the dry part. That's right. Okay, keep going to the left. I think that one's dry.
Right. Okay. I have not tried this, so it might fail. It might completely disintegrate. Okay.
Oh my god, you can do it.
Oh my gosh. It works!
Oh my gosh! You kind of want something up there. Oh my god, is it going far away?
I think it will be okay, right? Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways.
I think that is it for us.
Yeah.
Thank you for...
Thanks for tuning into our live stream. And welcome to the island.
Bye. It's really muddy.
Sorry, Hamisa. Oh my god. Wait, no, not yet.
We got it back.
We're gonna take you down on a tour around the forest for a little bit. So in our project, we explored like the idea of the island as a place of exclusion and separation, as a place for counterculture. I mean, in here, we saw this place as a possible counterpoint to Hook Park, a place where it's about kind of timber construction and industrial processes. But here it's really a really unmanaged landscape. There's really no economic value to this place, but we feel like there's an amazing pedagogical value to this place. So I mean, we can't have like any, as in we didn't want to propose any program to this place, but just to show that a space can also be a teacher. Okay, so we're just heading back to our little picnic spot because the weather's really nice. And we're gonna have a little like post discussion about maybe the year, our learning and our learning experiences. In Connie and my project, we really try to advocate for alternative forms of knowledge sharing that's beyond lectures and seminars and debate. And we saw that, you know, a simple meal or camping together with other people can be a much more intimate way of
knowledge sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we thought about like discussing among friends about our ideas and projects could be quite interesting in this setting, and how talking about the environment around us could really inspire how we think about our environment, how we respond to it, and how it could really impact how we think about architecture as well. I can't believe we're here. Hafiza and Jane, how do you find this experience? What is the island like?
Very muddy.
It's more wild than I thought it would be.
That's not what I expected.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have a pick again.
Be nice. Yes, you really learn about survival in this place. That's been not taught by humans before. You guys did your first event now? Yeah? Squatting. What? Does this count as squatting? I think so. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Thank you for watching. Oh my god, no, Nicole.
Hello, dear AA. I feel a very long way away from home. I would love to be there with you today in this beautiful and important day, but of course that's not possible today. So instead I'm here in Assisi, central Italy, where I grew up, where I lived before I came to the AA. And I wanted to share with you a few reflections that have come out of this moment of pause, of stopping, of looking at what is around us, of being forced to think instead of move, to travel through, to deal with time instead of dealing with space, which is, I think, the distraction that we are constantly kind of compel ourselves to think about. And I wanted to start from this notion that we are living through something completely unprecedented, that this is a unique moment in history. I think that, if anything, human history is possibly the strongest constant in human history is in fact crisis. I think that innovation has always been fundamentally linked with crisis. Crisis, of course, is a terrible thing, has terrible consequences for many people, but much good can come out of it. As Kellery Stilling put it in an email, a lovely email she wrote from New York the other day, she said, "Shocks to the system are good." And I think that it's up to us in this crucial moment to think about what we are going to do with the shock to the system. It can either be an incredibly disruptive moment that has got in the way of your plans of eating strawberries in Bedford Square, sipping champagne all together, or it can be a moment where your careers are defined. I think that in many ways this moment, what we're living through now, is probably one of the most important events that we will live through in our lifetimes, because it's very rarely that you can actually see the system tested to the limit, really seeing what is actually possible to disrupt of all of those things that we're told are undisruptible. And yeah, I'm here in Assisi, so inevitably I kind of look around myself, and in fact here I have a view to share with you. Here we have the Basilica di San Francesco di Assisi, St. Francis of Assisi, an extraordinary building that took over 500 years to complete, or in fact you could say it never completed at all, but it's a huge monumental building to one of the kind of founding fathers of an idea that we would describe today as Western environment, at least in the West we would describe it as environmentalism, which is thinking about man's relationship with nature. And Francis of Assisi was a pioneer in that. He was the first he was the first poet to write in the Italian language. He wrote a beautiful poem called The Canticle of the Creatures. And this building, which needless to say was built centuries after his death, is a testament to how important that view has come. And this building contains extraordinary, some of the most important frescoes of Western history, Giotto, Cimabue, Lorenzetti, really the history of Italian Renaissance art. And so I was thinking about where did this come from? A place like Italy, which is so much associated with this, but that underwent, it took over 1,000 years for this to emerge from a crisis in a system that preceded it, which was the Roman Empire, which is possibly even greater in terms of the complexity that it achieved, the spatial expansion, the kind of the military dominance, the breadth of its economy, which in many ways reminds us of where we are today, and the idea that this could collapse and that and this is something terrible, I think, is a denial of the fact that when even the most sophisticated, beautiful, complex systems collapse, beautiful things can come out of them. In fact, beautiful things in some ways need crisis in order to be able to emerge, for the system to adjust itself somehow to the new reality around it. And I think that the reality we live in today is profoundly out of step with us as human beings, regardless of our political persuasion, of our cultural orientation, of where we come from, of our religious aspirations, of our whatever kind of doctrines we base ourselves on. We are essentially living in a legacy system, and we need to take this crisis and the further crises because this unfortunately is not the last, there are going to be many more. We need to take this as a starting point to build a new world. And this is what you, as graduates of the AA, it's your task to do. You come out of one of the most illustrious, august schools in the world with some of the most inspiring teachers. Creating a new world is not an abstract concept, it's something very real and very concrete that can begin tomorrow. And I think that we need to look to our history books, we need to look to how everything that we live through has happened before. It's happened so many times before. Nothing is new, however much we would like to convince ourselves that we live in a unique, technology-driven era of supremacy over our planet, over our environment, over each other. Nothing of this is new. There are so many things that we can learn from simply looking at what is around us, what has happened before, how we got here in the first place. So I would send you my very best wishes and the best of luck for your graduation and the best of luck for your amazing careers ahead. I look forward to being inspired by you in the years to come. Bye-bye from Assisi.
Hi, I'm Asherai, and my project is Catastrophe and the Home Halfway Down. Now, the catastrophe is defined as a sudden change, an upheaval from the norm, unpredictable to which we interpret as chaos. And in the first half of 2019, we saw a record number of displaced people due to catastrophes, predominantly in the global south. For example, Cyclone Idai hit the Mozambican coast and penetrated deep into the Zimbabwean interior, displacing 617,000 people, resulting in extreme floods, flash floods, landslides, and 1,300 fatalities, hitting areas that are not usually exposed to natural disasters and countries with fragile economies. Zimbabwe operates in a zero economy and has no mechanisms, be it financial or political, to confront these catastrophes. We see that there is a dependency on foreign aid, which has been extremely unsuccessful due to an understanding of local context, chaotic in distribution of said aid, as seen on the right, and neocolonialism. Made worse was a month after Idai, Cyclone Kenneth struck. And so in 2019, we see a template of this era of stability punctuated by catastrophe after catastrophe after catastrophe. In this, we see people migrating away to safety, to temporary shelters. But what does it mean to be home, away from home? Does the shelter provide security and domestic safety? The short answer is no, with camps the dominant typology. Centralized, densely populated, and turning into urban sprawl. And so my aim is to devise a decentralized network of safety by providing domestics for displaced people in this rising era of the catastrophe. Now, there's 72 hours before a cyclone makes landfall and an extra 24 before it reaches the Zimbabwean interior. This interior is Chimanimani and Chipinge, which were the most heavily affected districts in Zimbabwe. This area is sparsely populated, with each dot representing a village of 50 to 100 people. And in total, 25,000 people were displaced in this region. The road infrastructure is absolutely terrible, with the vast majority of roads being dirt roads. The focus of my project is the Chikora region, which has a population of 11,000 people and only one secondary road as a means of escape. Now, bus is the primary mode of transit, and it would take 4 days to evacuate the entire population. And so people wait at the only bus terminal in Chikora, under trees or along the roadside. Zooming in on the data of this region, we see the challenges of evacuation. Someone from Chiumba would have to traverse 10 kilometers just to reach the nearest bus rank. Looking at a more pan-regional scale, we see that people traverse many kilometers just to reach the single road network. And where people naturally congregate, waiting for a bus that may never come, in makeshift plastic shelters or no shelters at all, and some people dying from exposure. These existing points in this network become the placement for my topology. I've classified the population, with class 1 being the elderly and infirm who are evacuated immediately, and the more fit and healthy inhabiting this typology. Now, this typology embraces the process of waiting within the established road network, essentially a shelter doubles as a bus stop, utilizing locally sourced materials, in this case granite, with the ability for establishing temporary shelters within it. Zooming out, we first have to understand Bantu domesticity. The kraal is a pluralistic home. Rooms are deployed on the periphery, and it operates as a defense for the multi-generational family, the threat from outsiders appropriating their resource. In this region, zooming in really quickly, in this region, the construction technology is that of the Ndau people, which can be swiftly constructed within 1 and 2 days, which is Mapangleo. And now we understand that Zimbabwe operates in a zero economy, and so there's a need to substitute manpower for capital, which is the vending community, who then construct this typology over time in exchange for formalization of their space. This essentially operates as a market and then doubles as a shelter when the catastrophe strikes. And so people over time weave the home when the catastrophe hits, which is ready in 3 days, and then it begins to operate as a safety net. Now, understanding that this embodies the principles of the kraal with the homes in the periphery and the kitchen and the cooking areas in the middle, this typology then allows for people to stay in a semi-permanent state. As people return home, some who stay can appropriate more room and begin to occupy this typology over time. As a strategy, this project is in a liaison with the chief of this region and the ministers in trying to kind of establish a network of safety, a milestone where people can be evacuated and displaced people are housed in a decentralized, secure, and safe home. Thank you.
Orbis is a proposal for a prototypical system that is highly adaptive in nature, creating spatial infrastructure in the urban environment that will respond to the changing needs. The project was conceptualized and developed at the AA as a part of the DRL program. Orbis began to sense the outside world starting at the AA bar. Orbis then found its way outside the AA to the iconic Bedford Square. A sensory system encourages decision-making in the system, making it self-aware. The self-assembling quality of the system arises from unit-to-unit communication, leading to higher organizations and structures. The smallest scale of the system, being the unit itself, has the ability to be mobile, sense, make decisions, and upon coming together with other units, the system demonstrates collective intelligence and a plethora of changing behaviors, providing a What is Orbis? Orbis is an adaptive space-making system that provides a layer of interaction with its users. Culminating from research of light and its various effects, illumination as an incorporated layer has been incorporated in the system to provide a layer of experience. The ambience created by the play of light and shadow, though not physically, yet brings about a transformation in system in the space created. So in all, our ecology envisions a spatial and experiential infrastructure which augments and aids urban change. Thank you.
Hi everyone and welcome to AAround the World, a 12-hour live event to celebrate the end of this academic year. Given the unique circumstances we currently find ourselves within, our end-of-year show, Projects Review 2020, takes the form of a globally distributed exhibition with students presenting physical or virtual installations, performances, presentations, videos, and animations across time zones. Similar to watching New Year's celebrations unfold across the world, from Australia and New Zealand to California and Hawaii, the Projects Review baton will be passed from place to place and from student to student as a new form of exhibition. My name is Buster Rongren, and I'm one of the 7 students that were awarded the AA Diploma with honors this year. My project, Passage to a City When, outlines an excavation of a segment of the Victoria Embankment to reconnect Londoners with the infrastructure and history of the River Thames as an urban space. Although the Thames is owned by London Port Authority, the riverbed is part of Crown Estate and could therefore be considered public grounds. An excavation here could have profound political implications as prompted by the now forgotten rights of access enshrined in the 1862 Embankment Act. Not just because a cut into the embankment reverses the assumed direction of riverfront development, but also by opening up ways in which communities that have not historically been recognized in an archaeological discipline, beachcombers and mudlarkers, can pass on their knowledge and experiences. Deepening the foreshore would allow for a literal horizontal reading of the past 8 centuries of embanking in this particular location. Where natural processes are let to influence what is public and what is not, could enable a more realistic view of what is society and what is nature. This project was developed as part of Diploma Unit 11, Into the Interior, taught by Shin Egashira. Please visit the Projects Review website to explore my project and many more and enjoy this event as a journey around the AA world.
Hello, I'm Cindy, a first-year student, and I will be presenting my Communications and Media Studies project. The class was called Translation of Objects Through Drawing, and it was tutored by Shin Egashira. This was a very process-driven class. It was all about constructing by deconstructing as a method of creating. There were 7 of us in this class, and we had 4 chairs available to deconstruct amongst us. Each of us was supposed to pick 6 parts and create a new chair out of them. Of course, doing this while fundamentally questioning the conventional chair. These were my 6 parts. The next step was to think and create through collage, so I photographed these parts from all sorts of angles. Different media of creating allow you to think differently, and collage making allows for many ways of thinking, visually and in a practical and functional manner as well. It is an intriguing mixture of the two that allows for interesting outcomes. I started collaging and made a few iterations. Trying to challenge the use and shape of the conventional chair, some of them had a more functional use than others, and some were more visually interesting. Lastly, I decided to work with a top view collage that I made. Seeing as in all my iterations I attempted to create a kinetic sculpture of a chair, and I had many circular motifs, I decided to reference the structure and kinetic nature of a gyroscope, with 3 circles rotating in 3 different directions. This image shows the mechanism I built from up close that allows for the realization of my concept. With the circles moving like so, I still want to allow for people to easily be able to sit on this non-conventional recreation of a chair. Therefore, the structure is built so that when one tries to sit on it, it stabilizes. The circles align and allow for an easy use of the structure as a conventional chair, despite its unconventional looks. Marrying the concept of the conventional and unconventional, I was able to create a structure that serves as a kinetic sculpture or ornament when not used, but also works and stabilizes into a chair once someone is sat on it. And finally, this is what it looked like once all the parts were added. I also want to point out from all the images shown so far that the shadow cast by the chair now plays an important part in its identity as a kinetic sculpture, and this is something that I only realized in the process of making it. Lastly, I also drew a one-to-one top view of the chair in its many different positions, hoping to portray its kinetic nature. And that is all. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, I'm Yoav. The project I present is Wearing Birmingham's Plan for Walk. I'd like to open with a performance I undertook in Birmingham. The performance was a narrated walk. Before us lay remnants of the inner ring road, a 1960s infrastructure plan for Birmingham City. Sir Herbert Manzoumi, Chief City Planner of Birmingham during. And now we are in front of the Co-op Factory, a Grade 1 listed industrial Victorian building. While the audience walked the gallery, I told the narrative concerning Birmingham's built environment. Walking the gallery allowed the audience to walk Birmingham and reflect on Birmingham's story. Wearing Birmingham's Plan for Walk is an urban strategy following the performance as the design methodology. Wearing connects between derelict buildings and existing walking paths, giving Birmingham walks to reflect on its story. After World War II, Birmingham found itself under suppressive government regulation. The Ringway, a 1960s infrastructure around the city centre, manifested this suppression, disconnecting walking paths and demolishing extensively. Today, Birmingham Big City Plan continues to disregard walking. An extensive demolition also remains present in the city, as 52 derelict buildings currently face demolition, 48 of which are red brick buildings. Wiring connects between and through these derelict buildings and joins existing walking paths. Birmingham's plan for walk consists of identifying a path, surveying, preserving derelict buildings through a selective demolition process, and reconstructing markers throughout the city with the removed bricks. It is a recurring strategy. Wiring is an inversion of the ringway. It is an infrastructure that connects Birmingham, allowing Birmingham to see itself anew. This is a walk between two derelict buildings, the core factory at the bottom left and Curzon Street at the top right. They are connected by markers. Structures connect between the derelict buildings in a visual planning strategy. Here, a bus stop frames the core factory, enabling this walk. The core factory is an industrial Grade 1 listed Victorian building, made of the proudest and reddest of red bricks. Despite this grading, the approved scheme for the factory suggests the reconstruction of a copy, demolishing most of the factory save the south facade. The tower, for instance, will be demolished due to exceeding self-weight. Brick removal, a selective demolition process, can reduce significant weight to preserve the tower. The factory's thick walls maintain structural integrity while allowing brick removal and light to come in. Light highlights the notion of time. As Birmingham continues to change rapidly, the infrastructure slows Birmingham, giving it time to reflect. As the tower is supported by buttressing walls, wind analysis demonstrates that weight can be reduced above the walls, at the top, while structural analysis identifies the best locations for bricks to be removed, to a total of approximately 5,000 bricks, 8% of the tower's weight. Brick removal is a strategy applied to other elements in the factory. The perforated east wall revealed an extent of a walk in a structure at a short distance. Preserving derelict buildings allow Birmingham to see itself anew. Bricks removed from the derelict buildings are used to build structures throughout the city. Wiring addresses demolition and restricted walking by preserving derelict buildings through brick removal and reusing those bricks throughout the city as markers. Additional bricks can be outsourced from reclamation yards within a radius of 30-minute drive. Some structures are reproductions of the derelict buildings, framing the existing built environment and telling the story of Birmingham's vernacular architecture, while others that I described
Hello from Whitstable, a small town on the northern Kent coast, which I moved to last year. My name's Julia, and I graduated in 2007. Firstly, congratulations. You've done it. You've graduated during a global pandemic. No small feat. I can imagine many of you are wary about the next steps. Fair enough, I am too. But there is nothing like a crisis to reassess what's important to you and important to society. And as designers, our role is that of makers, and the work we do has explicit implications for material form and human engagement. Our work is concerned with the imaginative possibilities between what is and what could be, and I can't think of a time in recent history where this imperative so starkly calls for us designers to respond to political ideology and cultural and economic structures. Now, I don't think design can alter the structure of economic production, but it can shape how public resources, public land, public infrastructure, and public housing are distributed. And not just that, how we design, the processes we engage with, can extend or limit human agency. But the world you are entering into is full of uncertainty, and this will require a kind of professional commitment which involves one's personal and physical self. You will have to innovate and figure out the appropriate resources and materials, which will often not be in place or seriously limited. But you come with none of the assumptions of the old guard. The education you have received is so much more than preparing you for the world of work. It's about a formation which speaks to the whole of who you are, and that's what you will rely on going forward. Well done.
I walked through Jerusalem and saw only what I was looking for, what I long expected. Jerusalem exists in heaven and on earth, and somewhere in between is the third, the city imagined, preconceived. I wanted to find the mundane, cleanse the palate in my brain, seeing not the mystical city, not the sensation, but the everyday. I closed my eyes and listened.
Concrete walls will come down. Much worse are the walls within the heads. Much worse are the walls within the heads. Much worse are the walls within the heads. Much worse are the walls within the heads.
Parents meet here in the morning when they drop off their kids. They don't talk politics. Not interesting. They talk about, a first tooth, a first step, a first something that the kid learn. Music is not Muslim, Jewish or Christian. It's not Hebrew or Arabic. It's like a different language altogether.
Much worse are walls within the heads. Much worse are
if I want Rami to agree with my rights, I have to also agree with his rights. We are two nations, we are living on the same area, and we have to find a kind of solution without losing. Because I believe in that it's enough. Agree with his rights. Agree with his rights.
Yeah, I feel that the earlier that you start with living together and with sharing this space, the better. Trust in microscopic layers, one upon the other, that nothing can later ever take away, because it's in the pre-verbal stage and it really becomes a part of the child. Sharing this space.
I believe that the main tool to reduce hate is knowing people. Is knowing people.
Sharing the space.
Is knowing people.
Cambialo solo sul re. Fai sentire che re e il mi bemolle arriva al re. Sì, ma a me piace di più con questa cosa, con la seconda volta mi piace. Sì, anche a me. Perché ti mette in evidenza questo gioco, questa cosa polifonica, che se invece è tutto gridato.
And to the associated construction of a space of refuge, of a space to have safe conversations, sometimes difficult, a space of shelter for questioning the canon, with a full understanding and recognition that neither shelter nor refuge are metaphors.
We want to do something more to connect with the river, but it's so difficult because of the traffic, because of the regulation, we cannot do it.
不过抱怨是没有用的，所以我们决定先去解决四周老城的问题。
Complaining is not useful, so we turn back our head to look our old community.
3年之后，这个县政府让我们练习如何去修正都市计划，才救回差点被拆掉的老庙，也重建了植栽的尊严。
It takes 3 years. Finally, the local government gave us a chance to preserve, to restore the old temple, and also create a new pedestrian path to revitalize the community.
I'm interested in design as a cultural practice. And I'm trying to achieve this by reappropriating existing paradigms of design typology. For example, can we rethink what a bridge is? Can we rethink what a bench should be? Can we rethink what a playground should look like?
Basically, we show one room, what we call white room, which is a before room. We show everything that happens before building is complete. That's the moment that divides before and then after. And then after is basically how the building lives or mutated or even dead or this different tumultuous life of our building in a way.
This different form of historicizing was, it's always so privileged, the archive, the idea of the archive, the idea of preserving things in museums, in archives, of keeping them away from people, of keeping them at certain temperatures. What value did this other form of historicization have?
It's the ghost of an old building with the original teeth. And that's how it sits in the town, kind of. It has a job to do as a urban gateway stretching the old town to the docks, and then it tries to insinuate itself into the existing kind of let's say charming, well, certainly Merchants Road, that building there, and what goes off-sided. as a strategy, it sidesteps perhaps the issue of the corner and amplifies it.
Which actually revealed that this wall was not as perfect as it now was presented to us since the renovations of the first in the 80s and 90s. But this was actually something that was revealed in the early 80s, after it was completely covered by paint, even plaster, of the follower schools of the Bauhaus. So our blue circle, the red square, and the yellow triangle were only hardly to be recognized. So in that sense, in that kind of spectrum between the dust and our investigation that is needed to get basically from our today's perspective back to the object, that is basically the story of this book.
Some of these people remind us that colonization has different forms of existence. It exists through the physical invasion and occupation of lands and people. It exists through both military operations and civil measures. It exists through the material and psychological subjugation and exposition or exploitation of human and natural resources. It exists through man-made environmental transformation and ecological transformations. It exists through technological threats and digital strategies of businesses and surveillance. It exists through global mechanisms of accumulation by dispossession and surveillance. It exists through global mechanisms of accumulation by dispossession and profound socio-economic and gender inequities. It exists through the implicit or explicit alienation and maintenance of power, domination, and war.
I think it's also important to understand what was proposed in Dubai specifically, and what were the reasons for the proposal. The first is that the creek, from an ecological perspective, was losing its value. Erosion started to kick in, to take place. The ships could not berth in the creek, and there are all these folklore stories of people pushing the ships out in order for them to leave. So the city started losing its functionality. And so an engineer called William Halcrow was asked to come in, and he had proposed in 1956 to begin dredging the creek. And based on his proposal, the introduction of creek dredging took place. As you can see on the top right hand, the creek began to erode as a consequence of tide and water rising, or ocean level rising. On the left-hand side is with the intervention allowing ships to come in, and this continued to take place over the next decade or so. I think we had a little bit too much fun afterwards. So.
Hello, my name is Farah. I am in Diploma 3, Body Politics. Sensing Toxicity, the Return Home. The environmental veins of Syria have been contaminated with the toxic remnants of warfare. Toxic remnants include substances derived from bombing, shelling, and chemical attacks that target the population, industrial facilities, and agricultural fields. The investigation follows toxic chemicals as interscalar vehicles that guide us to understand the consequences of warfare, from the atomic and microscopic to the urban, from immediate to long-term impacts. Water is investigated as the arteries of the environment through the Euphrates River in Syria. Drought and climate are identified as possible catalysts to the Syrian civil war in 2011, providing context to environmental concerns pre-war and post-war. Declines in trend lines for precipitation, water levels, and crop production in 2006 and to 2010 highlight intense drought. 2 to 3 million people were affected by agricultural failures. Around 800,000 lost food support, and 1 million were displaced to camps or small cities that lay in the borders of major cities by 2011. After the Syrian civil war, the timeline identifies a fluctuation of weapon use that becomes a focus for analysis. 2,4,6-trinitrotoluene is an energetic and toxic substance contained in weapons. A series of improvised and properly manufactured weapons have been extensively used throughout the Syrian civil war, built without proper factory settings and waste management. Many children have been employed to make these weapons, exposing them to toxins. The major principles to extract from analyzing the detonation of weapons are that most have a vast impact area, meaning their toxicity can span across water bodies and the environment, causing contamination in a range of scales, from the scale of the disease, the scale of the individual, and environmental scale. In the research drawing for the ecosystem of 2,4,6-trinitrotoluene TNT's reaction chain, it communicates not solely scientific evidence, rather it combines the intersection of different scales between the microphysical, biological, and political, forming the analysis of biopolitics and geopolitics. Interscalar vehicles are treated as objects that observe and experience, traveling through time and scale to better understand the effects of fast and slow violence. I have chosen TNT as an interscalar vehicle that guides one to understand its contamination cycle from the environmental body, air, soil, and water, to the human body. The project proposes an architecture of sensors that will be implemented across multiple affected sites in Syria and serve different roles for its environment and communities over time. The DIY sensors are used to scan the environment and infrastructure, recording evidence and providing citizens with data on the long-term contamination of the country, as this data is currently not available. Environmental Sensing Istish'ar al-Bi'a campaign will provide guidance manuals for citizens on the protocols and procedures of sensing, sensor tools, data transfer and storage through serial communication, building markers or adjusting lights to existing structures, and the soil extraction process. For a site example, the site chosen was a 2000 lb aircraft bomb incident that occurred on the 11th of June 2017 in Al-Raqqa, Syria, targeting civilians crossing the river. The site encompasses different environmental conditions. The grid system implemented will serve as a guidance manual for sensing space. Zooming into one neighborhood, we guide one to understand the process of sensing the environment as a community through different scenarios through time. The interior of a mosque, a street, and the interior of a courtyard house. By following the guidance of manuals provided and shared community practice, the community will share the burden, collectivizing the experience and making it less traumatizing for those directly affected. Citizens will install markers that will flood the extent of toxicity with the notion of light. Invisible and microscopic toxicity becomes visible, a sixth sense. The sensors will reorganize urban life until land is indicated healthy. The creation and sharing of this new body of knowledge will also facilitate a community of citizen participation and generate new environmental relations. A new system of technogeographies are embedded and adjusted to their specific spaces. Upon deployment, the sensors will detect the presence of toxic chemicals. Within time, as datasets are configured, the sensors will take on their secondary roles as markers within the environment and emit colors that signal when the land is safe to return home. The sensors may then live within the urban or natural fabric for decades to come as memorials, the markers that once signaled the return and guided those seeking for home.
Through my project, I'm proposing that instead of preserving buildings, we might be able to shift our thought to preservation of knowledge through appropriating traditional building techniques. My site, Linga, is known for its well-preserved wooden house in Europe. Just like the 4 to 6 windows, they are constant across all the Linga. The building that I'm focusing on has been physically moved from the west coast of Norway all the way down to Linga on the east. Due to the herring boom in 1903 in Linga, this vernacular sea house was disassembled and positioned in northwest of Linga as a herring processing facility. And then it has adapted to the existing landscape in Linga. Not only it has adapted on the Linga's landscape, it underwent several programmatic changes across generations. It is currently used as a restaurant and then photo studio, in the end, like a sailmaker shop. So within the Linger 8 traditional wood structure are fully embedded. Due to the preservation law in 1992, the house can't be renovated and the moving tradition of the house ended under the name of preservation. So I started from the wood notching technique, which is vernacular house composing out of the small pieces into a house. So the taxonomy of parts gave me an idea of possible combination of buildings components, which eventually get the function as a structure of different usage depending on the grouping components. And the survey on the main structure element in the sea house Linger 8 is represented through this model, defining its own space within a minimum structural composition. So based on the catalog, the handwheel, which is doomed to lose its function after the end of sailmaker shop, can be utilized for movement of transformation of house. So basically, the original house has been sourced from the wood, and then the vernacular wood technique enable it to move and then get the flexibility. And then originally it was made out of 5 to 8 people in the same community or the town. The different part of small pieces joining into one piece of house is giving the addition of handwheel, take the bricolage power source for the transformation. And then after that, the way to bring the house back to Linger, it has disassembled, and then the pieces are gathered into building elements, which has been moved by a boat. And then through the moving house tradition, I can see the value of moving as a preserved knowledge, which can be utilized not just using the traditional Norwegian culture, not as a preservation, but as a developable part of their life. So, as I said, the handwheel is the structural element has been interacted with each other by the handwheel. Using the existing elements and traditional technique, I tried to create alternative spatial configuration of the building in the rotation of the pulley controls, the movement of the house at large. So the single movement of the single pulley will bring the vertical, horizontal, and then rotation movement. And then from here, by sourcing abandoned traditional houses, we can think of extending the existing pieces into a new transformation movable house. The story that the linear house is prevented from change by strict heritage laws, what I'm trying to argue is that what matters is the preservation of knowledge, though a demonstration that appropriation of existing techniques can create a flexible building which can be adaptable to different conditions through movement. My proposal highlights that the change in our buildings does not have to lead to a loss of knowledge, but rather makes the case through appropriation of existing technique. We can give our building dynamism while expanding on vernacular knowledge.
透过阿嬷，我重新认识了乡下，但我很好奇，透过她，我会发现怎么样的都市，而身在中间的老妈跟我们哪里不同，所以我决定带他们去台北。
本年差不多2挑战，下场时间长期的人的水深的同时，还要留意一头的后面。
一到台北，阿嬷加入了都市人的生活仪式，穿梭在各式交通工具中。 台北好还是高雄好？
咱家住半时，咱高雄较好咯，较自由，而且逐项出门拢爱钱，爱坐车。
阿嬷喜欢逛街，但比起买，她更喜欢东看西看，跟能互动的地方。
是不是就无聊？
无啥学。
好啊，无爱啦，来啦，行，来吃啊！好啦，那你个哪个啊？安尼边。
不管在哪，阿嬷都喜欢跟人聊天。
我拢店里底卖迄种西药啊，
西药啊，啊，就讲
迄拢叫安尼，
你捌
亲情吼。
好，因为现做的互我真敏感。
在寺庙跟公园，我们遇见了好多老人，而他们让我想起了乡下。
秘诀是什么？
秘诀啊，这边聊空气好，又可以聊天，又不会痴呆。来这边聊天啊？对啊，这个阿嬷也是快80岁了，她差我2岁而已，她很厉害啊。
我以为在台北阿嬷会很辛苦，但她却拼织出了属于她的都市生活。早上阿嬷告诉我，她做了一个很忙的梦，梦到自己像刚嫁人的新娘，一直在招待客人。台北的忙碌只跑进了阿嬷一晚的梦里，却永远留在城市，像当初逃离乡村的人一样。两种不同的空间，却让我看见生活都需要的品质，以及人如何在物质外塑造生活。我们的故事或许是许多这代人的缩影，我们关心跟人互动，也用好奇心、信仰适应生活。
She's stuck. She sees people coming and going, stares at vehicles like strange objects, taking shape, then fading away. Day by day, it's the pattern on the floor, door handle, corner of the radiator, tap. She makes food, works, relaxes, washes, sleeps, and again. Every day is exactly the same. She can't remember how this started. She repeats the same unnerving routine, regularly, habitually, unalterably. From her window she can see a street. Her point of view is limited, her world physically confined to the walls of her room. She can't leave, not physically at least. She extends her scanned territory the only way she can, by claiming the territories of others. Vicariously, she imagines herself in possession of their experience. She slithers her way into their living rooms, onto their streets, and into the lives of their neighbors, believing they are all hers. That's her hot neighbor. She can see him in the courtyard through the bathroom window. Every morning after she takes a shower, she wipes the steam off of the fogged-up window, and he's there, jumping. He's probably one of those people madly exercising now, as if that's supposed to stop you from going insane. Hot neighbor likes to rope jump amidst freshly washed linen. Sometimes she'll catch a glimpse of laundry lady, their other neighbor, hanging fresh ones for him so he can enjoy his rope jumping. She's clearly adopted cleaning as therapy. It's laundry day every day back here. Laundry lady's water bill must be through the roof. But maybe it helps. She's been cleaning more as well. Through her kitchen window she can see the couple. Although she sees them every time she washes the dishes, she doesn't know who they are. She tries to spy on them a little, squinting to get a better view through the trees. The couple sunbathe whenever the sun is out and play in their private garden at the back of the building. Their life seemingly unaltered. She won't admit it, but it upsets her. That's Pete. Sometimes during her daily stroll between the bedroom and the stair landing, snooping through the window of her corridor, she can see him in his backyard. Based on some peeping and eavesdropping, she thinks he's not handling it very well. He's taken out all his black leather shoes, and now every morning, looking a little disheveled, he goes out and polishes just one. A different one each day. Objectively, he does a pretty good job. But to be honest, she's a little concerned for the shoes. George has been slowly painting the brick fence here, little by little. She sees him through the bedroom window coming and going. He brings out the paint, the brushes, the stepladder. He lays them all out, slowly and methodically preparing for the task. He then considers which parts to complete that day, pours out just the right amount of paint into a plastic dish, and dips in the brush. He never does more than 12 bricks a day. Normally, she'd find it irritating, the monotony. But for some reason, she likes how he savors the project, as if he knows it's going to have to last him for a while. She used to amble from wall to wall, exhausted by the monotony. Now, freed by her imagination, she gets up and wanders through the flats of London, perching on windowsills, drifting through unknown alleys, peeking into private courtyards, her gaze guiding her motionless adventure, no longer aimless. Her eyes grasp at things familiar yet surprising, ordinary yet particular. Every night she goes back to her room, her bed, back to the ceiling she stares at, not wanting to fall asleep. She tosses and turns for hours, musing in the darkness on what she's seen. How many times will she repeat the same idle journey, the same 1,000 detours that somehow always lead her back to her starting point? In imagination she finds freedom. She's here and there, without constraint or obstacle. Still, solitude exists. She realizes every time she remembers she has to return. Every time she asks, and only silence replies. Her only comfort is that they follow the same pursuits as her. Just as endless, just as slow.
I entrust this new generation of architects with the responsibility to challenge the current models of urban agencies and the management of cities. As we are globally experiencing simultaneously together the effects of COVID-19, here in São Paulo, Brazil, one of the most effective outcomes in preventing the spread of the virus has been the case of Paraisópolis, a 50-year-old shantytown of 100,000 inhabitants, that was left on its own to fend the virus spread without much support from the city or state government. Instead of waiting for government support, the existing non-governmental local agencies of the shantytown decided to create its own strategy for lockdown, distribution of masks, donation of food by the private sector, and the allocation of defined areas, the schools, gymnasiums for isolation of contaminated inhabitants that are not able to isolate themselves in their overcrowded homes. The local agencies assigned presidents for each street in the favela that would take care of the localized issues of microsegment of their neighborhood. What we are learning from this proactive bottom-up approach to govern a small neighborhood of 100,000 inhabitants is an excellent case study for architecture graduates that can find opportunities for work in collaboration with new expertise by following local microagencies in their own countries. Finally, I, Franklin Lee, congratulate all of you for this very special AA academic achievement. I entrust this new generation of architects with the responsibility.
I will start presenting about the Museum of Future Plans for hybridizing the greenhouse and train station typologies. Today, again, the climate catastrophe is starting and many plant species are dying off. Species extinction is fast rate of warming currently. I can reintroduce some plants which are now extinct but which were alive in warmer times. And I got an idea of nested space through the two typology study. First example is 21st Century Museum of Contemporary Art by Sanna. Animation showing nested area. Second example is Glass Pavilion at Toledo. Through the animation, you can see that the nested spaces and building mechanism of Sanna. Both two buildings have a courtyard, which is the type of nested spaces. These nested spaces can help to deal with heating. I researched the nested space at Swan Museum. The starting point of my project, this became my architectural obsession that I want to take. Using 4D drawing techniques, I tried to show nested climate boxes in courtyard. And also using physical 4D drawing techniques, I tried to show the plants in nested climate boxes. This is Photoshop collage of nested boxes and plant survey for Swan Museum and model images. This is my model image. The design of the partition in courtyard introduced to me the idea of grafting and joining different species of column capital together. Through the research, I learned that it is possible to reintroduce extinct plants by using grafting technique. So I want to reintroduce the plants using grafting technique in stable climate such as a greenhouse. This is comparison of the development of greenhouse and station. Both shapes have evolved in similar direction. After the investigation, I made various concept models. I want to create hybrid and nested space between the station and greenhouse. Here an amazing crafted greenhouse was created. As it goes up, the material used are thinner and lighter. And then I tried to find a place with lots of CO2 in London to help the plants grow. This is how I understand nesting of climate and spaces and details. My site is London Bridge Station, where one of the most polluted area. These are current site images in London Bridge Station. Many heritage have been preserved during the redevelopment of London Bridge Station. Roman style of arch are representative example. This is what current site looks like. You can see the Shard and London Underground station and surrounded by two big streets. To support the weight of greenhouse and soil, the existing loop is not strong enough. Therefore, the existing loop must be removed. This is the prototype model and prototype collage. It's a current plant survey that can crafting according to the temperature. This is a program sequence according to the growth of plants. Each color plant grafted step is performed on a different level plan. Plants grow and mature under greenhouse in street level plan. And the platform level is open to the outside, so low temperature storage is located. At the greenhouse level, grafted plants are healed and grown. The image of 0 degree exo. This 0 degree exo showing the entire program sequence and the connection of the upper and lower layers. 1 to 200 scale of short section show overview with system mechanism. This is the result of my technical study. After massive tests, which are heating, lighting, and air ventilation, etc., I wanted to test a nested program through the concept of ETF panel details. You can see the ETF size differences between the north and south for getting massive sunlight. Greenhouse with ETF rendering, and this is result showing the construction sequence. Section where I investigate repeat the structure basement, and this arch grow out entire whole train station. Long section showing how the greenhouse can be crafted into the train station. This place is connected to the tube station and market area. This is where the seedling and germination stage takes the place. Most of the people who passed through this place are busy, but for a moment you can raise awareness about the environment by looking at endangered plants which are growing here. The light coming down from the greenhouse level makes the cypress tree grow well and brighten the main concourse with nature lighting. The ivy coming down from greenhouse level purifies the air at the platform level. It also plays a role of the absorption of CO2 generated from the train. At platform level, people can see both the ivy growing from above and the tree growing from below. Outside the greenhouse, you can sit on the nested bench and enjoy to see the entrance to the greenhouse and beyond. Botanists are making the crafted plants in small greenhouses on either side. In the big greenhouse in the middle, crafted plants are growing. In the scene, you can see not only the technical detail, but also cross-section of each nested greenhouse. Climate problem will have a significant effect on the ecological crisis. I believe that my exploring of nested museum can be a helpful place to remind of climate emergency to people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aman and I'm a 5th year student in Diploma 12. This year, our unit have strategized and speculated on 12 future worlds that respond to a range of historical, political, economic, and social conflicts. For now, I will take you on a short journey into just one of these worlds, called economic botany, a counter-discipline constructed to free the potato from its scientific and colonial ties. Given the domesticated language with which we have come to know nature, both verbally and cartographically, I invite you to follow the potato into a parallel, amorphous landscape, where we will tell a series of micro-stories through artifact and immersion that challenge the spatial arrangements and classification systems used in sites of botanical preservation today. Where are the wild ones? I am one of 234 wild ancestors of Solanum tuberosum. Here in the Paramo, we are not known for our flowery flesh, but for our brightly coloured flowers, transported by a carriage in the spiky pollen sacs of the Bombus robustus. Here I take root in multiple ecosystems, such as the high grasslands of Cusco, nestled beneath the Queen of the Andes, sheltered from days which feel like the hottest of summers, and nights the harshest of winters. I thrive in soil types that are black and saturated, but also dry and xerophytic, taking root in the sandy clay soil with Coreocactus odysseus in the canyons of the Anco Cunca, and at the edges of field borders and forgotten agricultural terraces. I cling to the sides of mountaintops in the highest of altitudes, in carpet-like mats with stipa ichu. We may not be tasty, but we are tough. Instead of producing botanical illustrations that map plant physical and morphological features, we draw soil types, atmosphere, light intensity, among other features that influence the potato's diverse set of mechanisms for disease control. Who are my friends? You have placed me in the family called Solanaceae, using the tree of life as a symbol to match me with plants of the same anatomical features, governing how you organize your order beds, such as this one in Q. But if I were to be planted with my family, we would fight for nutrients and spread disease. Notice how here in the Economic Botanical Garden, channels are marked not by trees, but by rhizomatic structures. Our symbols of my intertangled relations between kin. I have found my place amongst the soil and the earth, rooted comfortably beside lettuce and spinach, sharing a network of nutrients with corn and green bean. I'm aware of a potato beetle hovering north of my territory, but the catnip, coriander, and tansy manage to stop the contaminant. The woody scent of sage and the leaves of nasturtium act as a magnet to the aphids, and the ladybird in the southwestern zone diverts their attention away from me. When did time become linear? In the Economic Botany collection at Kew, you will find objects that illustrate the human use of plants. You call these ethnobotanical collections, tools used for my cultivation, originally acquired to document your history of empire. These objects may teach you what was cultivated, but not how. I am often associated with the ground and the underworld, rooted beneath soil and earth. But as I grow from seed to tuber, it is my astrological rhythms which determine next season's yield. From the Incans to the Maori to the Aboriginals, the waxing of the moon and the brightness of stars have long been connected to the hydration of the soil and the arrival of the rains. These are installations in a landscape that aims to challenge the way we store information about the plant world around us. Through a set of cartofacts, alternative cartographic artifacts, we map species relative to one another rather than relative to the human, to reveal the multiple ways of ordering, categorizing, and imaging nature. To explore the full body of research and full film, along with 11 further worlds in this unit, please take a look at the project's review website, andip12.world. Thank you.
My name is Yejin Lee, a graduating 5th year from Diploma 4. And the brief of the unit this year was called Climate Peace. These images are produced using Sentinel-5, which is one of the most recent remote sensing satellites. Indicating the mean accumulation of nitrogen dioxide, the global atmospheric changes done by industrialization is drawn. Beyond the fact that we know very well that after the pandemic outbreak, the emissions have reduced, what we see when zooming into this region around the Yellow Sea is that it's still one of the most industrially productive areas. Looking beyond the transformation of the sky, the project focuses around the area between east coast of China and the west coast of Korean Peninsula, where accelerating sea level rise is happening rapidly. The osmotic polity is a project that reveals a major transformation that has disseminated wetlands and reclaimed vast expanses of intertidal mudflats, which are at stake along the coast of the Yellow Sea. Using remote sensing technique, which dates back as early as mid-70s, we start to sense the vastness of these reclamation practices that are done only in the last few decades. These images are calculated to show red as the oldest change that happened in the late 70s, green being the changes that were done in the late 80s, and blue being the changes that happened in the 90s. In this region along the coast of the Yellow Sea, where dry and moist, human and non-human, logistical and agrarian spaces coexist, a major transformation had degraded the local ecosystems. The activities of filling in the mudflats with rock and soil have replaced dynamic natural tidal zones, which once had abundance of biodiversity, into solid ground of ports, chemical plants, and farmland. Interestingly enough, this complete reconstruction is a result of national mode of hypermodernist and hyper-industrial ambition. These projects also aided contemporary corporate practices such as chaebol. Chaebols are massive family business conglomerates that are industrial, which were the actors behind these reclamation projects to transform the mudflats. Another highlight of the project is in the reveal of continuum of the 20th century Japanese imperialism. This map indicates Imperial Japan in the East Asian countries, but imposing the contemporary corporate practices and the location of their infrastructural plans, we can understand the structure of chaebol, which was invented during Japanese imperialism, is a lingering legacy in our contemporary world. So the project proposes and reveals the continuum of the 20th century legacy through the practices that are turning mudflats into gateways of transoceanic connections. These hierarchical infrastructural projects are highly dependent on the wetlands, and in fact, it is the wetlands that are keeping the multiple polities around the Yellow Sea stay operating. With this dependency on the wetness of the ground, a new buffer needs to be formed in these local communities between land and the rising sea. Population of millions will need to form an oceanic polity that nurtures and governs the commons. To conclude this very short presentation, I'm showing here a water index analysis of the west coast of South Korea in 1974 on the right and 2019 on the left. Throughout the year, I have been using the data sets that are free to access, yet lacking the use by architects. And the study this year was to redraw the dynamics of the Yellow Sea through the data sets to indicate the rapidly changing and uncertain environments of the Anthropocene. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to AAround the World, a 12-hour live event to celebrate the end of the academic year. Given the unique circumstances we currently find ourselves in, our end-of-year show, Projects Review 2020, takes the form of a globally distributed exhibition with students presenting physical or virtual installations, performances, presentations, videos, and animations across time zones. Similar to watching New Year's celebrations unfold across the world, from Australia and New Zealand to California and Hawaii, the project's review baton will be passed from place to place and from student to student as a new form of exhibition. My name is Matthew Ho, and I'm one of the 7 students that were awarded the AA diploma with honors this year. My project, Urban Nomadicism, The City as a Space of Exclusion, investigates, through the medium of film, the life of an asylum seeker on the streets of London for a period of 4 months, to investigate the spatial, institutional, and socio-political role that cities play in becoming a space of exclusion for marginalized people. This project was developed as part of Diploma Unit 16, which is titled Homo Urbanos, the Laboratory for Sensitive Observers, a unit that's taught by Ila Becca, Louise Nemours, and Gilly Murinen. Please visit the Project Review website, pr2020.aaschool.ac.uk, to explore my project and to see many more and enjoy this event as a journey across the AA world. Thank you and enjoy.
So far, I've moved through 3 holding places. First in Bosaso with 2 of my cousins. We then fled to Yemen, first staying in a tent. Then we were moved to a more durable shelter. The footprints of the souls before me were evident in the objects they left behind. A teddy bear lay on the kitchen counter next to a pack of cigarettes. Every door I walk out of is another door I walk towards, another space I carry my memories into, another vessel that traps my identity, my truth, our truth. I am in my 4th temporary place in Saudi Arabia, planning to meet my son next, who's in Turkey, so that we can go to Europe together. He wants to live in London. I want to live near water. I can't swim, but I like the sound of the waves. The smell of salt in the air. There's something comforting and free about the ocean. I only crave this feeling because I remember when I was much younger, maybe around 16, I went to Jazeera Beach in Mogadishu. I was told that there was a blind woman that lived in a small house on the island in the water, and when the tide was low, people walked across to the island and showered her with gifts, so she would bless them. I didn't understand how she got there or why people believed she was a saint, but I was mesmerized by the way the water level dropped, as if bowing down to the island, and in turn captivated the people of Mogadishu, to walk across in service to a lady they knew little to nothing about, other than the fact that she was blind, and only to be blessed by the gratitude of my own vision. The collective belief of her powers is what made her magic real. The ocean is a mystery. While protecting and bowing down to some, it also attacks and steals the lives of others. I constantly watch videos of people fleeing by boat from Turkey, Syria, Somalia. It's all the same story. My generation does not want to live in Europe. My generation loves its land. Somalia is home, but we have to flee for our children. I make do with what I must. My family is what matters to me. I plant everywhere I go because I used to admire my grandmother's garden. I remember the vines she grew vividly as they acted as blinds in my bedroom. They shielded me from the sun. It almost felt like there was a forest outside my bedroom, even though the reality was a single armature. My mother couldn't flee with me. She was too old. Blue? Blue was her favorite color. The sentiments I carry with me have parts of my soul attached to them, and hold more stories than I can retain. This is Rahma's room. Rahma's narrative is a single pixel within the rendered photograph of the Memories on Hold archive. Each room speaks of a confined conflict. From celebrating holidays in isolation to facing domestic violence as a result of PTSD, to schooling in confined spaces, generating a world of permanent transient spaces. What is a permanent transient space? A holding place. What does it hold? What does it contain? A soul in limbo, a soul balancing on the line of time, with strings attached to what was, what is, and what will be. It holds interwoven stories, creating a tapestry of a trapped identity. This proposal is a holding to account to the power systems, using officers as their pawns, perpetuating these limbo periods for 3.5 million victims worldwide. A holding to account for these golden walls that define a space and muffle the choir of lost voices.
Hi, my name is Gosha and I'm going to show my fifth year diploma project. It has also been featured on Pantopia, which is an online educational accelerator that shows projects which expose territorial and institutional crises through spatial diagnostics and architectural proposals. It launched today and I invite everyone to check it out. And the address is here, pantopia.xyz. And now I'm going to play my project.
The project called The Waste Boom is a response to and the merging of two latent crises. One is Polish, as all of Poland's coal plants face closure, and the second one is European, as we produce construction and demolition waste without an adequate plan. Diagnosis of architectures, visionary territories, an institutional one by creating a new sustainable source of economic bonanza, and lastly, to the left. The waste crisis generates excess material from cities and mines annually. The waste boom produces an additional one-off of construction and demolition material from the coal mines and coal plants shutting down. And it connects all of these sites with the pre-existing rail network to create a new material network. These are the coal sites on the left that exist across Poland but redrawn into a new territorial map. They are connected by pre-existing train lines that transport between them construction and demolition waste from urban sites to ex-coal plant sites, where it is either processed or stored. Waste becomes a desired commodity, where care for waste turns it into a valuable resource. This approach is opposite to current waste strategies where most stuff is landfilled. The project inverts this pyramid. The network recovers, recycles, repurposes, and reuses material. Construction and demolition is the biggest proportion of waste produced in the EU. The profit-seeking motive of companies paid to process waste is divorced from any environmental or social considerations, perpetuating the crisis. In the coal crisis, the EU has mandated that government subsidies to the coal industry should be removed by 2025. Yet 78% of Poland's energy is coal-generated. Out of the 48 currently active coal plants in Poland, 44 in their current constitution may be unable to remain profitable on the market. In June 2019, Poland, alongside Czechia, Hungary, and Estonia, vetoed the EU 2050 carbon neutral target. Poland's last coal crisis was after the fall of communism in 1989, when many state-run companies collapsed due to inefficiencies and an inability to compete on the capitalist market. Coal workers lost their social status and often had to resort to bootleg mining. In response to this, special economic zones were set up around towns and cities with highest unemployment and urban shrinkage to attract investment in the form of tax exemptions. The reduction of state backing to the coal industry is echoed in the 2025 deadline to remove coal subsidies. The waste boom uses disassembled rather than demolished building components. Bricks are cut into panels, windows are detached, aggregate is sorted. Processing sites connect to the city by rail. Belonging to a new recycling economy, waste boom workers gain new status. The coal sites require territorial stewardship in order to prevent environmental damage. This is typically achieved by erasing remnants of the industry under the guise of rehabilitation of land. In the waste boom, coal infrastructure and architecture is maintained and becomes the steward for a new format of land care. Therefore, architecture in the waste boom is not only industrial but also civic. Spaces that are not demolished become capable spaces for the public. Materials in the waste bonanza are used to renovate abandoned spaces, such as the wood chips used for flooring here. Imprints of historical use are not built over but maintained. The existing plant in Łódź becomes a sawmill with a lumber drying yard. The turnover of stacks of wood is relatively slow, whereby planks 1 inch thick can take a year to dry. Spaces left empty in between stacks can be reappropriated for civic use. Monuments made out of the processed material create new civic squares. When wood is air-dried, it turns darker. None of the sites in the network are static, and the quality of the civic spaces created depends on the effectiveness of Europeans to recycle. Architecture is the symbol of a new recycling culture that is part of Poland's new heritage. The Miechowice coal plant is reused for the recycling and storage of mineral aggregate. The storage bays are organized in a double grid, allowing for 2 sizes for material storage. A range of civic programs can occupy empty bays. The walls between bays are thickened and act as elevated public plazas that permit the citizens to look at their past landscape and yet enjoy a 21st century version of them. Building a new material economy will require an enormous cultural shift on the scale of the Industrial Revolution. Everything material that we have done since the rise of the steam engine requires a rethink. Rather than becoming resource poor, the waste boom examines potential prosperity in the world of finite resources. First, we'll need to disseminate the diagnostic and the vision, primarily through branding, and then mobilize citizens to vote accordingly.
Class of 2020, congratulations. An online revolution, but how do you keep 6 feet apart in the digital cloud with unprinted drawings and unpresented ideas, unused tables and uncharmed teachers? What's a drawing without paper and an architect without space? Perhaps, what's a world without race? Because why is the AA still so white? And is it security outside just like police? How much do you pay for your digital feeds? But most importantly, class of 2020, why is class still called class? Happy graduation. Welcome to the year that never was, the year that never happened. A kind of death by beginning, yet mourned as the new. 2020, but how can something be if it never was? And wait, isn't that just like architecture school, where you've created and designed and imagined all these unrealized projects? The A likes to say that the future is a project, but I like to say that the future is its students. Because 2020 presents a reality that only the brightest minds can challenge, those who are unafraid to operate in fiction and dream and imagination. You. Because as such students of unbuilt projects and unbuilt realities, you've equally become students of why the world is the way it is. And thus, by way of graduation, you didn't just receive your fancy diploma, you equally just signed up to the burden and delight of shaping our future. Because what if it can be a little better? And what if it can be a little easier? And what if it can be a little bit more delightful? And so, as prominent graduates of the AA, your next steps, what you do, where you'll do it, but most importantly, how you will do it, must hold the authenticity that this year has showed you so desperately the world is in need of. Because you should challenge, you should experiment, and you should definitely do so with your own privilege and success, because it's important to make change and be on the right side of history. But before you fear the end of the AA, I'll let you in on a little alumni secret. The AA never stops, in the same way that it's kind of hard to tell its beginning. And it's because it's built on a credo that I carry forward every day, and I hope you guys do too. But if you don't agree with the rules, make your own. If you do not agree with the rules, make your own. If you don't agree with the rules, make your own. So many congratulations, class of 2020, also class of COVID, class of Brexit, class of Black Lives Matters. Most importantly, class of resilience. A special shout out to the AA meme account that has kept us sane and smiling throughout these complex times. And I wish you all the best and happy graduations at home with your loved ones. And keep in mind, break those rules. Thank you. My name is Veer van Gool. I'm an AA graduate of 2014, Diploma Honors, DIP 10. And most importantly, I've never actually designed a building. Class of 2020,
and my project is called The Architectural Praxis House. The project questions the conditions of spaces under open and horizontal modes of architectural studio practices that operates. What is the collaborative and participatory component of such practices that is critical in finding more power in provoking the shift from hierarchical forms of practices? The project poses as a speculation on collective living within a studio. Through examining these case studies, studios such as A21 Studio, based in Saigon, divided as two sides of the studio, living quarters with a bedroom and a kitchen held together by a centralizing exterior courtyard. The boundaries between the modes of practice and day life are very fluid and often transition to one another, and the courtyard becomes a space for constructing the architect's projects and artifacts within their routine. Through examining the rituals of their day and investigating the important artifacts of the studio, tending the space, chores, and architectural practice holds equal importance. Morning gatherings and discussions takes place within the courtyard. Eating collectively becomes an important event in the studio that occurs within the courtyard. And from here, you can see the studio revolves around the courtyard Thus, the openness allows for constant visibility and opportunity for interactions. One of the case studies is called Collaboration O, which is an Eindhoven-based collective that illustrates the fluidity between the workshop and the studio life that allows for porosity and collaboration between the individuals. The spaces of the subletted factory space transformed into a group of individually built houses. An allocation of the space is divided with a yellow tape, and utilities like the kitchen and fully equipped workspace of 200 meters squared becomes a shared ownership with workshop equipment where they co-own and collectively maintain. From here, you can see the courtyard becomes a centralized space of live labor, allowing for porous collaboration and production. It becomes a void for which life, social, and architectural to occur, and the yellow tape boundaries subtly encircling the territory allows for porous collaboration with its lack of physicality, allowing for boundaries to be changed and adapt. The impermanence of desks and artifacts or praxis in-house allows for flexible and porous production from these collectives. And it's clear to see that these groups are constantly constructing their lives around the practice, to which their daily lives is a form of praxis. So the project is about how to facilitate an open practice that allows mobility in constructing their space and lives, creating an intermediary between the praxis and house. And the architectural praxis house is a living studio residency for 30 to 50 designers and architects. The design is a generic framework with an expansive interior and exterior courtyard condition by which the residents would appropriate, use, alter, and construct the daily life and studio life without strict limitations, with maximizing opportunity for residents to construct their own space, forms of life, mitigating porosity and collaboration. My proposal is an appropriation of an old warehouse building located in Limehouse along a canal, retaining to the Tower Hamlets restoration law. The building facades and structural elements are to be retained. On the ground floor, you can see the perimeter of the framework is occupied into smaller secular studio spaces as an enclave to the vast landscape of an interior roofed courtyard filled with workshop stations, with utilities distributed along the perimeter. The interior roofed courtyard is empty, allowing for appropriation and reconstruction that is up to the resident. Exterior courtyard is reserved for larger scale and heavy equipment-based construction that is proposed to be open to the public. There is no specific protocols for a certain set of creative production. The exterior framework holds the objects for utilities, also for storage spaces, displaying building artifacts and work in progress projects that is displayed to the public. The courtyard shown in perspective plan shows the dichotomy between the vertical nature of the framework and unfolded courtyard horizontally, and larger projects and heavy equipments are to be allocated on the exterior courtyard. From here, you can see that larger projects are allocated to the exterior courtyard, and the open framework is open to the vast courtyard. The unfolded plan expansive courtyard becomes a cipher boundaries drawn by a yellow tape where the communal studio spaces are constructed according to their needs. The frameworks are distributed by 3 lengths, 1 meter for storage spaces, 3 meters for private space, and 6 meters for communal living. And the yellow tape drawn to construct the protocols and negotiation of boundaries between the collective and individual could be used to encircle spaces of leisure and studio equipment. And the domestic quarters that are allotted in a series of enclaves arranged according to the inhabitants' needs, distributed horizontally and vertically. And the main interior courtyard has a central floating kitchen and separate central spaces of dining table, which will be suggested to be a political space of collective and residential debate. The communal spaces of equipment, desks, and workspaces are bounded by yellow tape, giving the possibility of enclosure, marking territory, determining the negotiated space between the individual and the collective. The project creates two open and polarizing conditions, the generic framework that operates in a vertical manner and redistributes the vertical living spaces that are modularized to create an expansive interior courtyard condition. Repetition of columns and elements platforms are open for programmatic suggestion, and the flatness of horizontal condition of both courtyards become a project by which creatives are to construct their own protocols of negotiation and communal space for work and individual studio spaces. The architectural practice house is no longer limited to being used as a place for only work. Its programmatic ambiguity allows for interpretation, misappropriation, and reconstruction. The project potentially offers a blurring that takes place increasingly between labor and domesticity, as it is ultimately up to designers, architects on how they want to occupy the space, distort it, reapproximate, revert the nature of the generic framework. For the protocol that the project implements is coexistence, enforced by designed openness of the expansive interior courtyard in order to construct new abstract ways of living within the project. Thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, my name is Kay and I'm here to present my project called Hoop Park Sound Trail. So the project started with an exploration of the woodland's diverse sonic environments, and the richness of the species, landscape, and atmosphere had created a number of unique site-specific biophonies. The acoustic information in a soundscape has a variety of ecological application, but it needs to be heard and understood by us, which become the first step of human engagement in Hoop Park's ecosystem. Then professionals, local conservationists, and the general public will be invited to Hoop Park to participate in this event to study the woodland by hearing while developing their literacy of natural sounds. One of the aims of Hoop Park Sound Trail is to monitor the regeneration of habitats at the clear-cutting sites. After a clear cut, the open canopy provides opportunity for weedy species to grow, and bracken is the most significant one. Bracken in Hoop Park has not been managed properly. At the clear-cutting sites, the land are colonized by bracken, which inhibit the regeneration of the habitat and threaten the local biodiversity. Unlike traditional management methods, I would like to salvage bracken and explore its architectural potentials by making prototypes with different parts of the plant and examining their physical property, especially the acoustic performance. By analyzing the spatial audio recorded on site, the soundscape is analyzed, isolated, then reconstructed in a digital three-dimensional space. Since the birds sing within different frequency ranges, in order to achieve selective sound filtration, the link between bird sounds and their corresponding acoustic absorber is established. Therefore, two acoustic devices are designed and fabricated to achieve different indoor acoustic environment within the two proposed structures, the classroom and the shelter. Then, the two structures located along the transept in different parts of the woodland, the classroom and the shelter will provide a required acoustic environment for having a workshop on bird listening and identifying tiny owls during the dawn cross in the woods. And I produced a video to demonstrate the acoustic environment that is created and give you a sense of to experience the natural soundscape in Hoop Park.
After accepting the invitation, I go to join Hoop Park Sound Trail to spend my weekend with some natural soundscapes. I can often hear different birds calling outside my flat in London, but I cannot name any of them. The first part of the event is a workshop, and the biologist introduces different calls from the common Hoop Park birds to us, with limited internal reverberation. The recording being played are more intelligible, including the calls from great tit, Eurasian blue tit, Eurasian warren, and the target tiny owl. The transept goes through the previous clear-cut site, which are used to be covered by bracken. But now the invasive plants are harvested to build a classroom and the shelters we are going to stay in tonight. Embedded a series of Helmholtz resonators. The envelope can filter out all the other noises besides the call from tiny owls, which we will listen to carefully. Of course, all the sound have been recorded and the data will be submitted for the conservation of this ancient woodland. As for myself, I know this is a great tick now. This thesis has thoroughly discussed sound, soundscape, architecture acoustics, and salvage material in the context of Hope Park. However, from a broader perspective, many woodlands, moorlands, and other types of natural habitats in the UK are in a similar situation to that of Hope Park. They have not been fully studied, monitored, or conserved due to lack of human resources and facilities. Bracken provides a new possibility for rural building since it is widely distributed in different types of habitats. As a result, this thesis can serve as an initial effort to promote bracken as a building material which can be salvaged by hands and create temporary or semi-temporary facilities to set up monitoring programs like Hope Park Sound Trial in order to engage more public to study and to understand our nature.
Hello, my name is Yejin Lee, representing AAction with Hannah Fastridge and John Clark. AAction was first initiated in 2019 with myself and a few of my friends gathered around the same concern about the current state of architectural education facing multiple issues around climate change. Starting from writing Architecture Education's Declares Manifesto, which received over 2,000 signatures, one of our main events was hosting the Climate Summit, which gathered architecture schools around London and discussed issues including embedded ecological understanding, intersectionality, articulation of new politics, and decolonization throughout the day. Our farthest physical event happened in November last year when a number of us were invited to host a seminar in Chicago Architecture Biannual. to discuss this issue and reach out globally to build alliances with other institutions. Furthermore, within the AA, we have been holding multiple seminars and gatherings with the school community. Our effort over a year has been to bring about the pedagogical and cultural changes in architectural education to effectively work towards climate justice. There has definitely been a shift in our school since we started AA Action. Many more units and courses now focus on environmental issues than in previous years. Yet it simply isn't enough, and we believe that we need to go beyond these student initiatives and self-organizations. And we urge everyone to become collectively intelligent as a diverse group of architects.
Building on this year we launched our lecture series called From Now On. The first one was by our head of environmental and technical studies, Javier Castañón. However, as COVID occurred, we had to take these online, which was actually a blessing in disguise due to much higher numbers in attendance. One of them was on food security with Carolyn Steele, on the circular economy with Duncan Baker Brown, and one on climate literacy with Scott McAuley. The final one was on rewilding with Jamie Lorimer. I invite you to watch those lectures on the AA's YouTube page because they were absolutely fascinating. We will be working on continuing the series next year. Our aim is to have multiple working groups working across institutions. One of these working groups is looking at how to transform Hook Park, which is our Dorset Forest campus, into a center of experimentation in agroforestry and communal life. In order to continue to build a future where climate peace is a possibility, we have to expand our horizons outward to other themes, bodies, and institutions. This is an open call to the AA community to join this initiative. You can find more information on our website. You can reach out to us by email and social media. You can also follow our Instagram handle, which is shown here, where you can follow our progress and future events. We really do look forward to hearing ideas from the AA body, creating new spaces for collaboration, learning, and action in order to build a climate-conscious architectural pedagogy. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up, AA? My name is Alvin Huang. I'm an architect, an educator, designer, and design researcher. And I'm also an alumni from the AA. Graduated from the AARL in 2004. And what can I say? It's not 2004 anymore. It's 2020. Well, crazy to say the least. We're facing a very different world. One that's facing a global pandemic, racial and social injustices, economic recession, inept leadership, and environmental crises. Well, I guess that part's the same. So to say we're living through unprecedented times is an understatement. The new normal that we're all now experiencing and living through has given us all a new set of constraints. But with new constraints comes new opportunities. And as the next generation, you have the ability and the opportunity to define them. As Mark Wigley once said, architecture never derived its force from stability of culture, but rather from the expression of those moments when that sense of stability has slipped. Now is a historic moment when the stability of global culture has slipped nearly every sense. I encourage and challenge all of you to leverage the power of design along with the criticality and technological expertise that the AA has equipped you with, to take advantage of this moment, to challenge the status quo, to question the norm, and to define a better, more just world than the one that you are inheriting. I truly believe architecture is still a place where we can imagine alternatives.
I'm Jackie from Experimental 11, third year, and my project is about New City Farm in Antwerp. The research and observation started from Surrey Dogs Farm, which is a city farm in Canada Water. Here you can see the connection between human and animals and mainly visual connection. The animal playground center space makes it more like a zoo. The functional spaces for human and animals are very divided. And if you look at the site of Surrey Dogs Farm, it's mainly for school or family trip and commercial use. And outside the farm, the image of Surrey Dogs Farm is a place for short visit and taking beautiful photos, which makes it, in a way, an Instagram photo factory. The second observation started from a chicken fridge in the butcher's shop in Canada Water. The chicken from 3 places: City Farm, Slaughterhouse, and Meat Factory. The map shows the location of these 3. Slaughterhouse and Meat Factory are remote from city center, and City Farm in the city center, where most of meat supply is from Meat Factory. So what is the role of City Farm in city? Creating a beautiful image of human nature, or solemn happy moments, or food animals for city dwellers. This is trying to provoke the current situation: happy farm overground and intense farm underground, but no one knows. So I started questioning that: can City Farm be more than a city farm? Can it be closer to a daily ritual? Can visitors be more involved and participate more? Can other parts of food animals' life be showed as well? This is an imagination of a new type of city farm. I took dairy cow as an example. People can see and participate in every step of food production, and people get a chance to live closely to cows. This is a drawing to show a new relationship between cows and human, which is part of my argument. As city dwellers, can we step forward? Can City Farm function more? City Farm as a home processing animal can also be a place habitable and participatory for human. So my proposal can be concluded into this: creating a new type of city farm by placing all this up. In order to complete the other parts of dairy cow's life, I case study the daily routine and life cycle of dairy cow. And in order to bring some domestic space thing into my proposal, so I studied it in Hilton Hotel in Canada Water, facing the Canary Wharf. And this is how it's linked to the context, the residence, the restaurant, and the pier, which can be used for transporting food products to the proposal. As it's located on one side of River Thames, it can be a propaganda and new image of city. And to integrate the domestic space into the farm, I grabbed some elements from both of them. And this is how I clutched them up into a unit. In the middle, there is a bedroom. Under their cows. The heat of the cows are collected for bedroom heating. On the green area, people grow grass hay to heat the cow. From the wall where normally a painting hung there, people can see the cow milked. When they go to shower, they pass the green area, which is like pushing them closer to things around. And in terms of other parts of cow's life, I developed the unit according to the previous cow life and daily routine study. This is where people stay, and this is where cows stay. When baby cows are born, they'll be put to calf pen for 8 weeks. Some calf will be selected to be dairy cows, while the other will be killed either to be burned or for meat. This was to explore the relation between different materialities to show different feelings. Some are monumental, some are controlled, some are sharp, and some are solid or soft. And this is how I connected them to the moments in my proposal and developed them into spaces. This is a corridor in the middle to link everything up. There are holes on the corridor so people can see different pieces of farm from the corridors, good moments, bad moments, and guess what's going on there. The section shows the journey from left to right along the corridor. People will experience cheese-making workshop to see production related to dairy cows, exhibiting area of cow archives, calf pens, restaurant, and cow body burning area, which is both the end of the journey and cow's life. Up there are rooms for people to live with cows. Here are the moments and narration from perspectives of two clients, human client and non-human client. And for details, please go to AA website. The diagram is to show the road of human client and non-human client. The white line and orange line are showing humans' road and dairy cows' road respectively. The white dash line is showing the life cycle of dairy cows in the project. This is the overall axle of the project. Bedrooms, grass hay, corridors, cows, burning spaces, and they're going together in one. And this is the view from the ferry on the river. White monumental frame with smoke going up the sky and some green in distance. And finally, this is an updated website of a new city farm entrepreneur. And for film, please go to website. Thank you so much.
More in detail today are really the elements that are going to be instructing the 4 sessions during the day. The first one, as you see, is the question how to think embedded ecological understanding in architectural education. The second is a question about intersectionality, which is a very big mouthful for an understanding that today it's no longer possible to think that the situations that we are facing can only be referred to a particular condition. We are always intersecting multiple forms of transformation. The third challenge that we will have to think through very carefully is what does it mean to form a new alliance? What does it mean to form a new politics? What does it mean to form a new grouping? So this is a difficult question. We'll see more in detail. And the fourth one is how to rethink architectural practices, architectural education, from the point of view of an unsolvable, unpayable debt. That is the debt of colonization, the debt of slave trade. How do we think that the transformations that we are about to design, about to think and imagine, can surpass that problem.
And all of these things kind of lead us to a situation in which, by no means as a result of only the ecology project, but we're talking about emergence here. So it emerged that the anniversary program for the Serpentine in 2020 would be entirely dedicated to the ecological. Bam! So at that point, you start to ask yourself, well, then what can you do that is real? What can you do that actually can make a, I don't want to say a difference because I hate that kind of solutionist conversation, but that can sort of really hold its feet firmly to the ground whilst doing what an art institution does. We're not going to reinvent ourselves between now and the beginning of 2020. There isn't very much time. What we do is present works of art. Well, how can we operationalize that work in order for those things that we present or that we support or that we platform to be able to do what they do?
Of course we control the planet because we are alive. And of course we control the planet because life controls the planet. The planet is alive. We are not Mars. We are not Venus. Our planet has a very strange combination in its atmosphere of two components that notoriously, when you mix them, explode, methane and oxygen. And that's what is fascinating, that their relationships are constantly renovated by life. Constantly, there's more and more oxygen produced by life, more and more methane produced by life and from the decomposition. So, obviously, we can control the planet. We control it. Human life controls it. All the myriad of species control it. But at the same time, we know very well that the planet itself is not an object. It's not something that is under our devices.
After all, you decided to come to the AA and embraced its traditions of experiment and innovation. I realized, shuddering, these thoughts were not eternity.
Know him? Bullard. He's third year.
This is a really good book. Tooth construction was used
such tooth construction.
Hang on, what's the difference between a sketch model and a model?
The government has revealed more than half the population of the Isle of Wight have downloaded the new
Jointing, color, texture was used at external corners of brick or stone buildings. Coins were heavy cement was used around
contrast with walls of rough rubble masonry, as in some Italian Renaissance palaces, which accounts for the sharp contrast.
As well as to get a more accurate picture of the spread of the virus. The government has revealed more than half the population of the Isle of Wight have downloaded the new.
There are about 18 of you and I. When the seagulls follow the trawler, it's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Oh, hello, Lorna. It's your old bloke. For kinetic, time-based forms in a constant state of evolution, rather than forms that only mimic this idea.
Normal, but a new normal. Long lines for food becoming a new normal. The new normal.
Trouble is, when I hear that title, a symposium on the future of architectural education, my heart sinks. I just reach for a gun.
Roger that. We have no personnel east of our position, so...
Mass testing, mask testing. In Paris, Texas, the thickness of a two-way mirror separates one from another.
Will be the era of harmony and is only just beginning. The whole world is ready.
Just continue the conversation that we had last time, that Denise feels that her space is big enough for her because she only sleeps in her room. So I think for her it would be the bed that's identifying this bedroom.
Guys, I love you here. Paris, come on, you love us.
I'm really tired. I just came to the dentist my teeth hurt.
Oh, we're so sorry.
Paris Hilton turned her life into a phenomenon before the existence of social media, basically setting the precedent for the contemporary concept of celebrity, in which the individual is understood as a brand or product. Today, with the mainstreaming of social media sites, anyone can potentially turn their life into a phenomenon.
Privacy is dead.
Guys, I love you here. Paris, come on, you love us.
I'm really tired. I just came to the dentist my teeth hurt.
Oh, we're so sorry.
Paris Hilton turned her life into a phenomenon before the existence of social media, basically setting the precedent for the contemporary concept of celebrity, in which the individual is understood as a brand or product. Today, with the mainstreaming of social media sites, anyone can potentially turn their life into a phenomenon.
Privacy is dead. Photographs used to be so personal. Now, any picture you take is intended to be shared.
The words of Emily Ratajkowski, allegedly made famous by YouTube in the infamous Blurred Lines music video, are a reflection of contemporary society in the context of influencer labor. Los Angeles is the Western capital of celebrity culture, and as such remains popular among influencers. Over the last 5 years, a variation of the co-living model, the collab house, has been on the rise throughout Los Angeles. By living together, influencers can boost their creative potential and output, and reach wider audiences. The physical characteristics of collab houses vary with each case, but there is an identifiable pattern. They all have a wide variety of exterior and interior common areas. They have big bathrooms with large mirrors, abundant natural light, and open spaces without too much furniture to facilitate the filming process. All existing cases of collab houses so far involve either a rented or bought property that was already constructed. But why is this typology relevant? 86% of Gen Z and millennials in the US would agree to become an influencer if given the opportunity. The influencer marketing industry is on track to be worth up to $15 billion by 2022, with YouTube being the most popular site to follow influencers on. Successful influencers on YouTube are usually young people who voluntarily broadcast some aspects of their lives to the public, in an act of active production, retaining some level of control over what they share. YouTubers manage to articulate self-branding with aspirational consumption and the illusion of intimacy. The value of the influencer relies on this seemingly social interaction. Views, likes, comments, follows, and shares, all the information produced through user engagement, is translated into a commodity, which can be quantified and rendered into metrics. YouTube is redefining privacy. Although their videos are not confined to a specific location, much of its content is tied to personal private spaces. The bedroom is central to YouTube. It is the first space over which young people feel a sense of ownership and freedom to experiment with the representation of their personal identities. The bedroom is a blank canvas, or a ready-made set, that can easily accommodate the personal lifestyle brands that will inhabit it. The quotidian aesthetic of the bedroom is highly valued in YouTube. It is perceived as a form of sharing intimacy, authenticity, and honesty. In the context of social media, the bedroom is reconfigured to inhabit both physical and virtual, as well as public and also private spheres. The virtual public should be understood as passive users of contemporary domestic space. Influencers are as connected to their fans all around the world as much as to their next-door neighbors, if not even more. Domestic space is now defined by the camera and the lens as much as it is by architectural elements, which is even more relevant now, in the context of COVID-19, that most of us have been forced into self-broadcasting in some type of way.
Hi, so my name is Noah Gottlieb. I'm a fifth year student, so I was just graduated, and My project in fifth year is on the Jeffersonian grid, which is sort of the modus operandi for urbanization across North America. And it was initiated by the nascent United States for the purposes of settler colonial expansion, sort of it facilitated the expulsion and genocide of the continent's indigenous peoples. And the continuous activity of this massive system of roads and property divisions is now beginning to sort of erode and atrophy under the pressures of climate change, stagnating investment and maintenance, and the fatigue of the materials which compose it. And so through the project, I aim to explore how withdrawal and abandonment and sort of not adding anything and basically withdrawing and allowing things to decay across the United States can sort of manage the breakdown of this overextended system of infrastructure. So the grid is basically this enormous agricultural region in the center of North America that extends roughly from the Gulf of Mexico to the Appalachians, the Rockies, and the boreal forests. And it's this the resulting region of about 4 million square kilometers maintains a largely consistent form and materiality, even though it stretches between subtropical and subarctic climates, and was kind of and its sort of imposition of a very narrow view of private property rights was sort of a kind of tool for the sort of colonial expansion of the United States. And it was implemented throughout the late 18th century through a series of land ordinances, which began to basically divide up and segment and kind of rationalize the territory of North America into this very segmented space of intense production. So that's the kind of same region today. It's also highly disrupted the sort of placement of soil and also the individual roadways from within the grid actually basically channel water and create this act as sort of millions of elongated dams, which are sort of stretched across the continent. And over the coming decades, or over the previous few decades, or basically since the end of the Second World War, federal investment in infrastructure has quite sharply plateaued or decreased, which leads greater amounts of upkeep to be falling on top of smaller and smaller tax bases. And this becomes even more problematic as hundreds of thousands of kilometers of roads of the grid are increasingly being compromised by flooding of the Mississippi and its tributaries, the severity of which is increasing annually from climate change. So in the spring of 2019, the Midwestern United States received some of the heaviest flooding ever recorded and inundated 4,000 square kilometers, or an area roughly twice the size of London, severing and disrupting the grid both in terms of connectivity and agricultural production. So the increase of flooding, coupled with the impossibility of maintaining a massively overextended system of settlement and commerce, will result in an acceleration of rural migration as well as the absorption of both domestic and foreign climate refugees. So within this, given the situation, I want to basically see how retreat and abandonment, kind of going away from rising floodwaters and decaying of infrastructure, can be used as sort of a new settlement. And so basically looking at the way in which withdrawing from areas where water accumulates, be that either flooding or erosion of soil as a result of agriculture, could be used as kind of guiding points for the sort of abandonment and sort of downgrading of infrastructure. So in a way, this is something which is already happening. A lot of rural communities in the United States are already starting to basically tear up rural roads, which are kind of underused. So you would have this kind of contraction and these sort of void spaces left in between sort of areas of abandoned infrastructure. And those future areas, like the areas that are abandoned, the sort of former floodplains and former areas of intense erosion, could become sort of rewilded and sort of common spaces that could stretch across the United States and sort of reorient from a planning system based on this sort of abstract latitude and longitude to one based on more based on the sort of fluctuation of river systems. So
Well, we have arrived to the end of a 12-hour project review distributed throughout the world, connecting students, alumni, and staff in a way we could have never imagined. At the beginning of the year, all of the courses and programs of study throughout the school accepted the challenge of addressing issues related to climate and ethics. As a community, we are committed to practicing something that has become more relevant than ever, that is radical empathy, to consider the planet and the future, to listen, to ask, to share, to discuss and debate, and ultimately to care about the world and in all of its manifestations. In the last few months, the world as we knew it has radically changed, and multiple different and interlinked crises, as those that preceded them somehow have asked, demand of us that we reimagine the world and break with inherited histories, legacies, and traditions. They have forced us to identify a new set of priorities, new forms of action, and new expertise. Throughout its history, the AA has produced relevant forms of inquiry, discourse, and practice that have responded to the urgent questions of the time. The events currently unfolding, obviously, around the world are undeniably monumental and momentous, and the challenges that we all face today as global citizens and as architects are numerous and monumental. And our institution, the institution that I'm actually sitting on the steps in front of it, is fortunate to have an extraordinary body of tutors, staff, and students that are fully committed to articulating these issues and to redefining what our discipline can contribute to the world we live in, and while continuing to somehow really transform what education of an architect both can and should be. And these are very important reminders that have always been true, but they become more true these days. I want to thank all the students, the alumni who presented today as part of our 12-hour live event as a new form of globally distributed exhibition across time zones. Crises indeed are always opportunities for invention and redefinition. I want to thank especially to everyone who made Around the World possible. Thomas Parks, obviously, Joel Newman, Liam Green, Catherine Anthony, Anna Chantarsak, Oliver Long, Sasha Love, Zainab Carroza, Matthew Roberts, and especially, obviously, or Maniji Verghese, our head of public programs, who has spearheaded this effort effortlessly, actually. I also want to thank the whole project's review team. This event today was an experiment for us. We wanted to actually test what is that we could do as an institution within the conditions that the world has delivered to us. And I think this event shows the kind of ingenuity and willingness for an institution like the AA to somehow respond and to act with optimism. That is ultimately what we all have as architects, as designers, and as citizens of a world that demands of us that we really take proactive positions. But Projects Review is not only these 12 hours. Projects Review also takes the form of a book that has been edited by Ryan Dillon and a website that Zainab Carroza has been putting together with an incredible amount of care, love, and effort. And so, of course, you will be able to order the book online tomorrow, and you will be able to visit the website where you can browse projects from foundation to the PhD. And so I really, truly want to thank Ryan Dillon, Rory Sherlock, George Houghton, Jamie Thompson, and John Hampson. But also thanks again to the incredible staff, the administrative staff and the academic staff for their work throughout the entire academic year, and especially over the last few months, where we have all been learning, teaching, working in such a difficult and exceptional set of circumstances. Thank you all. And of course, thank you all to everyone who has made really this event possible, but also to all of those who actually have visited us in this new format, that have actually entered into this journey that means to understand what is that the AA ultimately contributes to the world of ideas and the way in which we think about the world anew. The AA is a world in of itself and of its own, and in some way that has been all its power historically, and I hope it can continue to be so. I think probably what we really need to celebrate today is the incredible work that the students have produced. And how the students produce this work is through an incredible human edifice. We have realized these days more than ever that it is that human support, that a real idea of care, of being there, that really keeps us moving forward. Those messages of support, those messages of care and understanding. behind this door that I have in my bag, over the summer, we will be testing new forms of physical distancing, of learning, of studying. And we will also be making a permanent exhibition of everyone's work throughout the walls and corridors of the Architectural Association. So I invite anyone coming to London in the coming months, if and when it is safe for everyone to do so, to visit us and continue the exciting journey that is to learn about the work that our students produce. It is ultimately my biggest pleasure and honor to serve as the director of the Architectural Association, to be able to be the spokesperson to the work and ideas that this house produces. I want to raise a toast that I wrote even before I joined everyone here at the AA. And it is a toast that actually tries to celebrate the A of the AA. That is a toast to the aesthetes, to the agitators, to the avant-gardists, to the anachronics, to the absurdists, to the agents, to the advocates, to the artists, to the amazing, the apathic, the analyst, the alchemists and the exonometrics, to the acclaimed and the anxious, to the algorithmical and the analogs, to the agonistic and the austeres, to the atypical and the aberrants, the awoken and the associated, to the asleep and to the angelical, to the accurate, to the abysmal, to the aquatic, to the aerial, to the awesome, absent, and the actual alumni and alumni, to the amusing and the amnesiac, to the amorous, to the angry, to the arrhythmical, to the abstaining, to the accelerated, and to the ancient, to the authors and the antitheses, and to all the academic advisors, to the admirers, to the actors, and to the audiences, to the analytical and the anecdotic, to the automatons, to the acrobats, to the adorned, to the allegorical, to the anthropocentrics, to the assisting and the assisted, to the administrators, to the anonymous, to the adorables and the allergic, to the originals, to the ascetics, and to the arriving, to anyone. To the graduating class and all the students that have accomplished such an incredible feat during these incredibly difficult times, to your family and allies, you have done it. Let's toast to your past year, to your past years here at the AA, and to your future, or future, a future that makes AA's future and the future itself more than possible. Congratulations to everyone and salute. I'm Eva Frank, the director of the Architectural Association. Thank you, everyone. Have a great summer.
Thank you.